Oh, Islington already? We're nearly there.
Yes, next stop, Holloway.
Oh, I hate women's prisons. Almost as much as I love women.
Yes, well, I should warn you, Joyce Wallace is a very pretty girl.
Huh?
Perhaps as well I shall be with you to give you moral support.
Thank you. I prefer to see her on my own.
Yeah, but she's bound to be shy about meeting you. And Patrick Butler, K.C., known to his admirers as the great defender.
And known to others as that damned Irishman. No, I need to take her emotional temperature, so to speak. Give me 10 minutes alone with her.
All right, well, very well. But don't forget one important point.
What might that be?
The charge against her is murder.
We present Donald Sinden as Dr. Gideon Fell in Below Suspicion by John Dixon Carr.
Notes made by me, Gideon Fell, on November the 8th, 1937, concerning the murder of Mrs. Mildred Taylor. When Patrick Butler met Joyce Wallace, he saw I had not exaggerated. Although she was very frightened, she was also very attractive.
Who are you?
Please, don't be alarmed, Miss Wallace. My name is Patrick Butler. I shall be your counsel to defend you in court.
Oh, but there must be some mistake. I couldn't possibly. I mean, I haven't any money.
Oh, that doesn't matter at all. I'm here to help you. But if it makes you feel any better, I'll take my fee out of the next wealthy racketeer who really is guilty.
So you believe I didn't do it? Oh, you don't know how much that means to me. Thank you.
Just let me ask you a few questions. How old are you? How long had you been with Mrs. Taylor, that sort of thing?
I'm 28. I'd been with Mrs. Taylor for nearly 2 years as a sort of companion, secretary, nurse.
Nurse? Ah, yes. I gather she was a rich widow, nearly 70, and a bit of a hypochondriac.
Yes, she was always taking pills and patent medicines.
Living in Balham, in an old-fashioned house on the edge of the common. Were you the only other person who slept in the house?
Yes. She had a cook housekeeper, Alice Griffin, married to Bill Griffin, the coachman. They had the coach house at the back. When Mrs. Taylor wanted to go out, he drove her in the landau. There was a horse in the stable, and that's where... Oh.
You were about to say that's where the poison came from.
Bill had an old Epsom salts tin full of antimony in the stable. He said it kept the horse's coat nice and glossy.
Ah. And it does look very much like Epsom salts. A white, crystalline powder, soluble in water.
But I didn't kill her. I swear I didn't.
Of course not. Tell me everything you can remember. What happened on the afternoon before she died?
She had visitors. Mr. Renshaw, he's her nephew, and his wife, Lucia. They came to tea. I was quite surprised.
No? Why was that?
Well, they live in Hampstead on the other side of London. They didn't often venture as far as Balham.
Ah.
Anyway, they had tea, and I went to my room. About an hour later, the bell rang, and it went on ringing and ringing.
The doorbell?
No, there was an electric bell in my room, in case Mrs. Taylor needed me during the night. It's going to hang me.
No, I'm quite sure.
Please, let me finish. When I went to her room, the Renshaws had gone, and I found she was sitting up in bed, holding the bell push, the kind they have in hospitals, on a long cord. She'd gone into her bathroom and found her tin of Epsom salts was empty. She said it was my fault. By the time Alice came to fetch the tea things, Mrs. Taylor had worked herself up, screaming, "I know a young woman who'll get no bequest now. I'll ring my solicitor and make sure of that."
What bequest?
She'd left me £500 in her will. I know it's a lot of money, but please believe me. I'd never kill anyone, no matter how much.
I'm sure you wouldn't. And what happened after that?
She calmed down eventually. Alice made the supper and I remade the bed and settled her for the night. Then I went round the house making sure the doors and windows were locked. I turned the key in the back door and went up to bed. I slept soundly, and I'm certain the bell in my room didn't ring. Only...
Go on.
Everyone thinks I'm lying. They say she must have rung the bell when that terrible pain began, but she didn't.
Yes, I know. Just tell me what happened next morning.
I got up at 8 as usual and went down to unlock the back door and let Alice in. Then, while I was getting washed and dressed, I heard the bell ringing. I thought it was Mrs. Taylor getting angry all over again, so I rushed to her room. Alice had the bell pushed. Mrs. Taylor was lying on her side in a tangle of bedclothes. Somehow I knew at once she was dead.
Please, tell me everything you can remember.
On the bedside table was a tumbler with a teaspoon in it and some white sediment at the bottom of the glass. There was an open tin of Epsom salts. I found out later that Mrs. Taylor's fingerprints were on it, and so were mine.
And had you touched the tin?
Yes, I picked it up and looked inside. It was half full. I couldn't think where it had come from.
But Alice Griffin says she never saw you touch the tin.
She's mistaken. I know she wouldn't lie about a thing like that. But sometimes people forget.
Of course. In fact, you may have forgotten something yourself. When you went down and unlocked the back door to let her in, I feel sure the key wasn't in the lock.
I don't understand.
I think you found the key lying on the floor, and you had to pick it up to unlock the door. Am I right?
No. The key was where I left it, in the lock.
Think about it. I assure you, I am never wrong. I'll see you again in a day or two. Perhaps you'll remember it by then.
As arranged, Patrick came and joined me in a nearby pub, where there was a drink waiting for him.
Your very good health, Doctor.
And the continuing health of your client. And what did you make of her? Do you believe she's innocent?
Do you want the truth, or the barrister's usual pretense?
The truth, naturally.
In that case, she's as guilty as hell.
Ah. You know, what makes you say that?
Partly the evidence, partly instinct. I always go by instinct. And I am never wrong. But don't worry, I prefer my clients to be guilty. Where's the fun in defending someone who's innocent? Besides, guilty or innocent, every person within the law is entitled to a defence.
An honest defence, not a faked one.
Put your mind at rest, Doctor. I promise you the jury will bring in a verdict of not guilty within 20 minutes.
The case had created some interest in the press, and courtroom number 1 at the Old Bailey was quite crowded when my colleague, Chief Superintendent Hadley, and I took our places. And Mr. Lowndes, the counsel for the prosecution, questioned his key witness, Mrs. Alice Griffin.
Mrs. Griffin, I understand that you and your husband occupy the coach house above the stable.
Yes, sir.
Was it your custom every morning at 8 a.m. to go from the coach house to the back door and be admitted by the prisoner who unlocked the door?
Yes, sir.
And she did so on the morning in question as usual?
Yes, sir. No, not exactly. It was a bit different.
Different?
Yes, sir. The key wasn't in the lock. It was lying on the mat inside. Joyce had to pick it up and put it in the lock to open the door.
Great Jupiter, does she realise what she's saying? I doubt it. Butler would prove that someone else could have entered the house with a spare key. No wonder he's smiling. And no wonder Mr. Lowndes looks thunderstruck.
Yes, well, why didn't you mention this earlier when you were questioned by the police?
Well, sir, nobody asked me. It's only when I thought about it since I remembered. I heard the key go into the lock. Besides, the door swung open during the night, and me and Bill, Mr. Griffin, we heard it bang. The wind caught it and slammed it shut. Shook the whole house, it did.
Hey, look at Butler. Now that surprised him. It did indeed. But after a moment of sheer astonishment, Patrick Butler, K.C., looked delighted. When he cross-examined the witness, he was still smiling.
Mrs. Griffin, you told the court Miss Wallace never touched the tin of Epsom salts in the bedroom at any time.
Well, that's right, sir. She didn't.
And you said that when you first entered Mrs. Taylor's bedroom, you thought that she had had a heart attack.
Oh, yes. I couldn't think of anything else.
And you weren't in any way suspicious of the Epsom salts tin on the table?
Well, no, sir. Why should I be? I hardly noticed it.
Quite so. You hardly noticed it. In fact, it would be untrue to say that you watched the tin carefully, wouldn't it?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, let me put it another way. Did you watch the tin?
No, sir.
So, from the moment Miss Wallace entered the room, could you swear she never once touched the tin containing antimony? Can you swear to that?
Well, no, sir. I'm not really that sure about it.
Not really sure. Let me ask you one more question. When you found the deceased and rang the bell to get help, was the bell push close to Mrs. Taylor's hand?
No, sir, it wasn't. Otherwise, when she was took bad, she'd have rung for Joyce, Miss Wallace, wouldn't she? Stands to reason.
So where exactly did you find the bell push?
Well, it was hanging down behind the bedhead. She must have been in such pain, she couldn't reach it, poor soul.
Thank you, Mrs. Griffin. I have no further questions.
Patrick had been over-optimistic when he prophesied that the jury would reach a verdict in 20 minutes. In the event, we had to wait for nearly 3/4 of an hour before they returned.
Members of the jury, are you agreed upon a verdict?
We are.
Do you find the prisoner, Joyce Leslie Wallace, guilty or not guilty of murder?
Not guilty.
Silence in court.
There's a particular coffee house almost opposite the Bailey, where all the lawyers go. And when Patrick called in half an hour later for some much-needed refreshment, Joyce was waiting for him.
I've been hoping I'd see you. I wanted to thank you.
Oh, there's really no need.
Please, I must. Thank you so much for rescuing me. Why are you smiling like that?
Tell me, what are your future plans?
I don't know. I haven't dared to think that far ahead.
You're out of a job now. You'll need money. Of course, there's the legacy from Mrs. Taylor.
I couldn't touch that. I'd see her face every time
Look here, Joyce. Let me help you. It's the least I can do.
No, please. I watched you in court. Sometimes I thought you believed me, but you were only acting. When I first met you, you tried to make me lie about the back door.
No. You heard Alice Griffin's testimony about it slamming. She heard that. She said so on oath.
It was probably next door. She made another mistake, that's all.
Oh, you should be grateful. Her evidence served you very well.
So you don't believe I'm innocent? You never did.
Let's be honest, shall we? I'll tell you exactly what I told Dr. Fell. You are as guilty as hell.
I worshipped you. I still do. But one day you're going to admit you were wrong. And for God's sake, don't say you're never wrong.
And with that, according to Patrick, she brushed past him and fled into the street. Meanwhile, Hadley, who had stopped off to telephone his office, joined me in the nearest pub.
Ah, you must be a mind reader. Cheers.
We can be thankful the case is over and Joyce Wallace is free.
Well, we're no nearer finding out who killed Mrs. Taylor. But I've just heard some startling news. Last night, while Joyce Wallace was still in custody, something else happened. You remember Mrs. Taylor's nephew, Dick Renshaw?
Yeah, of course. He and his wife were almost the last people to see Mrs. Taylor alive.
Yes. And Renshaw was poisoned last night.
What?
With another heavy dose of antimony.
Do the police suspect anyone?
Oh, yes. Mrs. Lucia Renshaw. They say the evidence looks fairly damning. But that's not the end of it. Apparently, in the past 3 months, there have been 9 unsolved deaths by poison in different parts of the country. And in not one of those cases has the Yard traced the purchase of poison to any suspects.
But what has this got to do with Mrs. Taylor's murder? And why is Mrs. Renshaw under suspicion?
It seems to have been a very unhappy marriage. And they say she's the only person who could have done it. I wonder who she'll get to defend her.
Good morning, Mrs. Renshaw.
Mr. Butler, how kind of you to come all this way.
Sorry I'm rather late, but I don't know Hampstead very well. Although, strangely enough, this house looked vaguely familiar. Almost as if I'd been here before.
Of course. You've been to Mrs. Taylor's in Balham. The 2 houses were built at the same time by Richard's great-grandfather in the 1870s. The same builder, the same architect, same doors and windows.
And the same locks, perhaps.
Possibly. I've really no idea. But what was I saying? Oh, yes. I wanted to apologise. I know I should have come to your chambers, but after everything that's happened, I really don't feel up to it. You must forgive me for entertaining you in my boudoir and in my dressing gown.
Believe me, I feel extremely honoured.
What nonsense. Now you've made me smile. Thank you. I haven't smiled much lately.
Of course. I was sorry to hear of your husband's death.
Yes. But I won't be a hypocrite. I must tell you, 2 nights ago, in this room, I asked Richard to give me a divorce. And an hour later, he was dead.
I see. Tell me about your husband. What was he like?
As a matter of fact, he wasn't unlike you. It's not just a slight physical resemblance, but your smile, your gestures, there are similarities.
Really? Let's talk about the night before last. Do you mind telling me, why did you want a divorce?
So many reasons. Of course, he was away from home a lot. He travelled a good deal on business, often for weeks at a time, but I was quite glad about that. And it's not because he'd been unfaithful. It was humiliating, but I'd almost got used to that too. No, we'd fallen out of love, and there was no future for us.
And when you asked for a divorce, what was his reaction?
He looked at me with absolute hatred. Then, without a word, he took a drink of water from that carafe on the table. It was a habit of his. Every night before he went to bed, he drank some water, straight from the carafe. Then he began to get undressed. He was very angry. He suddenly said, "Unless you can find evidence against me, which you can't, you'll never get a divorce. Remember what happened last time you tried it." A few minutes later, a strange look came over his face. He went into the bathroom, and I heard him being violently ill. When he came back, he collapsed onto the bed. He looked ghastly. Then he said... I can't tell you what he said.
I'm afraid you must. It's very important.
Well, he said, "You've poisoned me, you bitch." Then he rolled over, and I rang for the doctor, but it was too late.
It was antimony, I understand, in the water carafe.
Yes. The police were here for hours last night, asking questions, taking fingerprints. They seem to think I'm the only one who could have put it there. Can you help me?
I'll do more than that. I shall save you.
I believe you will.
Thank you, Mrs. Renshaw.
Do you think you could possibly call me Lucia?
Of course. I'd be happy to.
Oh, I'd forgotten. That will be Dr. Fell. He telephoned earlier to ask if he could have a few words with me. I'm afraid I said yes. I'd better make myself respectable. Could you be an angel and go down to make my apologies? Tell him I'll join you in a few minutes. Would you mind?
Not in the least. Dr. Fell and I are old friends.
My dear chap, this is a pleasant surprise.
I've been having a preliminary session with my client. She'll be down in a moment. Are you here officially on behalf of Superintendent Hadley?
Certainly not. At present, I'm in disgrace because I said that the trial of Joyce Wallace was a muddle from start to finish.
Because Lowndes didn't consider the evidence carefully.
Frankly, nobody considered the evidence carefully.
Oh? Not even the counsel for the defence?
No, not even the great defender. You were seeking a clever solution rather than the true explanation. Do you realize that there have been 9 unsolved poisoning cases recently?
Surely you don't think they're all connected?
Why, Thunder, I do. And all of them with just 2 aims in mind, profit and pleasure.
You mean some kind of murder syndicate? Hired assassin?
No, nothing like that. But what sort of group could exist under cover and in silence? How could so many people obtain poison without leaving any record of the transaction? Oh, Lord. Oh, Bacchus.
What's the matter?
Oh, this candlestick. Just look at it.
What's wrong with it? A handsome silver candelabra with 7 candle holders.
Look inside the sockets.
They're black with dust. They need cleaning, that's all.
Perhaps. But what about the man who died in this house the night before last? The man who drank from a poisoned water carafe in the presence of his wife.
Who told you that?
I did, when he telephoned me. I'm so glad you know each other. I'm sure you'll both be able to help me.
And let me ask you, Mrs. Renshaw, do you have any antimony in your possession?
No, of course not.
Excellent. I'm confident I can get you acquitted.
And if you succeed? I'm sorry to have to say this, but the police might lay another charge against her.
What other charge?
The murder of Mrs. Mildred Taylor.
But that's ridiculous.
No, I'm afraid not. After Joyce Wallace, you were the principal suspect. As soon as she was acquitted, the police turned their attention to you.
What do you mean?
Mr. Butler proved that the locked house wasn't really locked. An outsider could have got in. And your husband was Mrs. Taylor's only relative. On his death, you became an heiress. You inherited Mrs. Taylor's house, the Priory, this house, Abbott's Lodge, and I understand there's a third property called the Chapel. Curious choice of names.
What are you saying? Surely you don't really think that
On the afternoon preceding Mrs. Taylor's death, you paid an unexpected call on her. That was when she mentioned her craving for Epsom salts and became angry because there were none in the house. Did you know about the antimony kept in the stable?
Of course I knew. Bill Griffin told everybody to warn them.
Yeah, we also know the back door key was not in the lock. As Mr. Butler pointed out, anyone with a spare key could have got in. It was a Grierson lock. Is there a Grierson lock to this house?
There might be. I have no idea.
And Bill Griffin testified that more than 4 tablespoons of antimony were taken from the tin, which is twice the amount Mrs. Taylor swallowed. The murderer was keeping another heavy dose in reserve.
Mrs. Renshaw, a little while ago you told me your husband said, "You'll never get a divorce. Remember what happened the last time you tried it." What did he mean by that?
I'd hired a firm of private detectives to follow him. A week later, they had to give up the case. One of their operatives was so badly beaten up, he finished up in hospital.
So you thought you'd never get free from your husband?
But if you're suggesting that
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm simply putting the case against you as the police would see it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Listen, Lucia...
And thank you too, Mr. Butler. I'd be glad if you didn't interfere in my affairs any longer.
There isn't a shred of direct evidence. The case against you may look bad,
yes,
but
and
it's
who
not...
made it look so bad? Just get out, both of you. Get out of my house.
We left with as much dignity as we could muster. I expected Patrick to be angry, but he seemed rather preoccupied. The following morning, at his bachelor apartment in a cul-de-sac off Pall Mall, he had 2 callers. The first by telephone.
Patrick Butler?
Oh, Patrick, can you forgive me?
Lucia, I was just thinking of ringing you to apologize.
But you did nothing wrong. I was a beast and an ungrateful wretch.
Don't say another word. Naturally, you're upset.
Yes, I was, but how can I ever make it up to you?
Very easily. You can have lunch with me today.
Oh, I can't. Well, I shouldn't so soon after Richard's death.
Meet me in the restaurant at the Royal Park Hotel at 1 o'clock, please.
Well, perhaps I could.
Thank you. And one more thing. That firm of private detectives you mentioned, I'd like very much to have a word with them. Can you give me their name and address?
I don't remember the address. It's somewhere off Shaftesbury Avenue, but the name is Smith & Smith. Discretion guaranteed. You'll find it in the phone book.
Oh, damn, it's someone at the door. The postman, probably. I'll have to go. Don't forget, the Royal Park, 1 o'clock. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, yes, so am I.
But when Patrick opened the front door, it wasn't the postman.
Good morning.
Miss Wallace?
May I come in?
Well, as a matter of fact, I was...
Thank you. I expect I'm being a nuisance, but this really is important. Through here. Oh, what a lovely room. It's like a library.
Would you mind telling me what this is all about?
In last night's paper, I read about Mr. Renshaw being poisoned. Are you going to defend Mrs. Renshaw?
Well, yes, but
I thought so. And I believe I can help you.
How do you propose to do that?
You want to know the motive for those 2 murders?
Of course, but I don't see what...
I worked for Mrs. Taylor for nearly 2 years, and I couldn't help noticing things, little things. You see, Mr. Butler, your trouble is you're not very observant.
Oh, really?
Really. Of course you see things, but you don't always understand what you see, if you know what I mean.
Yes, I think so. But I can only say that no one else has ever accused me of being unobservant.
It might have been better if they had. And another thing.
Thank you. I really don't have time
This case involves women. That's where I have the advantage over you. You don't really understand women, do you?
What?
It's only my opinion, of course, but I feel
I'm
sure
afraid
that...
your opinion really doesn't interest me.
I see. I'm just wasting my breath, am I?
You're also wasting my time. And I do have a number of appointments this morning, so...
I don't know why I bothered. You needn't see me out. I know the way.
Look, perhaps some other time we could have dinner one evening.
You won't see me again, Mr. Butler. Until I can tell you the name of the real murderer.
Oh, you think you'll find the solution before I do?
I can try. Good morning.
At lunchtime, Lucia Renshaw met Patrick at the restaurant. But her mood had changed.
I keep thinking about Dr. Fell. Those strange questions he asked me last night. About the poison and the keys.
Oh, yes. He got quite excited about the candelabra in your drawing room. Said it needed cleaning.
Oh, what nonsense. My maid polishes it regularly. She keeps it spotless.
Never mind. I have 2 pieces of good news for you. One, you're having dinner with me tonight.
Oh, but you've just given me this wonderful lunch.
Oh, this place is too crowded. I want to take you somewhere quiet. How about it?
I'd love to, but I was hoping I might take you somewhere this evening. Somewhere interesting.
Oh, where's that?
I warn you, it's quite a long way off. We'll need a taxi.
No, we won't. I'll bring the car to Hampstead. What time?
Shall we say 8 o'clock? Oh, did you say there was another piece of good news?
Yes, I know how to prove you're innocent.
I wish you'd tell me about that, Mr. Butler.
Oh, you made me jump.
Lucia, may I introduce Chief Superintendent Hadley?
Mrs. Renshaw and I have already met. Madam?
Good afternoon, Mr. Hadley.
You surprised me, Superintendent. I didn't realize a man in your position would descend to following suspects.
No, I'm not on duty. I was lunching here myself, as it happens. May I join you?
Please. After all, we're all working together, aren't we, to get to the truth? According to Dr. Fell, there's some kind of murder organization which operates with poison and never leaves a single clue.
Could you lower your voice a little? We don't want to attract attention.
And I think I can tell you who was the head of the whole system.
Oh, yes. So who is it?
I said was the head. The chief organizer, who was poisoned so someone else could take his place, was Richard Renshaw.
Oh, I'm sorry. So clumsy of me. But Richard, a criminal? I can't believe that.
Exactly, which is why Dr. Fell asked Mrs. Renshaw a lot of bizarre questions last night to prove that she knew nothing about it. But now you only have to find out who's taken Richard's place as the head of the murder gang, and we'll have our poisoner. What do you say, Superintendent?
We collect information, Mr. Butler. We don't distribute it. But I'll tell you this much. Renshaw kept 3 separate bank accounts in 3 different names. It seems you could become a very rich woman, Mrs. Renshaw, provided Mr. Butler can prove your innocence.
Oh, for pity's sake, you've only got to follow up the lead I've just given you.
And how do you suggest we should set about that?
There's a firm called Smith & Smith, a detective agency. One of their men was beaten up by some thugs, clearly hired by Renshaw. Find out who was involved, follow the trail back, and you'll uncover the murder club.
Oddly enough, we already tried that. But Smith & Smith, whose real name is Luke Parsons, won't talk. We couldn't get a word out of him.
Do you want to bet I can't? I've had a good deal of professional experience with villains, Superintendent.
Oh, yes. And when were you last in a rough house?
Patrick, no, be
Thanks
sensible.
for your concern, Hadley, but I'll worry about that when the time comes. More coffee, Lucia?
An hour later, Patrick climbed 2 dingy flights of stairs in a Soho back street and entered the office of Mr. Luke Parsons.
Mr. Parsons, I'd like to have a few words with you on a rather complicated...
Didn't my secretary tell you I don't see anyone without an appointment?
Yes, she did mention something of the sort. But I said I was sure you'd want to see me. My name's Renshaw.
Oh, my God.
What's the matter? Oh, you didn't mistake me for my brother, did you? He died 2 days ago, poor chap. I've been living in the States for the past few years, but as soon as I heard of his death, I took the first plane over.
Well, you do look a little bit like him. But I didn't even know he had a brother. In the States, you say? Lucky man. Now, that's a place where firms like mine have got rights. How do the police treat private investigators over here? Like dirt, that's how.
Yes. As a matter of fact, I have a little business of a strictly private nature.
Oh, my dear sir, sit down. Look, make yourself comfortable. If you just give me the facts.
Well, it's rather hard to know where to begin.
It generally is. There's a lady involved, perhaps.
In a way, yes.
Very understandable. But you know our motto, discretion guaranteed. Just look on me as a sympathetic friend, yes?
I'll try. The fact is, I run quite a flourishing business in the States.
Oh, yes. May I make so bold as to ask the nature of it?
It's the same business Dick directed over here. Except I like to think our cloak is better organised.
Excuse me, I don't want nothing to do with that.
No, I don't want to involve you in my business. But, you may remember some time ago my brother had a little problem concerning his wife.
Oh? Did he?
Dick got a couple of enterprising lads to, what should I say, get to work on one of your staff. I want to find those two lads and take them back to the States, that's all.
Sorry, don't know nothing about that, can't help you.
It would be worth your while. Would £100 help to persuade you?
I could tell you where you might find two certain people. I can't promise anything, but I need your assurance that my name would never be mentioned.
What do you take me for? There you are. Now tell me their names.
I can only give you one of the names. Henry Lord. You'll most likely find him at the pool hall in Bellman's Yard off of Dean Street. Not a word to anyone, mind.
Bellman's Yard was at the heart of Soho, the wicked square mile. Behind an iron railing and down 3 steps in a shallow area, there was a grimy window with the word billiards in enamel letters. A few men were playing pool. One looked up as Patrick entered.
Hello. Do I know you?
I don't think so. My name's Renshaw. Bob Renshaw. I believe my brother used to come here sometimes, and I was hoping I might meet a friend of his, Henry Lord.
Sorry, he's not here. But I've sort of took his place, and you're welcome to stay in case he turns up. How about a game while you wait?
I don't know much about pool. I've played snooker.
Oh, you'll soon pick it up. Here, take my cue. Getting a bit of practice.
Thank you.
Very aware that he was being watched, Patrick obeyed. He wasn't trying to play, just potting at anything on the table. Slowly, he became aware of a silence behind him. The room had emptied. Looking back, he saw he was almost alone, except for the man who had spoken to him and one other, raw-boned and with a broken nose and built like a prize-fighter. When he spoke, Patrick saw he had 2 gold teeth, which gleamed under the lights.
He ain't much good at that game, is he, Henry?
Nah, he's not much good.
I mean, he ain't no good at that game at all.
I think you must be the 2 men I was hoping to see.
He says he wants to see us, Henry. Now, why would he want to do that?
I reckon we better find out.
As he spoke, Henry drew a heavy pair of brass knuckles from his pocket, fitting them on his right hand.
I wonder what he'd do if you was to stroke him with those.
I don't expect he'd like it.
Nah, but he couldn't do nothing about it, could he?
Fear crawled through Patrick Butler. He studied the balls on the pool table, but with a throw of, say, 25 feet, they could smash a skull to pulp.
We don't want him to start calling us names, do we?
I don't think he'll be able to call us names. But what do you think he might call us, if he could still talk?
I'd call you a pair of bastards. What do you propose to do about that?
You're going to get it now, all right.
Patrick's arm whipped forward, and he threw to kill. The ball struck the man's shoulder and spun him sideways, falling back into the rack of cubes. For several seconds, Patrick fired at the thugs as fast as he could snatch up the pool balls, yellow, red, and blue missiles streaking across the room. Then he made a dive for the door and escaped. At 8 o'clock that evening, he collected Lucia, and as they drove across the river into South London, he gave her a brief outline of his adventures at the pool hall. He felt he should warn her about the kind of people they were up against.
Oh, Patrick, suppose they come after you. Next time you could be badly hurt.
Don't worry. I rang Hadley with a description of both men. He'll have them in for questioning by now, and he'll beaver away until he finds out who's running this murder club.
Do you think those thugs know who's running it? Do we even know if it really exists?
Thanks to a rat-faced man called Luke Parsons, I believe they were expecting me at the pool hall.
But why would he let 2 criminals know he's just betrayed them? He'd never do that.
No, but he might have warned the head of the murder club, whoever he is, and he might have warned the thugs.
Oh, I wish you'd never got involved in this. If anything happened to you...
Nothing's going to happen to me. Let's change the subject. Where's this special place we're going to? What's so special about it?
It's called the Chapel. Not far from the Priory, where Mrs. Taylor lived.
Ah, yes, the 3rd house. Who lives there?
Nobody. And it isn't a house. You'll see.
Oh, I recognise this. Isn't this the road?
Yes, that's the Priory, on the right. Oh, what's the matter? Why are we stopping?
Well, there's no one living in the house now, is there?
No, of course not.
I saw a light in the 1st floor window. There it is again.
But who on earth... Oh, Patrick, I'm frightened.
I'm going to find out what's going on. Stay here
No, I'm not staying in the car by myself. I'm coming with you. This is the drawing room. There's no sign of anyone. Perhaps it was a trick of the light. The headlamps reflected on the window. Something like that.
No, I saw light moving around. Probably a torch. Please, Lucia, I wish you'd go back to the car.
I wish you'd stop all this detective nonsense.
And I wish you both clear out and leave me in peace.
Doctor, what the devil are you doing here?
An apt choice of words. I came here to investigate, and my investigation has already uncovered some devilish secrets.
If I may say so, your cryptic remarks sometimes sound very much like sheer hocus-pocus. I don't suppose you're going to tell us what you've found.
Certainly I am. I searched Mrs. Taylor's dressing table and found two very interesting items. A silver cross on a chain and a pair of garters.
Now I know you're teasing us. Women don't wear garters nowadays, or so I'm told. Do they, Lucia?
Oh, I know Aunt Mildred was a little old-fashioned, but no, I don't think so.
Perhaps I should add that there was something strange about both these items. The cross was hanging upside down on its chain, and the garters were bright scarlet.
And does that bring us any closer to the murder club and the person who runs it?
Oh, yes.
Will you tell us how?
I can and will. You deserve to know the deadliness of the enemy you're fighting. Oh, by the way, Hadley told me about your escapade this afternoon. But I'm afraid the police raid on the pool hall was a fiasco.
What do you mean?
One of your adversaries, Henry Lord, is now in hospital with a fractured shoulder. But the other, George Grice, known as Goldie because of his gold teeth, got away before the squad car arrived and is still at large. Do you have a firearms license?
No.
Is where you should. Hadley can arrange that for you.
Do you really think I'd waste a bullet on a thug like that?
Oh, for pity's sake, be sensible. This afternoon, Goldie thought you were a fool. But he doesn't think so now. He won't give you a chance. He'll sneak up on you when you least expect it.
He might be looking for you now, at this very moment.
What if he is? Doctor, are you or are you not going to tell us what you know about the murder club? I take it this gang have developed some new kind of racket.
Well, it isn't new. This cloak for devilry, which you call a racket, is as old as sin. Ever since the Middle Ages, the red garter has been the badge of the witch, the worshipper of Satan.
Well, you're not suggesting Mrs. Taylor was the leader of some kind of...
She also wore an inverted cross, another mark of Satanism. No, she was not the leader, but she was very close to him. Tell me, Mrs. Renshaw, did you never suspect that your husband was the head of a witch cult?
Not until lunchtime today, when Mr. Butler started to explain. I knew he had some strange secret, but I never dreamed... witchcraft and Satan, nowadays.
Nowadays, more than ever. Because the world is in chaos, this evil flourishes. Doubly dangerous, since it attracts not only morbid sensation seekers, but also potential murderers.
Murderers?
Of course. The witch cult has always been the cloak for the wholesale poisoner. Last night at your house, I talked about an organization which distributed poison. But I couldn't think how it worked so successfully undercover. And there and then, in your drawing room, I saw a large silver candelabra. And I understood.
You pointed out that it needed dusting. The candle holders were black.
Yes, black, with wax, my friend, not with dust. Wax from black candles to celebrate a black mass. Not at this house, but in a building not far from here. A building that now belongs to you, Mrs. Renshaw.
The chapel. I knew Richard visited it sometimes. That's why I wanted to take you there, Pat. I was too scared to go on my own.
We were on our way there when we saw your light in the window.
Splendid. I've already arranged to meet Hadley at the chapel. You can give me a lift. He must be here already.
Unless someone else has a key.
Yes, well, I have a torch. I'll lead the way.
Oh, it's quite an ordinary chapel. Some of the pews are broken and it needs cleaning, but otherwise it's just ordinary.
It may appear to be ordinary, but we are looking for extraordinary evidence. You see, now imagine you're a member of the cult, a hen-picked husband who wishes his wife dead, and you come here to achieve your heart's desire. Now, you go to a city where you're unknown, let's say Bristol. You're given the address of a certain chemist who sells you a poison called aconitine. You return home, and after a suitable interval, your wife is poisoned.
With aconitine?
No. She's poisoned with arsenic. Previously, a desperate woman from Birmingham bought arsenic in Leeds, and at the next meeting, these purchases were exchanged. So when your wife dies of arsenic in London, how could anyone trace it to you? Buying aconitine in Bristol.
So that's the ingenious new device.
New? My dear sir, he was used by a Satanist cult in 1746.
But what are you looking for here?
Records, dates, names, addresses.
You think those records exist?
Richard Renshaw was running a very complex organization. He must have had enough records to fill a filing cabinet. Hadley's men searched your house, Mrs. Renshaw, and your husband's office in the city, without success. So we reached the conclusion that the paperwork must be here.
In this chapel? But there's nowhere to... Oh!
I thought I heard voices. Come down here and see for yourselves.
Just ahead of us, a section of the floor had opened up, and Hadley's head and shoulders emerged through a large trapdoor. We followed him down some wooden steps, with some difficulty on my part, and found ourselves in the crypt, a very different place of worship.
There's a strange smell.
Incense. Something else I can't quite...
Marijuana. A drug used to remove inhibitions.
No, it's something more mundane than that.
I know what it is. It's paraffin oil, isn't it?
There's probably a stove somewhere to keep the place warm.
What are those two boxes side by side, almost like telephone kiosks?
Looks very much like a confessional.
Yes, except the worshippers don't come here to confess their sins. They come to confess their desires and have them granted at a price.
Oh, we can't waste time talking. We've got to examine every inch of this place to find those confounded records.
The low roof, held up by a dozen pillars, was dimly lit by a single electric globe, which gave just enough light to reveal the heavy curtains that covered the walls. And at the far end, a statue of Satan on the altar, and a silver candelabra holding 7 black candles.
Look, it's exactly like mine.
We're going to need all the light we can get. Has anyone got a match?
Here you are.
Thanks.
Where do we start our search? How about behind those curtains? There could be a cupboard hidden away.
No, nothing but the walls. Solid concrete. But the papers have got to be here somewhere.
For my money, I'd say they're probably inside the confessional box.
Well, any luck?
No, nothing here but a hassock to kneel on, and the grill you whisper through to whoever's on the other side.
There are all these cushions on the floor. The papers could be hidden in there. Inside the cushion covers, perhaps.
Good idea. Lucky I've got a penknife.
We worked hard, but as midnight approached, our task seemed to be hopeless. We were tired, dusty, and we had found nothing at all.
It's no good. The records aren't here. They ought to be, but they aren't.
What was that?
What was what?
A shadow. I saw it in the corner of my eye. It seemed to vanish behind one of those pillars. It's gone now.
Look, there's no one else here. The candles are throwing our own shadows onto the curtains. No, I'm afraid we must admit defeat and get some fresh air.
Oh, please. I hate all this black magic. Let's go.
Did you say magic?
Yes, why?
Listen. You three go on up. Wait for me in the car. I'll join you in exactly 3 minutes.
What's wrong? Why do you want to stay down here?
Because I know where the papers are hidden. Now, it's my turn for a little hocus-pocus. I promise to put those papers in your hands in 3 minutes, all right?
Patrick told me later that it was the word magic that sparked him off. It suddenly struck him that the confessional box looked rather like the magic cabinets used by conjurers. Inside the box, he discovered the ceiling was made of plywood, and as he ran his fingers round the edge, it dropped down. But there was nothing inside. And at that moment, through the mesh of the grill, he saw the gleam of gold teeth.
You're too late, mister. I've been there already. Is this what you were looking for?
Hand them over.
Come and get them. Right!
Patrick burst out of the confessional like a jack-in-the-box, but Goldie was equally quick on his feet, and as they stood face to face, his teeth gleamed in a reminiscent smile.
You knocked me down.
I did, and I'm ready to do it again.
But you done it like an amateur. You never done much fighting, did you, mister?
No, I never bothered to learn.
Never bothered. Don't worry, I'll learn you all right.
Fine. What are you waiting for?
And with that, Patrick launched himself at Goldie, leading with a right hook that would have been murderous if it had landed. The next few minutes, he seemed to become a punch bag. As he fell, he was vaguely aware that he had knocked over the candelabra. Coloured lights exploded around him. Or were those tongues of flame licking along the edge of the curtains.
Blimey, look out!
Put your hands up, you!
Come off it, we can't stay here.
Why not?
Because we'll be burned alive, that's why. We've got to get out.
You're not leaving here till you give me those papers.
And that was when the paraffin vapour went up in a sheet of flame. Goldie tried to make a dash for the stairs, but Patrick was too quick for him.
You farming! Get your hands off me!
Give me those papers and I'll let you go.
Here, take your bleeding papers.
All right. You fought fair. Withdraw all charges. Guard!
Goldie stumbled up the stairs, and Patrick grabbed the scattered papers from the carpet as the flames crept closer. Then, choking in the thick smoke, he too made his escape. Next day, Patrick cancelled all his appointments, and when I called on him that evening, he was still bearing some signs of the punishment he'd taken.
Please, sit down, make yourself comfortable.
Thank you. And are you fairly comfortable?
Frankly, no. It even hurts me to talk.
Oh, cheer up. I'm sure nothing will ever stop you talking. Have you spoken to Mrs. Renshaw today?
No, not yet.
Yeah, but my dear chap, she'll be so worried. You were in a terrible state when she last saw you.
What do you mean by that?
Well, we've been sitting in the car waiting for you. We didn't know what was going on in the crypt. Suddenly a smoky-faced man staggered out of the chapel and ran off down the road. A few minutes later, you appeared, handed me a bundle of papers, made an elaborate apology for keeping us waiting more than 3 minutes, then collapsed in a dead faint.
I have never fainted in my life.
Well, let's say that you were momentarily indisposed. Mrs. Renshaw took one look at you and the papers, then got out of the car and walked off into the night. I haven't seen her since. Finally, I understand from Hadley that you do not wish to prefer charges against your assailant, Mrs.
Goldie, George Grice.
Yes. I just found this piece of paper stuck to the windscreen of your car. I don't know how long it had been there. All day, I imagine.
You and me haven't finished yet. G.G.
Incidentally, have you seen the evening paper?
No, why?
A private inquiry agent found strangled. Shortly after 6 o'clock last night, the body of Mr. Luke Parsons was found by a charwoman cleaning the detective agency offices. The victim, who had been first stunned by a blow to the head, was found seated at his desk, strangled with a scarlet cord looped round his neck and slowly tightened.
I see. So this is the showdown, the third and final round.
Did you do as I suggested? Get yourself a gun?
No, and I shan't.
But don't you understand you now have 2 sets of enemies? Goldie and his cronies, perhaps, and the new leader of the witch cult. Don't you see that?
I see we now have 3 murders and 1 murderer.
There are also 3 servants. One is Alice Griffin, Mrs. Taylor's housekeeper. The second is Joyce Wallace, Mrs. Taylor's companion secretary. Now, I know Alice Griffin was telling the truth, and I know Joyce Wallace did not kill Mrs. Taylor. But we all overlooked Mrs. Renshaw's servant, a girl called Kitty Owen, who was responsible for cleaning the candelabra, a conventional domestic. And as such, she was below suspicion.
Below suspicion? What do you mean by that?
In a detective story, no one is above suspicion, but certain people are assumed to be below it. Any minor role, like a servant, is merely a cardboard character, which is what misled us all. May I try to explain?
I should be extremely grateful.
The explanation took quite a while. By the time I'd finished, it was dark outside, and I suggested we should close the curtains in case of any passers-by.
This is a cul-de-sac. We don't have any passers-by. Or were you thinking of an uninvited guest?
The documents you found last night proved without any question that Renshaw was the former head of the cult and Mrs. Taylor the second in command, with a third person to assist both of them. Therefore, I think...
Forgive me, but it's getting late. If you'll excuse me.
Very well, now I shall take my leave of you.
And I shall see you out.
When he opened the front door, the little cul-de-sac seemed very dark. It was impossible to tell who might be lurking in the shadows.
I'll walk to the end with you. You'll be able to pick up a cab pretty easily.
Oh, I'm sure I shall. Oh, I found this book at Mrs. Taylor's on the history of witchcraft. It might interest you.
Thank you. I wonder if her spirit is hovering tonight.
I don't know. But I think someone else may be.
Then you'd better not hang about. Get home safely.
I shall say good night to you, sir. To a man whom, despite certain eccentricities I admire very much.
Good night, Doctor. If you're there, if you can hear me, why don't you come out of the shadows and face me?
But no one answered him. Taking a last look round, Patrick returned to his flat. As he entered his study, he realized he had been foolish to leave the front door open. When he caught the whiff of perfume, he knew he was not alone.
Good evening.
Good evening, Miss Wallace.
The last time we met, you called me Joyce.
Last time we met, you said I wouldn't see you again until you could prove the identity of the murderer.
And now I've brought you my proof. I didn't poison Mrs. Taylor. I can prove that now.
Oh, I know that, my dear. It was an accident, wasn't it? But what else have you got to tell me?
I killed Dick Renshaw. I am the head of the witch cult.
Yes, I knew that too.
Oh, yes. I'm sure you did. May I sit down?
Why don't we both sit down? That's better. Shall I tell you what happened on the night Mrs. Taylor died? You went to Hampstead to poison your lover, Dick Renshaw.
Oh? And why would I do a dreadful thing like that?
Because he'd thrown you over, as he'd thrown over so many women. And once he was dead, you would take control of the witch cult. It was highly profitable. You already had an informer in the Renshaw household, the maid, Kitty Owen, who tipped you off about everything that went on there. You knew Dick was away on business, and Lucia was out to dinner with friends. So Kitty let you in, and you poisoned his water carafe. That was your little secret, and it nearly hanged you for the wrong death.
Go on.
When you left Mrs. Taylor's house, you dared not use the back door. The Griffins lived at the back, and they might have seen you, so you went out by the front door. And when you returned, you carelessly let it slam. It was the front door the Griffins heard. You also forgot to replace the key in the back door. Am I right so far?
Oh, please don't stop. This is fascinating.
But while you were out, Mrs. Taylor had been fretting and fuming about her Epsom salts. She couldn't sleep, so she got up and went to your room, where she found the Epsom salts tin, which contained antimony. It must have been quite a shock when you returned and found her dead.
Yes, a horrible shock.
And you realized, with Mrs. Taylor out of the way and Renshaw due to die when he returned from his travels, you'd achieved your heart's desire. And then you were arrested for a murder you hadn't committed. I imagine that before they took you away, you must have telephoned your helpful friend, Kitty.
Of course. At first, she absolutely adored Dick Renshaw. But when he chucked her as well, she soon changed her mind. I told her, whatever happened, she mustn't touch the water carafe.
So she was, in effect, your accomplice. As for you, I was right when I said you were as guilty as hell.
Yes. And you attracted me like hell. I hope you knew that.
You were cleared in court for murdering Mrs. Taylor, and it seemed you couldn't possibly be responsible for Renshaw's death, since you were still in custody when it happened. But when you left the courtroom, free at last, I suppose you got in touch with Luke Parsons and Goldie.
Oh, you mean George? I found them both, of course.
And after I called on Parsons and he told me where to find Goldie, no doubt he rang you, and you killed him.
A man who betrays you in the smallest thing will betray you in everything. It had to be done, just like Goldie.
What do you mean?
I was very angry when he let you have those papers. I gave him this address. I made him stick that note on your car. Then I gave him a revolver and told him to finish you off properly this time. But he wouldn't do it.
What?
That made me furious. He kept saying things like, he said I fought fair. He said he wouldn't make no charges against me, and he kept his word. I won't do it. So, naturally, he had to die. Darling, what's wrong?
You are what is wrong. Through and through. If he were alive, I'd be proud to shake his hand, and you had him killed?
Oh, no. I shot him myself. He wouldn't use the gun, so it seemed like poetic justice.
You'll soon find out what justice is. Do you suppose I'm the only one who knows the evidence against you? Dr. Fell knows. Superintendent Hadley knows. I don't have your precious papers. Scotland Yard has those. Kitty Owen will be taken in for questioning, and you will be taken back to Holloway. And there you will hang.
I don't think so. Don't move. You see, I still have the gun. So, you knew I was a murderer. All the time.
As I believe I mentioned, I am never wrong.
My dear Patrick, now that the trial of Joyce Wallace is over, I venture to answer your letter. The girl is a fanatic, and I think the jury realized that. I believe the verdict of guilty but insane was both merciful and sensible. I do wish to congratulate you on your engagement to Lucia Renshaw. She is as charming as you are gallant, and I'm sure that you will both be very happy. You should be grateful to gallantry, my dear fellow. After all, if you had not bowed gracefully to Joyce Wallace when she fired at you, that bullet would have entered your heart instead of striking your collarbone. That you will live a long while to enliven this dull world is the hope of yours sincerely, Gideon Fell.
In Below Suspicion by John Dixon Carr, Dr. Gideon Fell was played by Donald Sinden. Chief Superintendent Hadley, John Hartley. Patrick Butler, James Fleet. Joyce Wallace, Connie Walker. Lucia Renshaw, Becky Hindley. Alice Griffin, Richenda Carey. Luke Parsons, Terence Edmund. Henry Lord, Mark Holloway. George Goldie Grice, Christopher Brennan. Other parts were played by members of the cast. Below Suspicion was dramatized for radio by Peter Ling and directed by Enid Williams.
Wow, it's hot. How long is he going to be?
I've no idea. When Uncle Marcus gets busy with that cine camera, there's no telling.
I'm afraid my brother takes his hobbies very seriously. You can't rush him.
At least we could try. Buck up, Marcus. Do you want us all to die of sunstroke?
Shan't be long now. When I say action, I want you to walk about, admire the ruins. You stand there grinning, it might as well be a still photograph.
I wish it were. Then we could get a move on. Where are we, anyway?
Well, this is Pompeii, isn't it?
I know that, fathead. I mean, which bit is this?
Oh, hang on. Let's look in the guidebook. Ah, here we are. The Street of Tombs, site 39. 3 stars. The house of Aulus Lepidus, the poisoner. Oh, sorry, did I say something I shouldn't?
No, it's all right. It's nothing.
Leave this to me. You haven't known us very long, George, but since we all met on the ship, you and Marjorie have become good friends, so it's only fair to explain. We decided to take this cruise because we all wanted to get away from England for a while. You see, we come from a small village called Silbury Cross.
Yes, Marjorie told me.
But I don't expect she told you that in Silbury Cross there's a criminal lunatic who goes around poisoning people for fun.
What?
Don't, please.
Right. Are you ready? Look as if you're enjoying yourselves. Action!
We present Donald Sinden as Dr. Gideon Fell in The Black Spectacles by John Dixon Carr.
Extracts from notes made by me, Gideon Fell, on August the 10th, 1938, concerning the mystery at Silbury Cross. I had already heard something of the matter when Chief Superintendent Hadley called to see me at Adelphi Terrace.
The chief constable, Major Crowe, has asked for assistance. Apparently the local chaps haven't reached any definite conclusion. The trouble is, the outbreak of poisoning happened 3 months ago, so the trail's pretty cold. But since the Chesney party got back from their Mediterranean cruise, things have turned nasty. Anonymous letters, messages scrawled on walls, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I know. The villagers think one of the family was responsible. Now, tell me, how many people have been poisoned?
3 children and an 18-year-old girl, all dosed with strychnine. One of the children died. As for the others, it was touch and go for a while, but they recovered.
Was there any connection with the Chesney family?
Well, Marjorie was particularly fond of the boy who died, 8-year-old Frankie Dale. His death nearly drove her into a nervous breakdown. That was the principal reason for their trip abroad.
Yes, I know that too.
Oh, really? Would you mind telling me how?
Well, a few days ago, I received a letter from Marcus Chesney, the head of the family. I know him slightly. We have a mutual friend. I believe he has rather a splendid house.
He does. It's called Bellegarde, named after a peach. He's got half an acre of glass houses and grows prize peaches for the luxury market. Marjorie Wills is his niece, the daughter of his late sister. A nice girl, I believe, though she's got a bit of a temper. He also has a brother, Dr. Joseph Chesney, but he doesn't live at Bellegarde. He has his own house and consulting rooms at the other end of the village.
Who else was in the cruise party?
An old school friend of Marcus, a retired professor named Ingram. He lives in a small cottage on the Bellegarde estate.
Well, in his letter, Marcus mentions Mr. Harding.
Ah, now, George Harding wasn't one of the Silbury Cross party. They met him on the cruise. He and Marjorie took to one another at once. It soon turned into a romance, and now they're officially engaged with Marcus's blessing.
Yes, he says as much in his letter. But since their return...
They hoped that by the time they got back, the trouble would have blown over.
But it hadn't.
Far from it. The village has made up its mind that Marjorie was responsible for the poisonings. They're all up in arms, demanding she should be arrested, although there isn't a shred of evidence.
Yes, Marcus wants me to clear her name.
And Major Crowe wants me to find the poisoner.
Which would seem to indicate a certain amount of teamwork. When do we start?
I should be able to get away early this evening.
Even so, Silbury Cross took some time to find. A thick fog reduced our progress to a steady crawl. When we finally reached the local police station, it was nearly 11:30.
Major Crowe, I must apologise for keeping you waiting, but visibility was practically nil. And in these narrow country lanes...
Well, it can't be helped. At least you're here now. Dr. Fell, I take it you're acquainted with the relevant facts about Chesney's family and friends?
Oh, yes. Although we don't have much information about the people who work at Bellegarde. The household staff, the gardeners, and so on.
They all live in the village, I believe.
That's right. They come into work every morning. Apart from Walter Emmett, that is.
Emmett?
The manager of the estate, in charge of the glass houses and the marketing. He's a decent chap. Worked at Bellegarde since he was a lad. He's not married, so he lives in case of a sudden frost or a violent storm. He likes to be on hand so he can cope with serious emergencies.
But not as serious as the emergency we have to investigate. What can you tell us about this outbreak of poisoning? Where did it begin?
In Mrs. Terry's shop. A sweet shop, newsagent, tobacconist. She's a good soul, very obliging. Of course, the tragedy upset her very much, but nobody blames her. It's not her fault if some lunatic doses chocolate creams with strychnine.
You mean someone went in and deliberately...
introduced poisoned sweets among the ones on display? Yes, I'm afraid so.
How were they displayed? In a glass case?
On top of the counter were 2 open boxes. One of chocolate caramels, the other chocolate creams. If you wanted something from one of the shelves behind the counter, Mrs. Terry would climb a pair of steps to fetch it. Now, while her back was turned, it would be easy to drop the chocolates you'd already poisoned into the open box.
And when do you think this took place?
Friday, May 27th. We can be fairly certain of that because Thursdays, being market day, are always busy, and she'd nearly sold out of chocolate creams. She had to put out a new box first thing on Friday morning, and there were no reports of any illnesses on the Thursday night.
So the poisoned sweets must have been planted sometime on the Friday. I don't suppose you have a list of the customers who visited the shop on that particular day?
We've done our homework. Sergeant Harris has the names. I warn you, it's a long list.
Any members? Dear Miles Hammond, the Murder Club is to hold a dinner at Beltring's restaurant in Soho on Friday next at 8:30 p.m. Our speaker will be Chief Superintendent Hadley. to tell us the story of an intriguing and unsolved mystery which I think might interest you. I realize you're not a member of the club. Perhaps you'd care to come along as my guest.
Dear Dr. Fell, thanks for your invitation, which I have much pleasure in accepting. As I probably told you, I shall be in town later this week interviewing applicants for a secretarial post, so it'll suit me very well. After a lifetime study of the history of crime, my late uncle has bequeathed his library to me, and I have now acquired a house full of sinister and bloodthirsty tales, so the Murder Club will be an appropriate meeting place.
We present Donald Sinden as Dr. Gideon Fell in He Who Whispers by John Dickson Carr.
Notes made by me, Gideon Fell, June the 18th, 1937, concerning a particularly cruel and horrific murder, a crime so evil and so shocking it seemed to be literally inhuman. And when Miles Hammond arrived at Beltring's restaurant, he too was in for a shock.
Made me jump. Who? I mean, what are you doing here?
I'm looking for Beltring's restaurant. Have I come to the wrong place? This looks more like a bar.
The restaurant's through there, but it's not open to the public tonight. There's a meeting going on. At least there should be.
I know. The Murder Club. That's why I'm here.
Oh, really? So am I. Perhaps we should introduce ourselves. I'm Barbara Morell. Who are you?
Miles Hammond. How do you do?
Hammond? You're not a member of the club, are you?
No, I'm a guest of Dr. Gideon Fell.
Oh, that's funny. So am I. But the weird part is, not a single member has turned up tonight. The whole club seems to have disappeared.
Disappeared?
There's no one here except you and me, and a policeman called Hadley. Frederic, the head waiter, is absolutely frantic. And now Oh, Frederic.
Oui, mademoiselle.
What's happening? Don't tell me the policeman's disappeared as well.
The chief superintendent is using the telephone. He is trying to call the president of the club, but I think he is having some difficulty.
What are you laughing at?
I was just thinking this would make a real scoop for some lucky reporter. On the night of the Murder Club meeting, all the members are found sitting quietly at home with knives in their backs.
That's not funny. You're not a journalist, are you?
No, why?
I thought not. Then you've been reading too many detective stories. As it happens, I am a journalist.
That's all I need. For years, Gideon Fell has been trying to persuade me to come and talk to this club. And for years I've said, no, I don't want to be misreported in the press. And he always tells me there are no journalists here. So tonight I finally turn up to find a journalist and no murder club. Unless perhaps you...
Sorry, I'm not a member either. My name's Hammond.
Oh, of course, the doctor told me you're Sir Charles Hammond's nephew. You and your sister have inherited a library.
That's why I'm in London. I've been interviewing possible secretaries to help me get the library sorted out. And Dr. Fell invited me. Perhaps we ought to give him a ring.
Well, I tried that. The president's out of town and the doctor isn't at home either. It seems there'll be no dinner tonight, so we may as well give up and go.
Excuse me, Superintendent, but... do we have to? I mean, Frederic says all the tables are laid and the chef's waiting in the kitchen. Couldn't you tell us about the unsolved mystery anyway? I've been looking forward to it so much. Couldn't we, please?
Well, I don't know. I mean, how about it, Frederic?
Mademoiselle, Monsieur, dinner is served.
According to Hadley, the dinner was excellent. Too good, he said, to be treated as the mere background to a mystery story. Or perhaps he was afraid the details might spoil their appetites. But at last, over coffee, he began the strange tale of the Brooke family. Although they were typically English, they lived in France, not far from Chartres. Mr. Brooke owned a tannery on the outskirts of the city, producing a high-quality leather. As Hadley explained, he met them by chance 6 years ago while he was on holiday.
Yes, I'd only been there a few days. I happened to meet Howard Brooke whilst I was changing some money at his bank, and we got into conversation. He invited me back to the chateau. It had a perfect setting. Beside the river, and there was an old tower by the water's edge with a crumbling stone staircase spiralling up to a lookout platform at the top. I shall never forget that tower as long as I live.
Why?
Hang on. I've set the stage. Let me describe the characters. Brooke was in his 50s, his wife a few years younger, and they had one son, Harry, in his 20s. Brooke wanted the boy to take over the family business when he retired, but Harry had other ideas. His dream was to go to Paris and study painting.
Dear Miles Hammond.
Howard Brooke's personal secretary, Miss Fay Seaton.
Fay Seaton? What was she like?
Very intelligent and very beautiful. Of course, Harry fell for her and asked her to marry him. At first, she refused him, but he was very determined, and presently she changed her mind. His parents weren't any too pleased about that.
Perhaps they wanted someone better for their son.
No, it wasn't that. Look, here's a photo of her. Though black and white doesn't do her justice, she had hazel eyes, a creamy complexion, and auburn hair. Now, tell me, can you see anything wrong in that face?
What do you mean, wrong?
Well, there were certain rumours. Some people believed she was dangerous. In spite of that, Harry and Fay announced their engagement. And that was when Mrs. Brooke phoned my hotel and begged me to come at once. She was afraid something terrible was about to happen. When I got there, she told me her husband was desperate to put a stop to the marriage. So desperate, he'd drawn £2,000 from the bank. He was about to have a showdown with the girl and try to buy her off.
Just because of some stupid gossip?
No, it wasn't only gossip. A family at a neighbouring farm had a 15-year-old son. And apparently he and the young woman were... Well, anyhow, Brooke had arranged to meet Fay at the top of the old tower.
Where was Harry during all this?
Mrs. Brooke said he was in his room writing letters. But when I got to the tower, Fay was in the doorway looking very pale. She was obviously upset.
Oh, why? What was wrong?
She told me Harry and his father were both up above. She'd heard them having a furious argument. Then she brushed past me and disappeared into the woods.
What did you do?
I climbed the corkscrew staircase as fast as I could and found them at the top of the tower. Brooke was wearing a raincoat. It looked as if a storm was about to break. He had a bulging briefcase propped up against the parapet beside his walking stick, and they were both talking at once, so angrily they didn't notice me at first.
That must have been an awkward moment.
When Howard saw me, he pulled himself together and said he was waiting for his secretary. They had some business to discuss and sent us both away.
Harry went with you?
Well, we had no alternative. By the time we got down the stairs, it had started to rain. We sheltered under the arch of the doorway, waiting for it to stop, and then...
Go on.
We heard a heavy thud, echoing down the stairwell. When we got to the roof, Brooke was lying face down, the back of his raincoat oozing blood from a stab wound below his left shoulder. His walking stick was in two pieces. I hadn't realized it was actually a sword stick, and there were blood stains on the blade. But the briefcase containing the £2,000 had vanished into thin air.
What did you do?
We eased him into a sitting position, and Harry gasped, "Dad, who was it? Who did this?" The old man opened his mouth and tried to speak, but he was too far gone. He died in his son's arms a few minutes later.
But who killed him? Was it Fay Seaton?
I told you. I saw her leave the tower 10 minutes earlier. Howard Brooke had been alone up there.
Are you trying to tell us the crime was committed by some supernatural creature floating through the air?
Look, it's strange you should say that. You're not the first person to suggest it. There are a lot of weird superstitions in that part of France.
But what happened next? Did the police arrest Fay Seaton?
Pardon, Superintendent. I'm sorry to interrupt, but there is a telephone call for you.
Would you excuse me? I'll tell you the rest later, as far as I can, at least. I shan't be long.
When he left them, there was a long silence. Barbara and Miles were both wrestling with the story they had heard. Eventually, Miles spoke up.
Penny for them.
Sorry?
A penny for your thoughts.
Well, to be honest, I don't know what to say.
Suppose I say it for you. It strikes me you're a lot more interested in Fay Seaton than you are in the murder club.
Perhaps. But so are you. You keep staring at that photo. You're fascinated by it, aren't you?
Well, Yes, I suppose I am in a way.
And you're wondering what it would be like to fall in love with her.
In love? Oh, for heaven's sake, we don't even know whether she's still alive.
No, that's true. Mr. Hadley never told us that. When he comes back, we must...
The chief superintendent asked me to tell you the telephone call is from Dr. Fell. He is on his way and will be arriving shortly.
Oh, well, goodbye, Mr. Hammond. It's been very nice to meet you, but I must be going now.
You can't do that. The old boy would be a bit annoyed if he turned up and found you weren't here.
Not half as annoyed as if he found I was here. Excuse me, I really can't stop.
No, wait!
But she was already out of the door. Miles asked the head waiter to make his apologies and dashed after her, down the stairs and out of the building, just in time to see her hailing a cab at the corner of Frith Street.
Hang on. Where are you going?
Home, of course. Let go of my arm.
And where's home?
Earl's Court. Now, will you please let me go?
Couldn't be better. My hotel's in Kensington. I'll drop you off on the way. Whereabouts in Earl's Court?
Redcliffe Square.
OK, driver. Redcliffe Square and then the Royal Park Hotel.
We can't both rush off like this. It's terribly rude.
Don't worry. When I get in, I'll ring up and explain.
Explain? What is there to explain?
I was hoping you'd tell me. After all, you arranged all this, didn't you?
I don't know. What do you mean?
Somehow you cancelled that dinner tonight and put all the guests off except Hadley, because you wanted to hear the story about Faye Seaton alone, right?
Right. I found out the members' names and addresses and rang them all, pretending I was Dr. Fell's secretary, and said the dinner had been postponed. Then I rang Dr. Fell as the president's secretary and told him the same thing.
But surely the doctor must have recognized your voice.
I don't even know Dr. Fell. I lied about that, too.
But why, for heaven's sake?
Oh, it's too complicated now, but... How long are you staying in town? If we could meet, tomorrow, perhaps, I could explain.
Sorry, I have to go back to the country in the morning. My sister and her fiancé are coming up to do some shopping, and I'm going back on the train with them. But I'll be in London at the weekend.
So we can meet then?
Yes. I'd like that.
After Miles dropped Miss Morell off at Earl's Court, he went on to the Royal Park Hotel. But when he asked the desk clerk for his key...
Good evening, sir. I have a message for you.
Oh, what's that?
Let me see. Here it is. A young lady telephoned earlier. She said you'd applied to an employment agency for a librarian to do some cataloguing.
I did. They promised to send someone at 4 o'clock. I waited until nearly 7, but she never turned up, so
Oh, she was very sorry. She'd been held up. She wondered if you could see her tomorrow morning instead.
Yes, I think I can manage that. Did she leave a name?
Yes, sir. The name is Seaton. Miss Faye Seaton.
The following afternoon, Miles met his sister Marion and Steve, her fiancé, in the buffet at Waterloo Station. He'd allowed plenty of time before they caught the train, because he had something to tell them.
I'm sorry, Miles. I don't understand. Who is this Miss Seaton? I've never heard of her.
Nor have I. Perhaps it would be easier if you began at the beginning, old man. Very well. 6 years ago in France, she was involved in a murder case. Local people had accused her of immoral behaviour, and then her employer was found dead in mysterious circumstances.
Really? Well, I'm sure that's very interesting, but why are you telling us?
Because I met her this morning. I've engaged her to come to Greywood with us, to catalogue the books.
You're not serious.
I really believe he is. What made you do a thing like that? I don't know. I've made up my mind to have nothing to do with her. Then she told me she had trained as a librarian. No wonder Hadley at the murder club gave me an odd look when I said I needed someone to sort out the library.
Did you say the murder club?
Yes, that's when I first met her. Superintendent Hadley was involved in the case at the time. This morning I met her and, well, now I've hired her, so she'll be travelling down with us. I thought I should tell you first. Well, thanks, but as
I suppose she spun you a heart-rending story and played on your sympathies.
Look, I'm trying to tell you Far from it. She doesn't even know I've heard about the murder. We simply talked about the job, that's all. Will somebody please listen?
That's right, darling. Try and make him see sense.
No, Miles must do whatever he thinks is right. But the thing is, I'm not coming down to Greywood this evening.
What? I thought you said...
Well, I kept trying to tell you in the taxi, but you never listened. There's a crisis at the office. I can't leave things in a mess. We'll get it sorted out tonight, and then I'll come down first thing tomorrow. Sorry, but needs must.
Oh, well. What time train?
I'll catch the 7:30. And don't you dare mess about with the kitchen boiler. I know it's little ways.
Yes, all right. But I want to hear some more about this girl. Tell me about her.
I think you'll like her, but you won't mention any of this, will you? Don't say anything that might bring up the past. She's been through a very bad time.
Oh, of course. Actually, I'm rather glad she'll be there to help me get the house straight. You know, I think I'll let her have my bedroom. The guest room needs a spring clean, and I can sleep in the garden room. Oh, I've always thought it must be lovely to wake up and walk straight out.
There you go. You ask Miles to tell us about the girl, and then you never let him get a word in edgeways.
Oh, sorry. Go on. Tell us about her.
I'll try. But anyway, you'll soon see for yourself. She's going to meet us at the platform.
I wish I'd been there when Miles introduced Fay to Marion. Two charming ladies, not dissimilar in age and upbringing, yet on a deeper level, totally different. However, they seemed to get on very well. The journey passed pleasantly enough, and by the time they reached Greywood, they'd become friends. After supper, Fay insisted on helping with the washing up, and then Miles showed her the library, with books piled from floor to ceiling.
I did warn you, didn't I? It's going to be a very long job.
I shall enjoy it. And your sister has been so kind. I feel at home here already.
Oh, yes. Marion will make sure you're comfortable.
She offered to move out of her bedroom and let me have it. But I said I wouldn't dream of it. I'd sooner be on the ground floor anyway.
Oh? Why is that?
Oh, no special reason. I just feel more comfortable. And the garden's so lovely, and the air smells so good.
Yes, you'll notice the difference, coming from London. You'll sleep like a log tonight.
I hope so.
Why? Do you find it difficult to sleep?
Sometimes.
Mind you, it can be awkward. A friend of my uncle coming down by car actually fell asleep at the wheel, ran smack into a tree. Luckily, he wasn't badly hurt, but it could have been very nasty.
Yes. That's how Harry Brooke was killed, in a car crash.
What?
You know all about me, don't you?
I suppose Marion told you. I asked her not to.
She didn't say it in so many words, but she hinted. I just wanted to tell you how grateful I am for giving me this job. I was nearly sent to the guillotine for Mr. Brooke's murder. But how did you get to hear about it?
Someone called Hadley from Scotland Yard told me.
Ah, in the end, it was Mr. Hadley who persuaded the French police that there was no evidence against me. I'll always be grateful to him. And now he's helped me again. We kept in touch. And when he heard through Dr. Fell that you were looking for someone to catalogue a library, he suggested I should apply for the job.
I see. I never realised.
Of course. But I don't want there to be any secrets between us. And I didn't kill Mr. Brooke.
I'm sure you didn't.
Harry and I were going to be married until someone started spreading nasty rumours about me. I think Mr. Brooke got some anonymous letters. He asked me to meet him privately at the tower. I didn't know he'd been to the bank and drawn out £2,000 to bribe me. Harry didn't know that either. He'd been up in his room, writing a letter. He wrote every week to Jim Morrell, an old friend from England.
Morrell? No relation to Barbara Morrell, by any chance?
Oh, I've no idea. Harry never mentioned her. Why?
It doesn't matter. Sorry I interrupted. Please, go on.
Well, I thought Harry was still in his room. But when I reached the tower, I heard him and his father up above, quarrelling.
That must have been when you met Hadley in the doorway.
Yes. I didn't want to get involved in a family row, so I went for a walk through the woods. I didn't find out what had happened until I came back to the house about an hour later, and Harry came out to meet me saying that someone had killed his father. It wasn't me. You do believe that, don't you?
Of course.
Anyway, eventually the police decided it was suicide.
Suicide?
Mr. Brooke's fingerprints were the only ones on the sword stick. You know about the sword stick?
Yes.
The police surgeon said it would have been almost impossible from the position of the wound. But there was no other evidence, so they had to let me go.
But what about the briefcase full of money? Hadley said it had disappeared.
They thought in his struggle Mr. Brooke had knocked it over the parapet into the river. It was never found. The whole business created a sensation. And then Harry was killed in the car crash, and a month later Mrs. Brooke died too. She was so heartbroken. They said she died of grief.
Do you two have any idea what time it is?
Marion, for goodness sake.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was my fault. I hadn't realised it was so late, and I want to start work early tomorrow. But before I go to bed, I've got a little something for you, Marion, to thank you for being so kind and welcoming.
Oh, heavens. You don't have to do that.
But I want to. It won't take a moment. It's in my suitcase. I'll go and get it now before I start unpacking.
Well, I must say, she's behaving like the perfect guest.
But you still don't like her, do you?
I never said that. I do like her, only...
Only what?
There's something about her. I can't explain it. I just feel you should be careful, very careful.
Listen, I have no personal interest in Faye Seaton, if that's what you're worried about. I'm interested in an unsolved mystery, that's all.
Yes, that's the part that worries me. All that nonsense about murderous demons floating through the air. I'll believe it when I see one, that's all I can say.
And suppose you did see one, what would you do?
A sinister face floating outside my window. Oh, I'd probably take a pot shot at it with my revolver. Steve insists I have some sort of protection whenever I'm alone here, so he...
Hello. What's that?
A car at this time of night? Who on earth?
It's the taxi from the village. There's someone getting out. Good Lord!
Who is it?
An old friend of mine. Dr. Gideon Fell.
I apologized twice for my arrival, since I was not only extremely late, but also uninvited. Marion Hammond offered to make up a bed for me, but I told her that I would be returning to London by the last train. The cab driver had agreed to wait until I was ready to go back to the station. I could see Marion was very tired, and she admitted she was feeling drowsy. Then she said good night and went up to bed. Naturally, Miles wanted to know the reason for my unexpected arrival. And when I explained that Hatley had telephoned me late that afternoon to tell me about the mysterious events at the murder club, he decided that we both needed a drink. Don't drown it.
How's that?
That's splendid. You're very good health. Yep, well, that's better.
Now, would you mind telling me what all this is about?
Not at all. I'm very glad to have had the opportunity to meet your sister. Charming young lady.
Yes, she is. But I don't imagine you came all this way just to compliment me on my relatives.
Not entirely, no. I admit there is another member of this household who arouses my curiosity.
You mean Faye Seaton?
I do indeed.
How did you know she was here?
Well, let's say I thought it was highly probable. You're employing her as your librarian, I presume?
Yes. What's wrong with that?
Miss Barbara Morell also telephoned me today to apologize for upsetting our arrangements last night, and to tell me Faye Seaton was in London. She even had her address. And now Faye is here, under your roof. I must see her. There's one particular question I have to put to her, and I must also warn you that...
for heaven's sake, not you two. Look, I've already talked to her about Howard Brooks' murder. She told me she didn't kill him, and I believe her.
Did she also tell you that after the inquest, a mob of local farmhands were threatening to lynch her?
What? I know there were vague rumours about her carrying on with some local...
No, the rumours were not vague. Young Pierre Freneck had been ill. In his delirium, he had a nightmare. He dreamed he saw a white face floating outside his attic window. But next morning, when his father woke the boy, he saw tooth marks on his throat, where the blood...
That's ridiculous. They actually believed that Faye was...
They believed in vampires, in the undead. Those were the accusations made in the anonymous letters sent to Howard Brooke. That was why he tried to break his son's engagement and buy her off. And that is why he died.
Are you telling me you believe that vampires exist?
I certainly believe in the existence of evil, which is why I warned you to be on your guard. Evil forces have struck once, they could strike again. So, before I leave tonight...
You're not leaving. We'll talk about this in daylight and let a little sanity into it. And tomorrow morning, when Marion hears the rest of the story...
You've already told your sister about it.
Oh, of course. In fact, I asked her what she would do if she met a supernatural horror floating in midair.
And what did she say?
She said she'd probably fire a revolver at it. Anyhow, this question you've got to put to Faye. If it's really important, I'll go and fetch her.
What?
Dear God! Marion!
When Miles switched on the light, we found Marion Hammond in her bed. In her hand was a small revolver. Her eyes were glassy and unblinking, her face chalk white. On the bedside table was a photograph of Marion with her fiancé, happy and carefree, very different from the helpless woman who lay before us. I put my hand to her wrist, hoping to feel a pulse.
Well, is she...
It's very faint, but her heart is still beating. She needs fresh air. Open the window.
Yes, I noticed that strong perfume as soon as we came in.
Now, there's an open bottle on the dressing table.
Look at this. A bullet hole through the glass. What do you think she saw outside her window?
Never mind that. Is there a local doctor?
Yes, Dr. Gilpin in the village.
It was lucky I'd kept the taxi waiting. Within 10 minutes, the doctor was at Marion's bedside, and with his help, she began to regain consciousness. In the meantime, Miles had gone in search of Fay Seaton. He found her out in the moonlight in a grey dressing gown, wandering through the garden like a ghost.
I heard a shot. What happened?
We're not sure. Marion was unconscious with the gun in her hand. I thought she was dead at first.
Yes, I know.
You know?
I'd been asleep, but the shot woke me. I heard you go upstairs, so I slipped on my dressing gown and ran up after you. The bedroom door was open, and when I looked in, I saw... Well, you know what I saw.
You're still trembling.
I should have ran upstairs. I have a weak heart. But I never stopped to think, and then when I saw her... What happened? I still don't understand.
Nor do we. She must have been frightened by someone or something outside the window and took a shot at it.
You mean a burglar trying to break in?
No, that's impossible. Look up there. The window's 15 feet from the ground. And yet she saw something, and it frightened her so much she nearly died.
Oh, this can't go on. It mustn't go on. Oh.
Good evening. Miss Seaton, I believe. I'm sorry if I startled you.
Fay, this is Dr. Fell, an old friend of mine.
Dr. Gideon Fell? You caught the 6 Ashes murderer and the poisoner at Silbury Cross?
You embarrass me, madam. Let's say I'm an old buffer with an unfortunate habit of getting mixed up in murders.
How is Marion?
Dr. Gilpin says she'll recover, but it was a near thing. I understand that you were the last person to speak to Miss Hammond before she lost consciousness.
I was?
Miles told me that you were going to give her a present of some kind.
Oh, that was nothing. Just some French perfume. I thought she might like it.
She did indeed. We found it already open on her dressing table. But during your conversation, she didn't appear to be nervous or apprehensive about anything.
No, not at all.
Hello there. I wonder where you've got to. Dr. Gilpin, may I introduce Miss Seaton? She's also staying here.
How do you do?
Please, tell me, how is Miss Hammond?
Well, I'm glad to say she's out of danger, though she needs a rest for a day or two. I'll look in again tomorrow morning to see how she's getting on.
I don't imagine anyone slept very well that night. I know I didn't. But by daylight next morning, everything seemed to be getting back to normal. Until the telephone rang.
Hello?
May I speak to Miles Hammond? My name is Barbara Morell, and...
Barbara, that's amazing. I was going to try and get in touch with you.
Where are you? Why?
It's rather complicated, but listen, if I come up to town today, could I possibly see you?
Yes, I suppose so.
There's a train at 9:50. It takes about 2 hours. Where would be a good place to meet?
I'll be at Waterloo to meet your train.
Terrific. I can't go into it all now, but... Well, there was a very nasty business here last night. Hang on, I think there's someone... Dr. Gilpin, is that you?
No, it's me. Morning.
Steve, come in. I'm on the phone, but I won't be a moment. Sorry, where was I?
You said something about last night.
Yes. Something happened in my sister's room that seems beyond belief. Look, we'll talk later.
All right. I'll see you at midday.
Yes, I'll be there. Bye.
What was all that about?
It's all right. Nothing to worry about now, though Marion was in a pretty bad way, but she's okay.
Marion? Why? What's happened?
Someone or something got into her room and scared her half to death. But the doctor says she's going to be...
Oh, my God. It was that damned librarian, I suppose.
What do you mean?
Well, when you told us about her, I had a sort of premonition. Some people stir up trouble wherever they go. Where's Marion now?
Up in her room, still asleep.
Well, I must see her.
Sorry. It's my fault entirely.
Let me introduce you. Steve Curtis, Marion's fiancé, Dr. Fell.
Yes, of course. You started all this. You and your damned murder club.
Sorry about that. I just told him about Marion. He's very upset, naturally.
No, of course.
It's my fault. I brought Face Eaton here. You heard what he said. Some people stir up trouble wherever they go.
Yes, I heard. But before you blame yourself, hadn't we better be sure that Miss Seaton is the troublemaker?
I don't understand.
And last night you asked me if I believed in vampires. Well, I might possibly accept a vampire who materialized in broad daylight and killed with a sword stick, but I could never believe in a vampire who pinched a briefcase with £2,000 in it.
Never mind all that. What about last night? Whatever it was that terrified Marion...
Yes, that was different. That was the real touch of Satan. But those two events, the murder at the tower and the frightening of your sister, are connected. I don't know how or why. I propose to question Miss Seaton, though I fear it won't do much good. The best thing will be for you to get in touch with Barbara Morell.
I am in touch with her. She rang me a few minutes ago, and I've arranged to go up to town and meet her later on.
Have you, by Jove? Well, now we're getting somewhere. Did you ask her about Jim Morell?
No, but I'm going to see her.
Good morning, Mr. Hammond. Dr. Fell.
Good morning.
Good morning. Before I go up to see the patient, I wonder if I might have a word.
Of course.
Would you say your sister was a highly strung, nervous type of person?
No, not at all.
No, I thought not. And she doesn't suffer at all from what you might call hallucinations?
Oh, good Lord, no. What gave you that idea?
Well, last night she kept muttering about someone who whispered in her ear. It distressed her very much.
Oh, whispered? But surely a whisper...
Quite. It struck me as very odd. She kept referring to it again and again. Oh, perhaps this morning she'll be able to clarify it a little. Oh, and when I've seen her, I'd like to see the other lady, Miss Seaton. Last night she looked alarmingly pale. Not as much blood colour as she should have. Anyway, we'll talk again later.
Whispers? Dr. Fell, do you know the answer to all this?
Alas, no. Except, of course, the vampire legend.
Vampires again. What have they got to do with it?
Nothing, probably, except that in folklore, the vampire whispers softly to her victims to put them in a trance. I seem to remember a story about Cagliostro.
Who?
Count Cagliostro, the 18th century wizard, prophet, alchemist. He gave a dinner party once and summoned the ghosts of 6 great men from the shadows to sit down to dine with 6 living guests. According to his biographer, at first conversation did not flow freely, which might be rather an understatement. He also attended another eerie party in London, at the Old King's Head in Soho. Oddly enough, not far from the restaurant where you met Barbara Morell. Oh, Lord. Oh, Bacchus.
What's the matter?
I think I got it. I know what frightened your sister, and it was done by design, by deliberate, brutal design. I'm going to find Miss Seaton, and this time I'm going to get the truth out of her. Mr. Curtis, we meet again.
Coming, Steve. You've seen Marion. How is she?
She's still a bit under the weather. Gilpin's with her now. By the way, Doctor, I'm sorry I lost my temper just now, but I'd had a bit of a shock.
Yes, perfectly natural. I understand. Now, if you'll excuse me, I want to have that word with Miss Seaton.
First door on the left.
I wouldn't mind a few words with her myself. What the hell were you thinking of, bringing her into this house?
Pull yourself together. Marion's going to be all right.
Well, no thanks to you. You don't give a damn about your sister, do you? All you care about is that infernal little slut you picked up out of the gutter.
For God's sake, calm down. What's wrong with you?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I don't know what came over me. I'm going for a walk. Maybe the fresh air will clear my head. By the by, what's Dr. Fell doing here, anyway? And what does he want with your precious librarian?
He's simply trying to find out what's going on.
Unfortunately, I was too late. Miss Seaton has gone.
Gone? Why? What's happened?
She left this on her pillow. It's addressed to you.
Dear Mr. Hammond, I'm afraid I have to go up to London on an urgent matter that needs my attention. Perhaps it's just as well I kept on my little room in town. And a briefcase might be useful, too. But don't worry, I shall return before nightfall.
I should have guessed. Presumably she'll be going to London by train.
I suppose so. There's the 9:50. That's the one I meant to take to meet Barbara. They must have caught the bus at the end of the lane a few minutes ago.
Ring for a taxi. You've got to be on that train. I warn you here and now, if that young woman carries out her plan, something damnable is going to happen. You must catch that train.
You'd better go up and say goodbye to Marion before you leave. I'll ring for a cab, don't worry.
Miles caught the train with 30 seconds to spare and immediately set out to find Faye Seaton. But although he went through every coach, he drew a blank. She was not on board. When he reached Waterloo, Barbara Morell was waiting for him at the barrier.
Hello. Did you have a good journey?
No, I didn't. I mean, thank you for coming to meet me, but, oh, Lord, everything's gone wrong.
What do you mean?
We thought Faye would be on the train. Dr. Fell said I had to find her. Everything depended on it, and now I don't know what to do because she wasn't on it.
But she was. I saw her just now. She came through the barrier about a half a minute before you did.
That's impossible. I searched the whole train. Hey, I thought you'd never met her. How did you recognize her?
From the photo Mr. Hadley showed us, remember?
Oh, yes, of course. Which way did she go?
I've no idea. There were so many people about her.
Hang on. Dr. Fell said you knew her address.
Yes, she lives in Camden Town, 5 Bolsover Place.
What's the quickest way to get there?
By underground.
Right. What are we waiting for?
I don't want to keep pestering you with questions, but what's so urgent about finding her?
Does the name Jim Morell mean anything to you?
Of course. He's my brother, but you can't possibly connect Jim with any of this. He's in Canada. He's been living there for years. How did you hear his name?
Faye Seaton said Harry Brooke used to write to him.
Oh, yes. Jim knew that unspeakable swine.
But I thought everyone seemed to like Harry.
Oh, yes. Good old Harry. Jolly good chap. Only I know a few things about Harry Brooke. And about Faye Seaton.
Now, look, I don't care what you say. I happen to believe in Faye Seaton. Everyone thinks I'm mad. You weren't the only person who warned me against her.
I did nothing of the sort. I wasn't trying to warn you. I was hoping you might be able to help her.
I only wish I could, but...
Faye Seaton is the most terribly wronged person I ever heard of. As for those things she was accused of, the immorality, the absurd superstitions, they were a deliberate frame-up from start to finish.
I felt that all along. But who'd want to do anything so...
Harry, of course. That charming young man was a cruel, ruthless devil determined to get his own way.
Hello, this is Camden Town, quick.
But it was too late. Absorbed in conversation, they'd missed their stop and had to travel on to Kentish Town. As they walked back, Barbara filled in the details.
You know Harry was set on becoming a painter in spite of his parents' wishes?
Yes, but what's that got to do with anything?
It had to do with everything. He was afraid if he simply left home, they'd cut him off without a penny. So he had to devise a scheme that would force them to let him go. That's when Faye arrived on the scene, and he pretended to fall in love with her.
Pretended?
At the same time, he started a whispering campaign against her. He even bribed a 15-year-old boy to scratch his own throat and tell some nightmare tale about vampires. And he sent his father anonymous letters, hinting at some terrible secrets in her past, so his parents would beg him to break off the engagement. The plan was he'd finally come to them, shedding crocodile tears, and say, "All right, if I give her up, will you send me to Paris for 2 years so I can try to forget her?"
How do you know all this?
He was so proud of his scheme, he couldn't resist writing to my brother and telling him how clever he'd been.
And you knew about it at the time?
No, that was 6 years ago, before Jim emigrated. Then one morning he was reading the paper and he said, "My God, old man Brooke's been killed." But he never told me what he knew about Harry. And a few months later he went to Canada.
So how did you find out about Harry's plan and Faye?
After Jim left, I spring-cleaned his room. And I found all Harry's letters in the waste paper basket. I shouldn't have read them, but I did. And I kept this one. I always carry it with me. Look, it's the last letter Harry sent to Jim, the day his father died. His writing's awful. Let me read you the last page.
Go on.
Here we are. "Something terrible has just happened. Someone killed Dad. He was alone at the top of the tower, but someone stabbed him. God knows how. Must get this in the post quickly. For God's sake, don't tell anyone what I've been telling you. If Faye went mad and killed the old boy, I don't want anyone to know I've been spreading gossip about her. It wouldn't look good. I never meant anything like this to happen. Yours in haste, HB.
So she isn't guilty. She isn't guilty of anything, and yet somehow or other she believes she's damned forever. I'm certain of that. What's worse, she's in danger. We must find her before it's too late.
Don't worry. Here we are. Number 5.
As they entered the house, a stale, mildewy smell broke over them like a wave. A woman on the ground floor told them where to find Fay, and they climbed the steep, uncarpeted stairs to the second-floor landing.
Who is it?
Hello, Fay?
What are you doing here? Did you follow me?
I had to. You may be in danger.
You startled me. Who's that with you?
Hello, Miss Seaton.
This is Barbara Morell, Jim Morell's sister. She's very anxious to meet you. In fact, she...
He stopped short as he saw, lying on a side table, an old briefcase, dried and cracked, still bulging, but with the flap open. And beside it was a wad of banknotes, stained with rusty brown patches.
Oh, yes. They're bloodstains. Mr. Brooks' blood got on them when he...
Fay, for God's sake.
I shouldn't be here. I'm not needed. Miles, I'll leave you and Miss Seaton.
No, please. Come in, both of you. And close the door. Thank you. And perhaps you'd switch the light on. I'll just draw the curtains. We don't want anyone across the street to spy on us.
But the briefcase, the money, I don't understand. You can't be guilty. We have proof of that. The accusations against you are trumped up by Harry Brooke.
Oh, yes. I've known that all along.
Then why didn't you say so at the time?
Oh, because... Oh, what difference does it make now?
What difference? But the damned briefcase. Is the rest of the money still there?
Of course. I only stole it. I didn't spend any of it.
I have no right to ask, but what else is inside it?
Who's there?
Superintendent Hadley, Metropolitan Police. Mr. Morell, Mr. Hammond, good afternoon. And Miss Seaton. It's been a long time.
Yes, it has.
What are you doing here?
I had a call from Dr. Fell. He told me what happened at Greywood last night and asked me to keep an eye on you.
It's all right, Fay. The doctor's concerned for your safety.
He's concerned for everyone's safety. He also asked me to put a question to you, Miss Seaton. I understand that last night, after you heard the shot, you went upstairs to Miss Hammond's room. You found Dr. Fell and Mr. Hammond already there. Then you turned and ran away. Apparently you saw something there which upset you very much.
Did I? I don't remember.
I'm afraid I find that difficult to believe. You saw something that shocked you so much you ran out of the house hardly knowing what you were doing. Why not tell us what you...
At that instant, though no one touched the switch by the door, the light went out. With heavy curtains across the windows, they were plunged into darkness. The door opened, and something rushed into the room.
What the hell?
No, don't! I'll open the curtain!
Fay, are you all right?
It's gone. The briefcase. It's gone. I must get it back.
Before Miles could stop her, she rushed past him, out of the door and down the stairs. In her headlong flight, she didn't notice the briefcase, which had been tossed aside on the landing. Miles picked it up and called after her over the balusters.
It's all right, Fay. The briefcase is here, and the money's still inside it. Nothing else except a few bits of stone.
Never mind. Miss Seaton, come back! God, come and give me a hand.
At the bottom of the stairs, Fay Seaton lay very still. Her face had a deathly pallor.
Is she all right?
I don't know yet. I seem to remember she has a weak heart.
Yes.
Call an ambulance. She shouldn't have tried to run like that. I think it's finished.
Several hours later, Miles and Barbara were still waiting for news from the hospital.
She may recover, you know.
Yes. I just wish I could understand. She knew all along that the slanders, the anonymous letters, were all the work of Harry Brooke. So why didn't she tell anyone?
Perhaps she still loved him, in spite of everything. I don't know.
Neither do I. Why is Hadley keeping us here? Why can't we go to the hospital?
Who is it?
Yeah, it's only me. Hello, Miles. And Miss Morell, I believe. Gideon Fell.
Dr. Fell? Oh, I'm so sorry about the other night, the restaurant.
Don't give it another thought. When Hadley rang and told me what had happened, I caught the next train. I've just come from the hospital.
You've seen her? How is she?
She's alive. I can't tell you much more than that. How long she lives depends upon her will to live. But I have to tell you, Faye Seaton is a doomed woman.
I know she's innocent. This is the letter Harry Brooke wrote to Jim Morell on the day his father was killed.
Thank you.
You'll see, he admits he manufactured all the malicious stories about Faye. The whole thing was a pack of lies.
And yet a crime was committed.
2 crimes have been committed, and they were both the work of the same person. The first was unpremeditated and slapdash. The second was planned and wickedly evil.
Do you mean you know who killed Howard Brooke?
Oh, yes. When he returned from the bank with the money intended for Faye, he went up to his son's room. Harry wasn't there, but he found an unfinished letter on the desk. This letter, containing a resume of Harry's scheme. You can imagine how he must have felt. Then he went to the tower to keep his appointment with Faye. I believe he wanted to apologize to her, but he never had the chance.
Go on.
When Harry heard his father had been to his bedroom, he guessed he must have read the letter. He pulled on his coat, now don't forget there was a storm threatening, and hurried to the tower. When Faye arrived, the 2 men were quarreling. She heard how Harry had used her to carry out his plan, and went away completely shattered. Then Harry lost his temper, snatched up the sword stick, stabbed his father, and then they heard Hadley entering the tower. Mr. Brooke's immediate instinct was to cover up for his son. He tore off his raincoat, which was ripped and stained with blood, and told Harry to give him his coat. Then bundled up his own coat and stuffed it into the briefcase.
So that's what made it look so bulky. I never understood how a few packets of notes filled out like that.
Oh, quite so. By the time Hadley reached the top of the tower, Mr. Brooke thought he had prevented a family scandal. He told Hadley to take his son away, but when they left, he realized that he might be dying. There was only one thing to be done. As his strength ebbed away, he exchanged the 2 coats once more and stuffed Harry's coat, which must have had bloodstains on the lining, into the briefcase, weighed it down with a few lumps of stone, and dropped it over the parapet, and then collapsed. The 2 men down below heard him fall and hurried upstairs, and he died in his son's arms, assuring him that everything would be all right. God rest his soul.
But where was Faye during all this?
As she was going past the tower, she saw the briefcase fall into the reeds beside the river, and she picked it up. When she found what was in it, the money and the stones, the blood-soaked raincoat, she understood.
I suppose she kept it in case Harry tried to pin the murder on her. His raincoat would have proved he was guilty.
And he got away with murder. His father covered up for him, and so did Faye. By God, I wish I'd met Harry Brooke. I'd like to tell him what I thought of him.
Well, that's not impossible. Would you like to meet him now?
What?
Are you there, Hadley? Would you bring the prisoner in, please? In you go, sir.
This is ridiculous. I tell you, it's all a mistake. Oh, what the devil? Steve! What's going on? Doctor, what are you playing at?
We need to make a formal identification. Because, you see, the man who calls himself Stephen Curtis is, in fact, Harry Brooke.
But, Doctor, I feel as if I'm here under false pretenses after what happened last time in this restaurant. I really don't deserve to be taken out to supper.
No, not another word. After what you've been through today, it's the least I can do.
I can't help thinking about Faye and what she's been through this weekend.
Not just this weekend. For years she's gone through her own private hell.
So, how did Harry Brooke become Steve Curtis? I suppose his death in a car crash was just another lie.
No, I think there was a car crash. Somewhere on a lonely French road, I think he found a wrecked car, and the driver, about his own age, dead. He realized it was a golden opportunity and assumed the clothes and papers and identity of the real Stephen Curtis.
Well, it must have been a nasty moment for him when you announced that you'd hired Faye Seaton to come and work for you, Miles. No wonder he had a sudden crisis at the office.
No, but I think he saw another possibility. Faye Seaton still had the evidence that proved he was a murderer. If she were disposed of, there'd be no one left to connect Stephen Curtis with Harry Brooke.
You mean he was planning to kill her?
Miles, you said something about your sister offering to give Fay her bedroom. Now, was Harry Brooke aware of that?
Oh, yes. It was only when we got to Greywood that Fay said she'd prefer to sleep downstairs.
So Harry didn't know that. When he arrived late that night, he expected to find Fay in Marian's room. He didn't turn on the light, but when he caught a whiff of perfume, a perfume that Fay had worn ever since her first visit to France, he remembered that. He planned a very skillful murder, but he got the wrong woman. It wasn't until the next morning that I began to suspect him. You were on the phone to Barber, remember?
Yes, I started to tell her what was going on.
And you said something happened in my sister's room that seems beyond belief.
And that was when Harry, walked in, pretending he'd just arrived on the early train.
And he heard what you said. When you rang off, you told him not to worry. Marian was going to be all right. I was outside, so I didn't see his face, but I heard him say, Marian. He was completely thunderstruck. I wondered why. He already knew something nasty had happened in her room. Who did he think it had happened to? Her great-aunt Agatha?
Sorry to interrupt, but I still don't know what did happen in her room. What was it that frightened her so much? What had she seen?
She didn't see anything.
She must have done. She fired a shot at it.
Oh, no, she didn't. I was mystified at first, but sometime later, when we were discussing Cagliostro, I remembered how he was initiated into a secret society at the King's Head in Soho. He was blindfolded, given a pistol, then told to put it to his temple and pull the trigger, without knowing whether it was loaded or not. When he pulled the trigger, there was a thunderous explosion. But it wasn't loaded. Someone had fired a second gun just behind him. It was a cruel hoax.
And Harry did that to Marian?
While she was asleep, he put an unloaded pistol to her head and kept whispering to her, telling her that she was about to die. She didn't know he had another one loaded with a real bullet. Slowly, he squeezed the trigger. She heard the hammer moving slowly back. And then...
Oh!
I beg your pardon. I got carried away. But just imagine, what would a shock like that do to someone with a weak heart? After that, Harry slipped out of the house and lay low till the following morning.
But, Doctor, when we rushed up to Marian's room, Fay followed us. The door was open and she looked in, and something she saw there terrified her. What was it?
Cast your mind back. On the bedside table, there was a photograph of Marian and her fiancé. That's when Fay knew Harry was still alive. And she realized that the attack had been intended not for Marian, but for her. He had returned from nowhere to take her life.
Which is why she ran away and why he decided to follow her to London.
He was so helpful, wasn't he, Miles? He rang for a taxi, he even came to see you off. And as the train began to pull out, he jumped into another compartment.
But I searched the whole train, looking for Fay.
You were looking for a woman. No doubt he kept a newspaper in front of his face. You wouldn't have given him a second glance.
But I never saw Fay, either.
I think I can explain that. If a train's really crowded, I have a quiet word with the guard. If you ask nicely, they sometimes let you travel in the guard's van.
And of course Harry didn't know Fay's address, so he followed you two, hoping you'd lead him to her. And you did. She warned him in the note she left that she still had the incriminating briefcase in her possession. And he had to get it back.
He pulled the switch in the fuse box on the landing, and he nearly got away with it. He chucked the briefcase. It was the raincoat he was after. He ran out of the house, still clutching it, slap bang into the officer I'd left outside.
I'd say Marian had a lucky escape. I hope you can explain that to her, Miles.
Oh, yes. But Fay wasn't so lucky. As you said, Mr. Hadley, she's been through hell.
And yet even now there's some quality in her that won't let her speak out to denounce the man she had once loved. She might only have a few months to live. She's sick at heart and without hope. But she...
Excuse me.
What's the matter?
I'm going to her.
Miles, don't be silly. You hardly know her. Whatever crazy plan you have in mind, it's bound to end in disaster.
I don't care. I'm going to her.
And for the second time, Miles Hammond left Beltring's restaurant, hurried down the stairs, and ran out into the night.
In He Who Whispers by John Dickson Carr, Dr. Gideon Fell was played by Donald Sinden. Chief Superintendent Hadley, John Hartley. Miles Hammond, Christopher Kellum. Barbara Morell, Gemma Saunders. Faye Seaton, Sarah Rice. Marion Hammond, Beth Chalmers. Steve Curtis, David Thorpe. Dr. Gilpin, Paul Gregory. Frederick, the head waiter, Gavin Muir. The hotel desk clerk, Tom George. He Who Whispers was dramatized for radio by Peter Ling and directed by Enid Williams.
Is it?
I'm afraid it is. Blood.
Oh.
No doubt about that.
Oh.
Easy, baby. Take it easy.
But what's happened to the girl? Where is she now? And why did someone make up the bunk with clean sheets and blankets?
I don't know why, but... Come on, Doctor. Let's lift the mattress.
Yeah, very well.
Oh, my.
Good God.
What is it?
A razor. An old-fashioned cutthroat razor.
Beautifully made. The handle's ebony with a design in chased silver. The head and shoulders of a man with a razor in his fist. A barber.
There's something round his eyes. A bandage.
A blind barber. Oh, that's horrible.
Yes. The blind barber has been at work tonight.
We present The Blind Barber, a Dr. Fell mystery by John Dickson Carr, dramatized for radio by Peter Ling, with Donald Sinden as Dr. Fell.
Extracts from notes made by me, Gideon Fell, returning from an American lecture tour on March the 4th, 1938, on board the SS Victoria. The voyage out had been uneventful, but the return journey was packed with incident, so I thought it best to cable Superintendent Hadley, asking him to meet me in Southampton at the offices of the Port Authority.
That's the last time I let you go gallivanting on your own.
Oh, come now, it's hardly my fault.
Oh, no. You should never have got involved with that young lady. What was her name again?
Peggy Glenn. And I did not get involved, you get it. Then we got into conversation, briefly, on the voyage out. She was on her way to meet her fiancé in New York, and we found we were both coming back on the same ship. It was just an amusing coincidence, nothing more.
Oh, really?
Yes, really. And by that time she'd made another friend, a man called Curtis Warren.
Miss Glenn seems to have a talent for making friends, the sociable type, is she?
Oh, yes. So is Curtis. He's coming over from Washington to take up a post in the U.S. Consular Service.
One of those diplomatic stuffed shirts.
Oh, not at all, no. He's a regular daredevil.
I wonder how long he'll hold down the job.
So do I. He only got it because his uncle is a big noise on Capitol Hill. But there was one famous name on board. I expect you've heard of Lord Sturton.
The one they call the Hermit of Jermyn Street. Has no friends, collects rare jewellery.
Yeah, that's the one, yeah. He had been in Washington to buy a particular item that was up for auction. Curtis's Uncle Waldo happened to know the old boy. He told Curtis, and Curtis told the rest of us. We managed to catch a glimpse of his lordship when he came aboard. A doddery old goat with side whiskers cursing everybody in sight, while his secretary steered him up the gangplank. And in his luggage was his latest prize, a fabulous pendant. The Emerald Elephant. I'd say it was priceless, except that it had a price, and Old Sturton paid it. But, unfortunately...
Oh, don't tell me it's been stolen.
Oh, yes, that's one thing I do know.
And you know who stole it?
Yes, I did.
What?
Well, in a way we all did. After that, things got rather confused.
I think you'd better begin at the beginning.
Yes, it began on the 4th day out. I'd been taking a stroll on deck. The wind was getting up and there were storm clouds gathering. And then I happened to meet Peggy.
Dr. Fell, I was hoping I might find you.
Splendid. We can keep each other company.
I'm trying to find Curtis. Have you seen him?
You were not since this morning. Why, is something wrong?
Oh, we arranged to meet for tea in the lounge, but he never turned up. I hope he's all right.
Perhaps his watch stopped.
But it's not like him to... Oh, here's someone.
Excuse me, Doctor. Could I have a word, sir?
Certainly. What is it?
Mr. Warren would like to see you in his cabin, sir.
What's happened? Is he all right?
Well, no serious damage, madam, but I think someone hit him. I left him sitting on the floor with a towel around his head and a bit of cinema film in his hands, swearing something handsome.
Come in.
Kurt! Oh, your poor head. Let me see.
Oh, don't touch. It's sore as hell.
I'm sure it is. You know, what's been going on?
Who did it? Who attacked you?
I don't know. That's the trouble. Mind you, I didn't even know I had the darn thing. I thought I'd got rid of it.
Look, lie down on the bunk and we'll fetch the ship's doctor.
I haven't got time for that. See this bit of film? Hold it up to the light. What do you see?
Not a great deal. He seems to be a dignified, white-haired old gentleman in a dinner jacket.
His mouth's open. Is he making a speech?
And how? That's my Uncle Waldo. It's a home movie I shot at a party for his friends, senators and such like. They were knocking back the booze and making speeches. When it got to Uncle Waldo's turn, he just let rip.
You mean he told them what he really thought?
Well, didn't he just? First the government, then he got on to world politics and gave his opinion about the top men in Germany, France, and Italy, with advice on foreign policy, telling them what they could do with their battleships. Well, don't laugh. This could start another war. And in the hands of a determined blackmailer.
You're right. It's no laughing matter. If someone deliberately stole the film.
Let me tell you what happened after the party.
I should think Uncle Waldo had a hangover.
And then some. When he got on the phone, I said I'd send him the film so he could destroy it. But, well, I wasn't at my best that morning. Somehow I got the cans of films mixed up. I sent him some cute shots of animals in the Bronx Zoo. Only I didn't discover that till today.
Discover it? How?
I had to go to the radio room. There was a cable for me. The radio operator read it out. He said it was either in code or someone had gone crazy. It said, checking film, very anxious. They look like bears. Where is real?
2 reels?
Different spelling.
Oh.
At first I couldn't make it out, but when it hit me, I ran down to check the films I'd brought with me. And I found someone in here opening up the cans.
But you didn't see who it was?
The curtain was drawn over the porthole. It was pretty dark. But I grabbed the film and hung on like grim death. That's when he bopped me over the head with a blackjack. When I came to, he'd gone. I had half the film in my hands, but what he's got is still dynamite.
You must tell the captain. Get him to search the whole ship.
No, I must get the film back without anyone finding out. I've got to find the guy that stole it. But how did he know about the film? I didn't even know about it myself.
That cablegram. The operator read it aloud. Was anyone else there who might have heard it?
Sure, there were other people around, but they couldn't possibly have understood it.
Unless someone else knew that film existed. Someone on board this ship who overheard the message and decided to take a chance.
Do you think he might come back to get the rest of the film? Oh, if he does, I'll be ready for him.
That's right. We'll tell everyone we found you lying unconscious. We can say you'd been drinking, and you fell over and hit your head.
Great. There goes my career in the diplomatic service.
I was only trying to help.
No, wait. You could say I fell over when the ship started to roll. It's getting pretty rough now. Say that I must be left alone, undisturbed. Then he might try to sneak back.
Well, suppose he does. Well, how will we catch him?
There's an empty cabin next door. We can lie low in there till we hear him. Then I'll go out and beat the living daylights out of him. How about that?
I had grave doubts about this plan, and I said as much. But my companions were determined, and in the end, I agreed to help them. At dinner time, we left Curtis in the empty cabin. We had been invited to join the captain's table, but by now there was a gale blowing. There were only 4 of us at the table. Peggy and I, Captain Whistler, and a Mr. Kyle, a Harley Street brain surgeon. Peggy apologized on Curtis's behalf and gave them her version of events.
Sorry to hear that. Knocked himself out, eh?
Oh, yes, Captain. You shouldn't keep the floors so highly polished. It's very dangerous.
I hope you're not suggesting we're responsible for the accident. Our shipping line has an excellent safety record.
Really? Well, what about the night the SS Gigantic went down?
Perhaps you could lower your voice a little. We don't want to start a panic, do we?
But in a rough sea like this, accidents could easily happen. Don't you agree, Mr. Kyle?
Yes, we seem to be in for some dirty weather.
Though they do say the skipper of the Gigantic was drunk when he hit that poor whale. I hope you're not a heavy drinker, Captain.
Steady on, my dear.
No, Miss Glenn, I'm most certainly not.
Oh, good. It's just that you seem a bit jumpy.
Jumpy?
I expect you're anxious about Lord Sturton and his emerald elephant, and I don't blame you. After all, if there were a jewel thief on board planning to steal it, as the man in charge, I suppose you'd be held responsible.
We're not discussing my problems. We were talking about Mr. Warren. Were you there when the accident happened, Dr. Fell?
No, but I saw him soon afterwards, and he did have a nasty lump on the back of his head.
I trust it didn't do any serious damage. What do you think, Mr. Kyle? You're a specialist in...
I'm a surgeon, not a physician. But from all I've heard, it sounds to me like a mild case of Legensis pullibus.
Oh, dear.
I dare say he'll soon recover.
Well, I certainly hope so. And now I must leave you. If you'll excuse me. Duty calls.
Yes, of course, Captain.
A word of advice. You shouldn't tease the captain. I don't think he appreciates it.
I did try to warn you.
And by sheer chance, you touched him on the raw. It seems there really is a criminal on board.
Really? What makes you think so?
The captain told me before you joined us he'd just received a cable. It mentioned a suspect responsible for the Stelly job in Washington and the McGee killing. The FBI believe he's traveling under an alias, and they advised him to keep an eye on possible suspects.
Because of Sturton's priceless emerald?
The captain offered to keep it in his safe, but the old boy's famously eccentric and stubborn as a mule. However, I think the captain's trying to persuade him to change his mind.
Doctor, don't you think we'd better go and tell Kurt... I mean, make sure he's all right?
Oh, yes, perhaps we should.
I don't know anything about the McGee killing, but I heard about the Stelly affair because the British Embassy was involved.
Oh? Well, tell me.
Stelly was a well-known British jeweller, first-class chap, designed necklaces for royalty. He was staying in Washington, and the British ambassador asked him to reset a necklace for his wife. He was found some hours later, propped up against a lamppost, with the back of his head smashed in, and no sign of the necklace.
So Curtis got off lightly. Just a nasty headache.
But he wasn't attacked by a jewel thief. Your blackmailer only wanted a reel of film.
Well, so we thought. But when Peggy and I rejoined Curtis in the cabin, he disagreed.
I bet this guy came across my film by accident. He was probably looking for valuables.
But you haven't got any jewellery.
For all he knew, I could have had a pair of platinum cufflinks. Wait till I get my hands on him.
Don't be silly. The man's dangerous.
I thought I heard. What? The door to your cabin. It opened, but I didn't hear it shut. What was that?
Sounds like a girl. I thought she said...
What?
I know it's crazy, but it sounded like she was calling me. Come on. There, lying in the doorway of my cabin.
Warren? Mr. Curtis Warren? Oh.
Shh. She's passed out.
Who is she?
How do I know? She looks like she could be Greek, like the profile on an old Greek coin.
Yes, it's the same method. A blow to the back of the head.
You don't mean she's...
Oh, no. It's just a slight concussion, I think.
Give me a hand, Doc. Let's get her into the empty cabin.
Right.
1, 2, 3, hop!
She's quite awake.
That's better. I've made her as comfortable as I can, but she's still bleeding a little. Kurt, you must fetch the ship's doctor.
But why was she trying to get into my cabin?
Are you quite sure you don't know her?
Certain. Except I've got a feeling I've seen her before somewhere. But I can't remember.
And that was your cabin door shut.
Damn, he's come back. There he goes.
Who is it?
Whoever he is, he's got my can of film. Come on.
He's going out! On deck!
The ship was pitching violently. Trying to give chase down that lurching, tilting passageway was like being a ball on a pin table. We followed him outside into another world. A world of darkness, gale-force winds, and crashing waves. I tried to warn the others. Be careful! Hang on to the rail! But the wind tore my words away. For a moment I was blinded by stinging spray. But then I saw the outline of a man. Curtis saw him too.
I'll get you this time!
And he launched himself at the villain. The metal tin fell from the man's grasp and skidded across the deck. Peggy caught it just before it rolled overboard. It was half open, and as she peered inside, her face changed.
I don't believe it!
The circular box was not made of tin, but of steel. Inside, on a cushion of white satin, was a green beast with ruby eyes and a golden chain. At that moment, Curtis rejoined us.
What the hell? That's not my film.
No, it's the emerald. But you got the thief.
Sure, right on the button. Lifted him clean off his feet. Oh, he's out for the count. And he won't get far. I wedged him under the lifeboat.
Let me see. Oh, dear. What a pity.
Why? Kurt's a hero. He caught the thief.
I'm afraid not. This is Captain Whistler. He must have persuaded Lord Sturton to keep the emerald in the ship safe after all. I think he's coming round.
Oh, he'll think I was stealing the elephant. He's never going to believe me.
Don't worry. Leave this to me.
What happened? Oh, I think I've broken my jaw. Oh, thieves. Murderers.
Oh, Captain, now whatever have you been doing? No, don't move. Stay where you are. Have you been drinking again?
No, I have not been drinking. Oh, my head. Oh, stop fussing over me. Where did he go?
Try not to worry. I'm sure it will all be all right.
But where's the box? Where's my elephant?
Your elephant. I knew he'd been drinking.
Then, luckily, some of the crew arrived, and we left the captain to their tender care. But another shock awaited us. When we returned to Curtis's cabin, the rest of his film had gone. And when we looked in the cabin next door, the injured gal had gone too.
But it doesn't make sense. We left her here.
She must have made a pretty swift recovery. Unless she was faking it all along.
But why would she?
Suppose she was sent as a decoy to lure us away and give the thief time to get into my cabin.
No. There was nothing fake about her injury.
But the sheets and blankets aren't even creased. Well, it's as if she never existed. Look at the pillows. There isn't a spot of blood on them.
Blood? What's that about blood?
The captain had returned, and he was highly suspicious. We told him as much as we could about the missing girl. I admit it sounded rather improbable, but when Peggy promised we'd help him find the emerald, he brightened up.
Very well. I'm a fair-minded man. I'll give you one more chance.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate that. And so will my Uncle Waldo.
But I'm warning you, you have 24 hours to find that emerald elephant and the vanishing young lady, or there'll be trouble.
At At least we didn't tell him about the missing film. Now all we got to do is find it.
And the elephant. Oh, but that won't take long.
Ah, yes. Where did you hide the jewel box?
Oh, that was easy. As soon as the captain started to come round, I posted it inside the nearest open porthole.
In someone's cabin? Wasn't that a little risky?
No. When we find the number of the cabin, we just...
You mean you don't know the number?
Don't be silly. They don't have the numbers on the outside. But it must have been either 405 or 406. Unless it was 407. Or 408.
My cabin's 407, and this is 408.
Well, then it's either 405 or 406. Tomorrow we'll check the passenger list to see who's in those cabins. And then we'll look for the missing girl. She can't have gone far.
I hope you're right.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
What do you mean?
You're wondering why someone went to so much trouble to change the sheets and blankets. You think there might have been more blood later.
You mean someone came back into the cabin and...
Let's get this bedding off. Pillows, blankets. I want to take a look at the mattress. I hope very much that I'm wrong, but... Dear God.
Oh. Is it...
I'm afraid it is. Blood. No doubt about that.
Easy, baby. Take it easy.
But what's happened to the girl? I mean, where is she now?
I don't know, but... Come on, Doctor. Let's lift the mattress.
Yes.
Oh, my.
Good God.
What is it?
A razor. An old-fashioned cutthroat razor.
Beautifully made. The handle's ebony with a design chased in silver. The head and shoulders of a man, with a razor in his fist. A barber.
There's something round his eyes. A bandage.
A blind barber. Oh, that's horrible.
Yes. The blind barber has been at work tonight.
Well, go on, you can't stop there. What happened next? What did you do?
Nothing. I mean, nothing of any importance. I managed to get hold of the passenger list, and I studied it carefully. Then I went to bed.
You discovered the traces of a terrible murder and you did nothing? Didn't you report it?
Well, what good would that have done? We had no proof, only a very shaky theory, with several gaping holes in it.
But you were taking a gigantic risk. The murderer might have got away.
In the middle of the Atlantic Ocean? He'd have had to be an exceptionally strong swimmer. There were 24 hours before the ship docked, and in that time I intended to find the blind barber and hand him over to the authorities. Only it wasn't quite as simple as that.
You amaze me.
Well, besides, once the story got out, it would have swept through the ship like wildfire, starting a panic among the passengers and putting the barber on his guard. However, I did find this passenger list rather interesting.
Let's have a look. Which of the two cabins your young lady referred to? The ones where she might have posted the jewel box through the porthole?
Yeah, 405 and 406. Yeah. As you see, 405 was occupied by two Sisters of Mercy on their way to Rome. And 406...
Mr. I.M. Kyle, the brain surgeon?
Yeah, that's right, yes. Curtis said he would speak to Mr. Kyle, very tactfully, and suggested I might make myself known to the two good ladies. Next morning, when I entered the dining saloon, I found Curtis having breakfast with Mr. Kyle.
Hi there. Come and join us.
Oh, thank you. Good morning to you. And Mr. Kyle?
Perhaps you can enlighten me, Doctor. I can't quite make out what this young man is driving at. Something about a parcel.
Well, a sort of parcel. More of a box. A metallic-type box.
Which he seems to think might have flown into my cabin during the night. He's too polite to say so, of course, but I think he suspects me of stealing it.
Oh, no, nothing of the sort. I just thought you might have overlooked it, that's all.
Overlooked a metal box crashing into my cabin? It's true I'm a sound sleeper, but I don't think I'd miss a thing like that.
So you sleep soundly. You weren't disturbed by any other noises during the night? Any nocturnal toings and froings?
Not a thing. I'm sorry I can't be more helpful, but as I've finished my breakfast...
Oh, before you go, I've been trying to remember where I've seen you before, and I think I've got it. Yesterday in the wireless room. Weren't you there, waiting in line?
I sent a cable to my registrar at the hospital, but I don't see what that has got to do with you.
Nothing at all. I'd like to get these little things cleared up. You know how it is.
I'm glad I was able to set your mind at rest. Good day, Doctor.
Good morning. That's what you call handling things tactfully, is it?
Well, he's obviously our man, isn't he? He was there when the radio operator read out Uncle Waldo's cable. He's the one who stole my film. And now he's got the darned emerald as well.
He's one of Scotland's leading medical men. He's hardly likely to moonlight as a thief and a murderer.
Oh, no? Remember Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde?
I also remember Dr. Jekyll was a character in fiction. And Kyle has an alibi.
What?
I've been to see the Sisters of Mercy. They're next door to Mr. Kyle, and they hardly stepped a wink, because the wretched man snored all night long. And Peggy couldn't have stepped the box into their cabin, because they keep the porthole shut for fear of drafts. They're in the clear, and so is Kyle.
It must be a mistake. They must have heard somebody snoring in a different cabin. I tell you, Kyle's guilty.
Beg pardon, gentlemen. Captain Whistler's compliments, and he'd like to see you in his stateroom as soon as possible.
The sooner the better. I've got a few things to say to the captain myself.
I tried to persuade him not to go at it like a bull at a gate, but the moment we walked in, he poured out the whole story. Apart from the details of Uncle Waldo's cinema debut, of course. When he'd finished, the captain told the purser to search the ship from stem to stern for any traces of the missing girl. Then he turned to us, looking very grim.
I take it you have not recovered the missing emerald.
Well, no, not yet.
Pity. When I find the ruffian who attacked me, he's going to regret it.
Yes, I'm sure he is. But I can tell you who's got the emerald right now.
Curtis, I really don't advise you to...
You know who he is? Are you sure?
Absolutely. I've just been talking to him. Mr. Kyle, the so-called brain surgeon.
Now, just one moment.
You think so too, eh? Mm-hmm. So do I.
I beg your pardon?
This cable arrived half an hour ago from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Victim auto accident picked up outside Washington, Jan 25th. In coma till yesterday, still incoherent, but claims to be passenger aboard your ship. Federal agent thinks also medical specialist on your ship. Man responsible for Skelly and McGee jobs. Very important person. Must be no mistake.
Medical specialist. What did I tell you?
There's no other medical man on board except the ship's doctor, and I've known him for years.
I knew it. I knew Kyle was the guy who bumped me over the head in my cabin.
He did what? I thought you fell and hit your head accidentally.
Oh, sure. I forgot. Yeah, it was an accident.
Mr. Warren, I gave you the benefit of the doubt last night, and now you're playing games with me again. I warn you, if this is a practical joke...
You gotta believe me. Doctor, give me the razor.
No, Doctor, please don't give him the razor.
The razor's in my cabin. I would hardly carry it about with me.
Well, let's go and get it.
Oh, thank heavens. Come in.
Excuse me, sir, but you did say I was to come back as soon as possible.
Oh, yes, the passenger list. Well...
I put all my men onto it. Everyone's accounted for. Every passenger, every member of the crew. There was nobody hurt last night.
But we're not looking for someone hurt. We're talking about a girl who's missing. A girl who's been murdered.
No, sir, we checked the entire list. There's nobody missing. They're all present and correct.
Right, that's enough. That's all I need to know. Either you two are lying or you're insane. And if I have any more trouble, I'll have you both locked up. Now get out, both of you. Get out!
With as much dignity as possible, we left the stateroom and rejoined Peggy, trying to make sense of these inexplicable events. We felt sure the girl had been quietly disposed of overboard, but we couldn't prove it. That was when I decided to cable Scotland Yard, asking for your assistance, my dear chap. I scribbled out a message, and Peggy took it up to the radio room.
There you are. London are reading it already.
Oh, thank you so much. You've been very helpful. Could I just ask one more question?
Of course you can. Fire away.
You know Mr. Warren? You had a cable for him yesterday from Washington.
I remember. I had to read it out to him.
Yes, but can you remember who else was here? He said there were other people waiting.
That's right, we were pretty busy. I think Mr. Kyle was here, and someone else, a girl.
Who was she? Did she give her name?
No, she didn't stay long. I think she wanted to send a message, because she had her hands full of papers, but she must have changed her mind, because next time I looked around, she'd gone.
I went back to try and persuade the captain we were neither mad nor mischievous. I even took the razor with me, but it seemed that he'd already changed his mind.
Yes, I dare say you're right.
So you agree that this stain upon the blade is...
Just put it away, will you? Perhaps I was a little hasty. As it happens, I've been presented with some new evidence.
Evidence?
One of the deckhands discovered something hidden inside a cupboard on the games deck, where they keep the quoits and shuffleboard and so on.
What did he discover?
A bundle of sheets, blankets, pillows, all heavily stained with blood. So I'm inclined to believe the story you told me.
What do you propose to do about it?
I think perhaps we should join forces to try to solve these problems. First of all, you must come with me to see Lord Sturton, who's threatening to sue me for the loss of that damned elephant. I want you as a witness to explain that I was the victim of a ruthless attack by an unknown assailant. And once that's sorted out, we can try to find the missing passenger who isn't missing.
I didn't care for the captain's order of priorities, but I had no wish to antagonize him any further. When we entered Lord Sturton's suite, we heard him in his secretary's room dictating a letter.
Oh, dash it. I know it's King's Benchmark, but what's the number? Oh, wait a moment. Must have it in here. Captain. This is an unexpected pleasure. Am I to understand that you found the missing emerald?
Well, not exactly. I'm sure you appreciate that these things take time. But if you'll just be patient, I've no doubt we shall recover it eventually.
In that case, I withdraw my remarks. Your arrival may be unexpected, but it is certainly not a pleasure. Now, let's be frank. You haven't found the emerald, and you've no hope of finding it. So why don't you say so?
If you'll just allow me to explain...
No, I will not. No intention of listening to any more rubbish. And that's what it is, rubbish. If that's all you have to say for yourself, you can go away and stop wasting my time.
Yes, but your lordship, you remember I said I would produce a witness who can testify that I was not to blame in any way. Isn't that right, Doctor?
No, yes, indeed. Yes, I can, certainly.
No, just one moment. I've never seen this gentleman before. How can I be expected to accept his evidence? Huh?
Allow me to introduce you. This is Dr. Gideon Fell, a renowned expert in the field of criminal investigation.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Exactly.
Neither would I. However, you claim to have been a witness to the theft of the emerald?
Certainly. And I can assure you the captain was not responsible.
Of course he's responsible. Get his signature on the receipt he gave me. And that'll be proof positive when the case comes to court.
But Dr. Fell saw the man who attacked me.
Oh. Are you prepared to identify the culprit?
Well, no. It was very dark at the time.
Yes, I thought as much. Never mind, Captain. I've enjoyed myself long enough. It's time to end this charade. Huh? I shall not be taking you to court. The joke's over.
Joke? But the emerald elephant...
He's safe and sound. Look, I have it here. There, you see?
Good heavens. Well, may I ask how it was recovered?
I neither know, nor do I care. Someone came in while I was out of the room. I found it on that table over there. Well, here's your receipt, Captain. I shall take care of my own valuables in future. Good day to you.
You're very quiet today. What's wrong?
Oh, it's just... I keep thinking about that girl.
Me too. But thinking isn't going to bring her back. No one will ever find her. Not now.
Oh, that's a horrible thing to say. Almost as if you were glad that she's gone.
Peggy,
You know who she was, don't you?
Of course not. What makes you think...
You said you'd seen her before, and I heard her calling you. She knew your name.
Look, I've had enough of this. We both know Kyle's the blind barber. I'm going to have it out with him. Right now.
Wait, I'm coming with you.
Mr. Kyle, I want to... Oh.
He's not here.
Wouldn't you know it? Just when I was going to clear this up once and for all.
Shush! Look, over there.
Over where?
The porthole's half open, and it's right above that cabin trunk. If I popped the jewel box in, it could have fallen behind the trunk.
Here, let me help you.
What did I tell you?
Better make sure. Open it up.
The emerald elephant.
Give me that. Don't worry, nobody will ever know we took it.
You think not?
Oh, Captain, I can explain.
So you were the thieves, after all. I should have known. But why did you have to steal the elephant twice?
Yeah, I finally managed to persuade the captain to let you take charge of the case, my dear chap. I told him that you would arrest the blind barber.
I'm glad you have such confidence in me, but...
Doctor, we've been sent to find you.
Now, come in, both of you. Yeah, Hadley, let me introduce Miss Glenn and Mr. Warren.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How do you do?
I've heard a lot about you.
I bet. The local cops are on board, and the inspector would like to see you now.
Ah, very well. Yeah, by the way, Kurt, you'd better have this.
My can of film.
It was found in the murderer's cabin. I think it's all there. No doubt you'll dispose of it safely.
Oh, I will. But you said the murderer. Who?
Why, the imposter who claimed to be Lord Sturton. The only person who filled all the requirements for the blind barber.
But the missing girl...
His lordship's secretary, Hilda Cooper. We saw her come on board with him.
But I never met her. How did she know my name?
She was in the radio room, waiting to send some cables for her employer, when you...
Of course! The radio operator said she had her hands full of papers.
Yes, but she was still around. You heard her taking dictation after that girl was killed.
I blame myself. We heard Sturton apparently dictating to her in the next room. But we didn't actually see her. Neither did the purser. Oh, by the way, Peggy, there's one small point that puzzles me. On the voyage out, you were wearing an engagement ring. Now you're not. Why is that?
Well, as a matter of fact, while I was in New York, I broke off the engagement.
Thank you. Come along, Hadley. Let's go.
Right, after you.
Kurt, I'm sorry if I was suspicious, but...
I'm not sorry. I'm the happiest guy on Earth.
Inspector Jennings, Superintendent Hadley.
How do you do, sir?
Inspector. And this is...
He won't give his name, sir. He says he wants to be called Nemo.
Nemo?
We've already met. Nemo, as in nobody.
You're surprised at the change of voice, huh? Yeah, well, it's a relief to drop the limey accent. Now, Doctor, I've enjoyed myself long enough. It's time to end the charade.
Yes, if you're willing to talk.
Oh, he's talkative. The past half hour, he's told me everything. I've got a notebook full.
Yeah, but you'll never prove any of it. Ever since the night they dragged Sturton out of that pile-up in Washington, I've had all the luck.
What do you mean?
Oh, don't you see? I'm a dead ringer for Sturton. I fooled everyone. Yeah, everyone except you, Doctor.
But you were the only possible suspect. For one thing, we knew somebody was impersonating a very important man. The cable said so.
It also said he was posing as a medical man.
No. The snag with cables is that there's no punctuation. Now, here's the message as we read it. Federal agent thinks also. Medical specialist on your ship. Man responsible for Skelly and McGee jobs. Now, put in a few commas, and you get another version. Federal agent thinks, also medical specialist, on your ship, man responsible for Skelly and McGee jobs. That's the specialist at the hospital where Lord Sturton was recovering. It struck me as a coincidence that Sturton was in Washington to buy the emerald, and I wondered if he might have heard rumours about a certain film made at a private party.
Yeah, well, he didn't. I heard the story from one of the waiters. And when I stepped into his lordship's shoes, I thought, well, it might be kind of fun to get hold of the movie.
With a view to blackmail?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe not. I enjoy stirring up trouble.
Which you certainly did. When part of the film was stolen, a mysterious girl appeared, trying to warn Curtis Warren. A girl who later vanished.
Yeah, I hired her as my secretary. I was crazy about her. I hope she's rotting in hell.
After you'd killed her, you remade the bed, in order to make it appear that my companions and I were lying. If she were found, she would be traced to you. You couldn't risk an investigation by the police. So I was looking for a man traveling with a female companion. A famous man who collected valuable toys, like the antique razor we found at the scene of the crime.
It wasn't a toy. I cut her throat. That was the best thing. For her. And for me.
Why? Wasn't she your accomplice?
Yes, she could have been. When she told me about the curious cablegram she overheard in the radio room, I decided to let her in on my plan. Well, I couldn't keep up the pretense with her forever. I was going to say, you're in this as deep as I am, so you'd better stick with me, kid. We'll work as a team. But the little bitch wouldn't play. She was too honest. Too honest to live.
Quite so. That was your mistake. You thought she wouldn't be able to resist the easy money. And by that time, she knew too much.
Yeah. I even told her how I'd made a copy of the emerald. I planned to show it to the customs men and offer them a small fortune in duty. And wait for them to say, sorry, your lordship, you've been had. This emerald is a fake. That would have been a big joke at my expense. And I'd scream and cuss and give them a handsome tip to keep their mouths shut. Then walk through without paying a penny. Yeah. But it all went wrong. Thanks to those goddamn interfering kids. It all went wrong.
So when the copy got lost, you had to produce the real emerald, pretending it had been mysteriously returned. And you acted out of character for the first time. You said you didn't know or care how it had been recovered. Lord Sturton would never have said that.
You think not? Yeah. Well, it's too late now. You want to arrest me anyway. Because I'm a ghost.
You're what?
You remember that medicine I took half an hour ago, Inspector, for my weak heart? Eh? It's something I keep by me for emergencies. But now my heart will never trouble me again. You're talking to a ghost. Maybe the blind barber will come back some night with his razor for a surprise visit.
Yes. I was afraid you might try that old trick. Which is why I advised Inspector Jennings to change the contents of the medicine bottle.
Why,
You're not going to die of poison, Nemo. You're going to hang.
In The Blind Barber by John Dickson Carr, Dr. Gideon Fell was played by Donald Sinden and Superintendent Hadley by John Hartley. Lord Sturton and Nemo, Patrick Allen. Captain Whistler, Clive Swift. Curtis Warren, Mark Leake. Peggy Glenn, Laura Baisley. Mr. Kyle, David Bannerman. Inspector Jennings, Christopher Wright. The ship's steward, Duncan Knowles. The radio operator, Josh Darcy. Other parts were played by members of the cast. The Blind Barber was dramatized for radio by Peter Ling and directed by Enid Williams.
Take a deep breath, Mr. Mills. There's no need to be alarmed. Inspector Hadley is just trying to get the facts absolutely clear.
All right, Doctor. Leave it to me. Mr. Mills, are you telling me this mysterious stranger just disappeared off the face of the earth?
I'm telling you what happened, Inspector. 3 of us saw him. the other two actually spoke to him. And a few minutes later, this weird-looking man vanished.
Ah.
And he's never been seen since.
So he was weird-looking, was he?
Yes, he was. You see, he was wearing a mask. A shiny pink mask. The kind children wear at parties. And a black cap pulled well down. And a long black coat with a collar turned up. He pushed his way into the study and after that, he just disappeared into thin air.
Is that all you can tell us? You must have some ideas about the man, some theory.
There's only one idea that keeps occurring to me, though I'm trying to put it out of my mind. But I can't help wondering if perhaps the murderer was like the Invisible Man in H.G. Wells' story, and that if you took away the black cap and the black coat and the false face, inside you might find nothing at all.
We present The Hollow Man, a Dr. Fell mystery by John Dickson Carr, dramatized for radio by Peter Ling, with Donald Sinden as Dr. Fell. Part 1, Into Thin Air.
Some extracts from notes made by me, Gideon Fell, on the night of Saturday, February the 9th, 1935.
Tell me something, Doctor. Do the words "the three coffins" mean anything to you?
I can't say they do. Is that where the story begins, with 3 corpses? Or rather 3 coffins empty?
That's what I'd like to know. But it's not where the story begins.
Then I suggest you follow the example of Alice in Wonderland, my dear chap. Begin at the beginning and go on till you get to the end. Then stop.
The trouble is, I'm not sure where or when the story began. It could have been a long time ago. But I know where it began for Boyd Mangan, in a little pub just around the corner from the British Museum a week ago.
And who is Boyd Mangan? Do I know it?
Not yet, but I hope you will. He's a young Canadian newspaperman working in London on the Evening Banner as a crime reporter. That's how I ran across him. Well, as I say, young Mangan was having a drink at the Warwick Tavern.
Yeah, I've been there. It's in Museum Street.
That's the one. Now, Mangan's got to know a few of the regulars, drinking cronies who meet there once or twice a week in the back room. There's old Burnaby, the artist, Professor Grimo, who's highly respected in academic circles, I understand, and his secretary, Stuart Mills. Oh, and a broken-down ex-teacher called Drayman, who's employed as Grimo's librarian. Now, Grimo seems to be the leader of the group. He sits at the head of the table with a glass of hot rum and water, holding forth on various arcane subjects like witchcraft and black magic. And on this particular evening, he got around to vampires.
Did you ever read my article?
Gentlemen, I must ask you to put your questions one at a time, if you please. Now, Mangan, you were saying?
Yes, I'd like to know how these vampire legends began.
I believe they're widespread in the Slavonic land.
Thank you, Drayman. I was about to say, the belief had a firm grip on Hungary, where it was believed that dead men could leave their coffins and float through the air like a swirl of mist, until they took human shape and attacked their prey. Is something wrong, Mills?
Well, it seems a bit silly taking it seriously. It's only superstitious nonsense, after all.
Oh, hang on. Now, there must have been a grain of truth in it. Otherwise, the tale would never have got into circulation. Surely there must be some evidence, some kind of proof.
Proof. Of a kind, perhaps. Bodies exhumed from churchyards. Strange contorted corpses with blood upon their hands and faces.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove anything.
Quite so. These were the plague years. Poor devils, half dead, were sometimes buried alive. Imagine how they fought to get out of their graves before they expired. That's how such stories arose. And that's what interests me.
And I also am very interested.
Huh?
I didn't hear
Forgive me, gentlemen, for intruding upon your conversation. But with your permission, I should like to ask the famous Professor Grimaud one question.
Well, sir?
Perhaps you do not believe a man can rise up from his coffin, that he can move around invisibly, that four walls mean nothing to him, and that he may be as dangerous as any fiend in hell.
No, sir, I do not. Do you?
Oh, yes. I have done it myself. More than that, I have a brother who can do much more than I, and he is very dangerous. I have no design upon your life, Professor, but he has. And if he should call upon you...
But that's enough. Look here, the chap's stark raving mad. Shouldn't we just...
No, let him alone. Let him have his say about his brother and his coffin.
Not one coffin. 3 coffins.
Very well. 3 coffins. As many as you like, for God's sake. And perhaps you'll tell us who you are.
Allow me. My card.
Thank you. Pierre Flay, illusionist. 2 Cagliostro Street, or care of the Academy Theatre. I thought as much. So you are a conjurer.
If you say so.
Are we about to witness one of your illusions?
Not now. When I associate with my brother, I too am in danger, and my time is short. But I have one more question for you. Very soon, someone will call upon you. Would you rather see me, or shall I send my brother?
I'll send your brother, and be damned to the pair of you.
And as Grimaud sprang to his feet and everyone leapt up, the stranger managed to slip away. Although Grimaud swore he wasn't upset, Mangan says he was as white as a sheet. But I suppose he's one of these Bloomsbury types, neurotic, always flying off the handle.
You're wrong there, my dear chap. He isn't. I've met Grimaud once or twice. He's a man of iron. So, what happened next?
Well, I gather Grimaud managed to make some sort of joke out of it, and everybody laughed and relaxed. Everyone except Stuart Mills. Mangan said he looked very shaken. And he must have been fairly shaken himself, because next day he decided to go along to the Academy Theatre to have a word with this conjurer chap.
The Academy Theatre? I don't think I know it.
No, it's a shabby music hall in the East End. He discovered that Pierre Flay shared a dressing room with an acrobat, a man from Dublin, but who calls himself the Great Pagliacci.
Well, you see, it looks good on the bills. The real name's O'Rourke. So, what can I do for you, sir?
I was hoping to speak to Mr. Flay.
Who?
Pierre Flay. I thought you shared this room.
Oh, him? I never remember them foreign names. Everybody here calls him Looney. Well, you've just missed him. He is on in the first half, you see. And as soon as he's done, he packs up and leaves. I'll be seeing him tomorrow. I can give him a message.
Well, the fact is, I was hoping to find out a little more about Mr. Flay. What do you know about him?
Not a lot, and that's no lie. Nobody knows him. He's not the sociable type. But I'll say this for him. It's a damn good act. I am surprised some West End management hasn't picked him up.
What sort of act does he do?
Oh, illusions, high-class conjuring. His speciality is vanishing tricks. But he is a cut above the general run. He works without an assistant and packs all his props in a special box he uses, the size and shape of a coffin.
A coffin?
Yes, he is quite the expert on coffins. One night, I asked him why that was, and he gave me a funny look and says, "There were 3 of us once, buried alive. Only the one escaped."
What?
Oh, that wasn't the strangest part of it. I says, "Sounds like a narrow squeak. You were lucky to escape." And he laughs and says, "I didn't. I was one of the 2 who didn't escape." Hey! Well, I mustn't stand here yapping. That's the Adagio dance is finished and I am on next.
I was one of the 2 who didn't escape. That's what he said.
Now, my guess is Pierre Flay has some kind of grudge against Grimaud. He may be out to make trouble.
Well, has there been any more trouble since they met at the Warwick Tavern?
Well, I can't prove that Flay's behind it, but according to Stuart Mills, Grimaud's secretary...
Yes, go on.
Mills says letters have been arriving for the professor every day. Grimaud just tore them up. But yesterday he phoned Mangan and said, I want you here on Saturday night. Someone's threatening to call on me.
Why didn't he get on to the police?
Mangan suggested that, but Grimaud wouldn't hear of it. So Mangan said, Flay's obviously crazy. Aren't you taking any steps to defend yourself? And the professor replied, oh, yes, I'm going to buy a painting to hang on the wall, a picture by my friend Burnaby. Which is why I came to see you. I mean, if that's his idea of defending himself...
Oh, quite so. Have you got Grimaud's address?
He lives in Russell Square. But I don't see...
Neither do I. But I take it your car is outside?
Yes.
Splendid. And now you go down and warm up the motor while I fetch my hat and cloak.
Yes, but look here...
When an alleged lunatic threatens a sane man, we may or may not be disturbed. But when a sane man begins to act like a lunatic, something must be done. It was snowing as we drove along the Strand, and I noticed a clock in the Aldwych that said 5 minutes past 10. Tell me, why does your friend Mangan take such a personal interest in the professor's welfare? For someone who's only a casual acquaintance...
I believe his personal interest is not so much the professor as the professor's daughter, Rosette.
Yeah, well, that would explain it, yes. You didn't tell me the professor is a married man.
His wife died when Rosette was born. She was brought up by his housekeeper, Madame de Mont. Here we are, Russell Square. And it stopped snowing. That didn't last long.
Long enough to whiten the pavements. Which is Grimaud's house?
That one. The blinds are down, but you can see lights in the ground floor window. It all looks very still and peaceful under the snow.
Hadley spoke too soon. Suddenly a blind was torn aside. The window opened and a figure climbed out onto the sill.
He'll fall into the area if he's not careful.
He's jumped... Oh, he's cleared the railings.
What the dickens? Hey, you! Stay right where you are! Good Lord! Mangan!
Oh, am I glad to see you. You've got to get help fast.
What in God's name are you up to?
Don't waste any time. He's locked us in.
Will somebody please tell me what is going on?
Mangan, this is Dr. Gideon Fell.
Oh, Dr. Fell. Glad to know you, sir.
Yes, but what's happened?
I don't know. There was a shot upstairs. Rosette and I both heard it, but we couldn't open the door. He'd locked us in.
Steady on. Who locked the door?
But he did. Flay, of course. He must be still up there. We've got to find him. We'll have to break the front door down.
No, just a minute. Why don't we try it first? We're in luck. After you, gentlemen. They raced inside and ran up the stairs. I followed at my own pace. My figure is built for comfort rather than speed.
His study is up here. The first floor.
Please answer me, Professor. Are you all right? Oh, Mangan, you must help me. They're both in there, but I can't get in. Who's this?
Police. Another locked door?
Hey, that's right. Rosette's still in the drawing room. She'll be going frantic. I'll be right back. Oh, excuse me, Doctor.
Don't mention it. Well, what have we here? You're the secretary, I take it.
Yes, sir, Stuart Mills. We've got to get in. Somebody's in there with the professor. I heard a gun go off, and he doesn't answer. But I could hear noises. Someone moving about.
Keep well back, please, if the fellow's armed. Right. Here goes. And once more. Second time lucky.
Not so lucky for the professor, I fear.
Oh, my God. So much blood.
Stay where you are, Mr. Mills. And if you've got a weak stomach, don't look. Come on, Doctor.
We could all swear that nothing came out of that room. Though something had tried to get out. Something that tried to drag itself across the carpet. It choked, rolled onto its side, and lay still. Apart from that, the room was empty. Dead?
Dying. See the colour? He's got a bullet through the lung. Mills, call an ambulance.
Yes, of course.
There's not much hope for him, but he may be able to tell us something before... Dr. Grimaud, can you hear me? Who did this? Was it the man Pierre Flay?
No, not him.
Then who was it? Do you know?
That's all right. Madame Dumont's looking after her, and... Is he...
Shh, I'm trying to hear.
Grimaud struggled to speak. His lips moved, but his strength was ebbing away, and it was hard to distinguish the words. Then his eyelids closed, and he said no more.
He's passed out. Did Mills call the ambulance?
Yeah, it's on its way. There's a small hospital not far from here, practically around the corner. Look, isn't there anything we can do for him?
Nothing, except get to work.
But what's happened to the other man, Flay?
Ah, yes. Pierre Flay, who didn't commit the crime. Grimaud himself told us that.
Then who did?
A good question, and I'll add another. Where's the gun that shot him?
And while we're about it, where's the knife?
Knife?
Yeah.
The poor devil has a bullet in his chest.
I'm talking about the knife which was used to attack this picture. I assume this is the painting that Grimaud bought from Burnaby.
I guess so. What's it supposed to be?
It was a huge canvas, lying on the floor as if it had been pulled down off the wall. A landscape, but no ordinary landscape. A crooked tree and a ghostly range of mountains in the distance. In the foreground were 3 graves, 3 headstones. But now there were half a dozen knife slashes in the canvas, which gave the impression that the graves had begun to heave and crack open, as if they were about to give up their dead.
Which leaves us with a criminal assault. No gun, no knife, and no criminal.
He must have done what I did. Climbed out of one of the windows.
On the first floor and closed it carefully after him?
He must also have been lighter than air. If you look down, you'll see the snow on the pavement is completely unmarked. Not a single footprint.
Ah, here's the ambulance.
15 minutes later, when Grimaud had been rushed off for an emergency operation, and Hadley and I had searched the room thoroughly, we had to admit defeat. Some of the furniture had been moved around. In front of the huge chimney-piece, a leather sofa had been pushed aside, and a chair rolled back, its feet snarled up in the hearthrug. A small coal fire had been alight in the grate, but now it was smothered under a mass of burnt, blackened papers. There was blood on the rug and on the sofa, but there was nowhere that a man could be hiding. So,
Mr. Mills, I want you to tell us again exactly what happened. Don't leave anything out, however insignificant it might appear to be.
I've tried to remember, but everything seemed to happen at once.
You say you had this room under observation all the evening?
Yes. You see, the little room across the landing is my office. I sat at my desk with the door open, so I had a clear view of this door. Nobody could have come in without my seeing them.
And who did you see?
The professor came upstairs after supper at 7:30. He told me he didn't want to be disturbed, but he expected a visitor about 9:30. He didn't tell me who, but I knew who he meant, and I kept my eye on the door just in case.
And where were the rest of the household?
Mangan and Miss Grimaud were down in the drawing room. Earlier on, Mr. Drayman, the lodger, said he was going out. Well, I didn't see him after that.
And Madame Dumont?
I saw her when she brought the professor his after-dinner coffee, and she came up later to collect the cup and saucer. She was just coming out when the front doorbell rang down below.
What time would that have been?
About 9:45. She went down to the front door, and 2 minutes later she came upstairs with a visiting card on a silver tray. She was about to knock at the professor's door when, to my surprise, I saw the stranger following her. When she turned round and found him close behind her, she was very startled.
What are you doing here, huh? I asked you to wait in the hall.
My time is short. I cannot wait.
You must wait. Stay there until I have spoken to Professor Grimaud.
I tell you, I cannot wait. You will permit me to open the door.
How dare you!
What is the meaning of this? In God's name, who are you?
Don't push me! Come back at once!
That was the last I saw of him, whoever he was. He forced his way into the room, the door shut. I know it sounds impossible, but I swear...
Take a deep breath, Mr. Mills. There's no need to be
All
alarmed.
right, Doctor, leave it to me. Mr. Mills, are you telling me this mysterious stranger just disappeared off the face of the earth?
I'm telling you what happened, Inspector. 3 of us saw him. The other 2 actually spoke to him. And a few minutes later, this weird-looking man vanished.
Ah!
And he's never been seen since.
So he was weird-looking, was he?
Yes, he was. You see, he was wearing a mask, a shiny pink mask, the kind children wear at parties, and a black cap pulled well down, and a long black coat with the collar turned up.
Oh, yeah.
He pushed his way into the study, and after that, just disappeared into thin air.
Well, is that all you can tell us? You must have some ideas about the man, some theory.
Well, there's only one idea that keeps occurring to me, though I'm trying to put it out of my mind. But I can't help wondering if perhaps the murderer was like the Invisible Man in H.G. Wells's story. And if you took away the black cap and the black coat and the false face, inside you might find nothing at all. I don't expect anyone to believe me, but...
I believe you. I saw everything.
Ah, you are Madame Dumont?
I am Ernestine Dumont, and I have come to help you find the man who shot Charles Grimaud. I wanted to go with him in the ambulance, but they would not let me. They said the police would wish to speak with me. Well, here I am.
Please, sit down, Madame. I'd like to hear your statement in a moment when we finish with Mr. Mills. Perhaps you can corroborate what he has to say.
Very well.
So, Mr. Mills, you saw the stranger slip in through that door.
The professor made a move to stop him, but the stranger was too quick for him. And as the door closed, I saw... Well, I had the impression that Madame Dumont closed the door after him.
What? You idiot! You think I would assist that man to come into this room, huh? Alone with Charles? He pushed the door shut behind him and turned the key in the lock.
Well, Mr. Mills, is that correct?
I don't know. I'm only telling you what I thought I saw. Perhaps I was mistaken.
I assure you, you are very much mistaken. But on one point I agree. That devil was wearing a false face. You may continue.
Thank you. Madame was very agitated and began to call the professor by his first name and rattle the door. And I heard him call out, go away, I can handle this. Well, something like that, anyway.
And you, Madame, did you do as he told you?
I have obeyed Charles Grimaud for over 20 years. I never knew a situation which he could not handle.
I see. Well, Mr. Mills, Madame went downstairs and you stayed in your room watching the door.
Until I heard the shot, 5 or 10 minutes later.
And during that time you heard nothing else?
Well, the door's very thick. At one point I thought I heard voices and something else which I can only describe as a kind of bumping around. I don't know what it was.
Thank you. I'll have some other questions later. In the meantime, would you mind asking Mr. Mangan to come up here? Oh, and Miss Grimaud, if she feels up to answering questions.
Certainly. Thank you, Inspector.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. Now, Madame, perhaps you'll give us your version of these events.
Yes, I will do my best. Does your colleague have to wander about the room like that? I find it extremely irritating.
Oh, I do beg your pardon. I was studying the books, the decor, the coat of arms above the fireplace.
But what are you doing here, huh? You don't look like a policeman to me.
Let me introduce you. Madame Dumont, Dr. Gideon Fell, who sometimes assists me in my inquiries.
You a great pleasure, Madame.
Indeed. And how much longer am I to be kept waiting in this icy room? The fire's gone out. May I relight it before we all catch our death of cold?
I see no reason.
I wouldn't advise that. Not until we find out what those papers are, which someone has burnt in the grate. It must have been quite a bonfire.
Oh, why are men so stupid? You do nothing but talk. You know very well who did this terrible thing. It was Pierre Flay. You know that. Why don't you go after him?
Because Pierre Flay didn't do it. The professor told us that himself.
What?
Just before he collapsed. Now tell me, do you know Pierre Flay?
No, I never saw him until tonight. But I know what Charles told me. He is a maniac. And he has a brother who is even worse. Charles said one of them would come tonight, and when I came upstairs at 10:15, the doorbell rang. I went down to answer it, and the man was standing outside. He gave me his visiting card and said, "Please take this to the professor and ask if he will see me."
What about the mask he was wearing? Didn't that strike you as odd?
There was a street lamp behind him. His face was in shadow. I didn't see it until he followed me upstairs. Much later, I found I still had the card in my hand, but when I looked at it, there was nothing on it. The card was blank. And now, please, will you let me go to the hospital to see Charles?
One moment, madame. I must ask, how long have you been the professor's housekeeper? Let me rephrase that. How long have you known him?
For more than 25 years. And for a time, I was more than his housekeeper. I tell you this so you will not make any trouble. Not for myself, but for Rosette. Rosette Grimaud is my daughter. She was born here. There had to be a record. But she does not know of it. Nobody knows. I trust you to keep silent.
We shall say nothing, madame. Where did you first meet Grimaud?
In Paris.
You are Parisian?
No. I was born in the provinces, but I was working in the city when we met as a costumier.
And Grimaud, where is he from?
The south of France. His family are all dead. We are all the family he has.
I understand, yes. Has he ever spoken to you about the 7 Towers? Madame, are you feeling unwell?
I'm perfectly well. But I don't know what you are talking about. I never heard of 7 Towers.
I only wondered. Because of this painting. The mountains in the background, they look rather like castle walls, don't they? A castle with 7 towers. Do you know why the professor bought this picture?
I know nothing about it. Charles would not tell me why he bought it. Why don't you ask Burnaby? He painted it. He ought to know. But the painting means nothing. It looks like the picture of a country that does not exist.
Yeah, I fear you may be right. And if 3 people were buried in a country that does not exist, it might be difficult to find them.
I won't stay and listen to any more of this nonsense. Are you all crazy, huh? If someone tried to kill Charles, what would they do? He would not put on a mask like children on bonfire night. He would not hand in a blank visiting card, go upstairs, vanish through the window. You sit here talking nonsense while my poor Charles is at death's door. Rosette, what is it? What's happened?
I've been to the hospital. You must get there as fast as you can, Aunt Ernestine. They say it won't be long now.
As soon as the 2 women had gone, Hadley made some phone calls. He sent a policeman to Cagliostro Street to pick up Pierre Flay. He called in forensic experts and photographers to go over Grimaud's room, looking for footprints, fingerprints, clues of any kind. And he had all the charred papers in the grate taken away to be examined. Then he remembered something I'd said.
I think it's time to compare notes, Doctor. Now tell me about those 7 towers and the country that never existed.
Now, let's leave that for a moment. Now, where's your friend Mangan?
I think he was talking to Mills just now.
Splendid. Let's have him in. I think he may be able to help us.
Well, if you say so. Mangan, a word with you, please. Though how he's going to help us.
Mangan was in here when the professor passed out. I want to ask him if...
Yes, what is it?
Come in. And shut the door.
Sure. What can I do for you?
This may be nothing, or it may be the most important clue of all. I'm talking about those faint mutterings we heard from Grimaud just before he lost consciousness. The inspector asked if Flay had shot him, and he said no.
Right. So I asked him who did it.
Exactly. And what did he say? I want you both to tell me exactly what you thought you heard.
Well, the first word sounded to me like Harbour, and then something about a bath. Then he said something that sounded like not suicide. And something about got gun.
You heard some of it, but not in the right order.
Oh?
After the word bath, I heard him say salt and wine. I heard got gun, and last of all, don't blame poor...
Don't blame poor who?
I don't know. That's when he passed out.
Hover, bath, salt, wine, not suicide, got gun, don't blame poor... Let's try to work out what happened in here after the shot was fired. There are signs of a struggle, bloodstains on the sofa and the rug. The fireplace seems to be the center of activity.
Maybe the stranger escaped through the chimney.
No, I looked up. It starts off wide enough, then the flue becomes so narrow you could barely get your fist through. But think about those charred papers and the behavior of Madame Dumont. From the moment she walked in, she kept looking at that grate. When I went to investigate, she became almost hysterical. She even asked us to light the fire. She wanted to make sure that those papers were completely destroyed.
So she knew what was going on.
After he was shot, Grimaud went to desperate lengths to destroy evidence of some sort. She knew that. It was a secret they shared.
Yeah, what kind of secret?
I can only tell you part of it. For a start, neither Grimaud nor Dumont is French.
What?
They are Hungarian. I recognized the coat of arms on the chimney breast, and I found several books in Hungarian on the shelves. Some with Grimaud's real name on the flyleaf. Karoli, the Hungarian version of Charles, Karoli Grimaud Horvath.
Oh.
He tried to tell us his name. Hoverbath. I think he came from Transylvania, a part of Hungary, later annexed by Russia.
So it's a kingdom that no longer exists.
10 out of 10. And I'll tell you something else. Sometime around the turn of the century, Karoli Horvath and his brothers were sent to prison.
He has brothers?
Oh, yes. 2 brothers. One calling himself Pierre Flay, and another whom we haven't seen. They were sent to the salt mines at Sieben-Türme, the 7 Towers. Not salt wine, but salt mines. But that's not the secret he's been trying to cover up. I believe he committed some crime involving coffins and people being buried alive.
3 of them buried alive, only 1 escaped.
I've already got a man out looking for Flay. But what about the 3rd brother, the Invisible Man? Where is he now?
Like his brothers, he may have taken a French name. We already have Charles and Pierre. For argument's sake, let's call him Brother Henri.
And what can you tell us about Brother Henri?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Come in.
I believe you wanted to see me, Inspector.
Ah, Miss Grimaud, yes, if you're sure you feel well enough to answer questions.
Quite well, thank you. But I have a question to ask you, gentlemen. Is it true, this story I hear about a man attacking my father and disappearing into thin air?
Not quite. I've no doubt it was a perfectly simple trick, and we shall soon find out how it was done. I hope you may be able to help us.
If I can, I will. What do you want to know?
I understand you and Mr. Mangan were downstairs when the visitor arrived. Did you see or hear him at all?
We didn't see him, but we heard the bell, and presently Aunt Ernestine said something like, "Wait here." Then he called to us. "It's only me, going up to see the governor." Mr. Drayman's the only person who calls Father governor. But he sounded rather hoarse, as if he had a cold.
But Drayman lives here. Why would he ring the bell?
He could have gone out without his key.
Mangan, why in heaven's name didn't you say...
Well, afterwards we realized it couldn't have been Drayman, so we kept quiet about it. Well, we didn't want to put the old boy through the 3rd degree. He wouldn't hurt a fly. He's the kindest man alive. He throws parties for the local children on bonfire night.
However, Hadley decided it was high time we made some inquiries about the elusive Mr. Drayman. He asked Rosette and Mangan to wait downstairs, then called in Stuart Mills.
Mr. Mills, you told us Mr. Drayman had gone out.
Yes, he said he was going to a concert at the Albert Hall.
It must have been a long concert. It's getting on for midnight.
Never mind that. What can you tell us about him? How long have you known him?
Well, ever since I came to work here. He's lived in the basement for years. He's employed as a librarian, though he has very poor eyesight. Reading for any length of time gives him a bad headache.
So it was really a sinecure? Do you suppose Drayman has some sort of claim on Professor Grimaud?
Once, in an expansive mood, the professor told me Drayman had saved his life.
Ah.
And I understand he entertains the local children on bonfire night.
He had 2 children of his own who were killed in a tragic accident ages ago, and his wife died soon after of a broken heart. He likes to do something for the neighbouring children. He saves up all the year round.
Excuse me, sir. Could you spare a minute?
Very well. Mr. Mills, perhaps you can go and see if Drayman has returned. I'd like a word with him.
Yes, Inspector, of course.
Thank you. Well, Sergeant, what is it?
A couple of things, sir. Report from Cagliostro Street. The constable was unable to raise anyone at number 2. Mr. Flay appears to be out.
Really? And what's that you've got there?
A package and a letter from the surgeon at the hospital, sir.
Thank you. For Inspector Hadley. Charles Grimaud died at 11:30 p.m. I'm sending you the bullet I extracted at .38. He was barely conscious by the end and said certain things which can be attested by the nurses who were present. His exact words were, "It was my brother who did it. I never thought he would shoot. God knows how he got out of that room. One second he was there and the next he wasn't. I want to tell you who my brother is. He died before he could say any more. If there is anything further I can do, please let me know, etc., etc."
When Mills returned, he said Drayman had been downstairs all the time, fast asleep. So we went to his room at once.
Mr. Drayman, I'm Inspector Hadley, and this is Dr. Gideon Fell.
How do you do? Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm afraid I'm not quite awake.
We were told you'd gone to a concert.
I meant to, but then I had a very bad headache, so I took a sleeping pill and lay down. The next thing I knew was Mills waking me up and telling me about the professor. Is he...
Professor Grimaud is dead.
God rest his soul. Charles Grimaud was a very good friend to me. I wish there was something I could do.
There is. Tell us, where and when did you first meet?
Oh, it must have been about 1905, in Paris. I was at the university.
Earlier than that,
there.
I think. You helped him escape from the Siventura prison in Carpathia, didn't you?
How did you know?
Tell us the truth about Karoli Orvas and his brothers. We believe one of them killed him.
Oh, no, that's impossible. He and his brothers were imprisoned for some political offence, but the other 2 died there of bubonic plague.
You must tell us everything you know.
One day, in 1901, I was travelling through Carpathia on horseback. The wind was howling, and then I came upon 3 graves, newly dug.
Very like the scene in Burnaby's painting. Mountains and 3 headstones.
I never told Burnaby any of this. There were no headstones on those graves, just 3 crosses made of sticks, and the wind blowing. Suddenly, my horse saw the graves and reared up in terror. And I saw it too. One of those mounds of earth was heaving, slithering. Suddenly I heard something breaking open. A dark, mud-coloured thing fumbling into the light. The groping fingers of a hand. A man trying to struggle free. So I went to help him.
Dear God.
He told me not to be alarmed. He swore he was not dying of the plague. He was a political prisoner making his escape. His brothers had died in their cell, and Charles then persuaded the prison doctor to pretend he'd died with them. They were all buried in shallow graves. But the doctor smuggled a pair of wire cutters into his coffin. As long as he kept his nerve and didn't use up too much air, he could force open the lid and push his way up through the loose earth.
But even so, how could he possibly...
He had some money hidden away in his village. There were no passports in those days. We travelled to Paris, where there was a girl...
I think we know who she was.
Yes, we don't want to rake up old scandals. The professor made me swear never to tell this story. But now, I suppose it doesn't matter.
When I got to bed that night, I lay awake, thinking. If Grimaud's brothers had died in prison, his last words made no sense at all. At breakfast time, Hadley arrived with the morning paper and threw it down in front of me.
Have you seen this? So much for Pierre Flay.
Magician murdered by magic. Riddle of Cagliostro Street. The second bullet is for you. What is all this?
I let the papers make a splash so we could appeal for information. I'll read it while you eat your toast, though I warn you, it may spoil your appetite. Pierre Flay, a French conjurer, was found shot at 10 o'clock last night in mysterious circumstances.
10 o'clock?
Yes, about 5 minutes after Grimaud was shot, while we were all at Russell Square.
What else does it say?
Cagliostro Street is a cul-de-sac with a few shops on the corner and a terrace of houses along each side. 2 visitors to London were returning to their boarding house when they heard someone following them, and glanced back to see a third man, later identified as Flay, a short distance behind them. At the same time, Police Constable Wilson, on patrol, crossed the entrance to Cagliostro Street and looked in. They all heard a cry of alarm. Then someone uttered the words, "The second bullet is for you," followed by a mocking laugh and a pistol shot. As they turned round, Flay stopped, screamed, and pitched forward onto his face. There was no one else in the street. This was confirmed by Constable Wilson, who found the victim with a bullet wound under his shoulder blade. The weapon, a .38 Colt revolver, had been thrown down some 10 feet off. The singed condition of Flay's overcoat showed the weapon could only have been fired from a few inches away, but the wound in the back was in such a position, suicide was impossible. Well, what do you think?
I don't think I shall finish my breakfast. Charles is dead. Pierre is dead.
Yes. I think we need to find Brother Henri.
In Part 1 of The Hollow Man, by John Dickson Carr, Dr. Gideon Fell was played by Donald Sinden, and Detective Inspector Hadley by John Hartley. Professor Grimaud, Nigel Davenport, Boyd Mangan, Chris Pavlo, Stuart Mills, Johan Meredith, Ernestine Dumont, Gilly Mears. Rosette Grimaud, Amanda Gordon, Henry Drayman, Hugh Dixon, Michael O'Rourke, Steve Hodson, Pierre Flay, Sean Baker, Sergeant Betts, Robert Harper. The Hollow Man was dramatized for radio by Peter Ling and directed by Enid Williams.
Notes made by me, Gideon Fell, concerning the murder of Professor Grimaud, a Hungarian expatriate living in London. On Saturday night, February the 9th, 1935, Grimaud was shot by an unknown visitor wearing a paper mask in his own study behind a locked door. When Inspector Hadley forced the door open, he found Grimaud in a pool of blood, but the visitor had vanished into thin air. 35 years earlier, Grimaud and his 2 brothers had been imprisoned in Hungary. Grimaud was bedded alive in a shallow grave, from which he managed to escape. But it was thought that his brothers, buried in similar graves, were already dead. Now it seemed that one brother had returned under the name of Pierre Flay. He was a music hall conjurer, and by means of a stage illusion, or perhaps black magic, he had killed Charles Grimaud. Next morning, Hadley interrupted my breakfast to bring me the Sunday papers. Magician murdered by magic. Riddle of Cagliostro Street. What is all this?
I'll read it while you eat your toast. Pierre Flay was found shot at 10 o'clock last night in mysterious circumstances.
10 o'clock? But that's...
Yes, about 5 minutes after Grimaud was shot, while we were all at Russell Square.
What else does it say?
Cagliostro Street is a cul-de-sac with a few shops on the corner and a terrace of houses along each side. 2 visitors to London were returning to their boarding house when they heard someone following them and glanced back to see a third man, later identified as Flay, a short distance behind them. At the same time, Police Constable Wilson, on patrol, crossed the entrance to Cagliostro Street and looked in. They all heard a cry of alarm, then someone uttered the words, "The second bullet is for you," followed by a mocking laugh and a pistol shot. As they turned round, Flay stopped, screamed, and pitched forward onto his face. There was no one else in the street.
We present The Hollow Man, a Dr. Fell mystery by John Dickson Carr, dramatized for radio by Peter Ligg, with Donald Sinden as Dr. Fell. Part 2, The Second Bullet.
Please, go on. Constable Wilson found the victim with a bullet wound under his shoulder blade. The weapon, a .38 Colt revolver, had been thrown down some 10 feet off. The singed condition of Flay's overcoat showed the weapon could only have been fired from a few inches away, but the wound in the back was in such a position suicide was impossible. Well, what do you think?
I don't think I shall finish my breakfast. Charles is dead. Pierre is dead. Leaving only the third brother. Shall we call him Henri?
Yes, I think we need to find Brother Henri.
Who, by all accounts, is also dead. What about footprints in the snow?
There were none, except those of the dead man and the 3 witnesses, of course.
And their testimony is reliable?
Well, the 2 chaps come from Birmingham. It's their first visit to London, and we've no reason to doubt them. And I trust Constable Wilson. As to the weapon, Flay was shot with a Colt .38, just like Grimaud. Brother Henri took no chances. After he'd shot Grimaud at about 5 minutes to 10, he guessed we'd go looking for Flay, so he made sure he got to him before we did. But we do know one thing. Henri can't be one of Grimaud's cronies in disguise. When Flay was shot, they were all at Russell Square with us.
All except one.
What? Well, Mangan, Mills, Draymond, they were all under one roof.
You've left out one important person. Burnaby, the artist who painted the landscape we found in Grimaud's study. The picture of those 3 graves in a far-off country. I'd like to meet Mr. Burnaby.
So would I. I've got a man trying to track him down. But at present, I'm anxious to get all the information I can about the late Pierre Flay.
Was he killed instantly?
Almost. By the time they got him to a doctor, he was done for.
And where was that?
Well, luckily, there's a doctor at the far end of Cagliostro Street, only a few steps away. I'll show you when we get there.
Oh, so we are off to Cagliostro Street.
Of course. I don't know what we shall find there, but so far we've been going round in circles. Anything's better than that.
Cagliostro Street is a narrow backwater opening off Lamb's Conduit Street, tucked away between a tobacconist's and a small jeweller's. The snow had melted during the night to a thin grey slush. Cheerful sort of place, I must say. And where did Flay live?
Number 2, on the corner. He had an attic room over the tobacconist's. We'll look in later and see what we can find. And he was shot halfway along the street. Just about here.
Ah, that's very interesting.
Oh, is it?
Well, where in heaven's name was Flay going? I mean, it's a cul-de-sac. Nothing but a brick wall at the end.
The 2 chaps from Birmingham were a few yards ahead on their way back to their lodgings. Do you suppose he was following them?
I wish I knew. What time is it?
Just gone 11. There's a clock over the jeweller's shop. O'Rourke should be here by now.
Who?
O'Rourke, the Irish acrobat on the same bill as Flay at the music hall. He was the only person we could find to identify the body last night, and I asked him to meet us here this morning.
I doubt if he can tell us what we want to know. For one thing, you show me where Flay died, but where did the murderer come from?
He came from here.
Sergeant, don't ever do that again. Doctor, you know Sergeant Betts?
Yes. Good morning, Sergeant.
Morning, sir. Sorry if I startled you. I was in number 18 in the doorway.
And what were you doing there?
Making a few inquiries, along with Mr. O'Rourke. Here he comes.
Oh, pleased to meet you, gentlemen. O'Rourke, the name Michael O'Rourke. Also known as the Great Pagliacci. So sorry to hear about Mr. Flay.
When did you see him last?
Last night. When he'd finished his act and took off his grease paint, he started packing up his paraphernalia. What are you doing with all your props? Sure they have never given you the push, have they?
No, but I won't be here next week. My work here is over. Tonight I go to meet my brother. He can do something which will settle some unfinished business for both of us.
Sure, I don't know what you're talking about.
It is not important, except if anything goes wrong tonight, you will find my brother in Cagliostro Street.
Cagliostro? Isn't that where Hudigs are?
He is not at my address. He lives elsewhere, but he must have taken a room there. If anything should happen to me, you will know where to find him. Good night, my friend.
Hey, no, wait a bit. Where are you going?
I am going back to my grave.
And sure, that was the last time I set eyes on him, till I saw him laid out on a slab. God rest him.
Well, that must be where he was going last night, to call on his brother.
Acting on Mr. O'Rourke's information, I inquired around the houses here and discovered a single gentleman has been renting a small apartment lately on the first floor of number 18.
Good work, Sergeant. Have you searched the place?
I took a look around and found some traces of bloodstains.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Oh. Through here, gentlemen, in the bedroom.
Hello, what's all this?
By Jiminy, it looks like Ali Barber and the 40 Thieves.
Oh, the Arabian Nights. Hanging lamps, luxurious divan.
An Oriental harem. This throws a new light on Brother Henri.
Well, sir, talking of throwing a light on it, when the landlady let me in, I couldn't turn on the lights.
Huh?
I thought they'd fused, but she told me they work off a meter. And when I put a shilling in, the lights came on.
I think you said something about bloodstains.
Yes, sir. There's been some attempt to clean the place up, but you can still see traces on the carpet. And on this damp face cloth. I think it's what he used to sponge his clothes.
But this isn't his flat. We don't know who it belongs to.
Sorry, sir. I thought I'd told you. I asked the landlady and she gave me his name. Jerome Burnaby.
Burnaby? Doctor, you were right. Burnaby's our man.
Oh, no, he's not. Oh, Christmas, that's torrid. We're up a gum tree again.
Well, I don't see anything to laugh at. Doesn't this convince you that Burnaby's our man?
It convinces me that he's absolutely innocent.
What?
Now, look around. Did you ever know a criminal who had such a romantic hideaway? You put your finger on it when you said he was like an Oriental harem. That's exactly what it is. A tuppence-coloured love nest.
Well, that's all very well, but what about the blood? Mr. O'Rourke, tell me exactly what Flay said about his brother renting an apartment in this street.
Well, no, he said something like he must have got a room there. I have seen him hanging about.
What else did he say about his brother?
Well, nothing, not a word. Same as he never told anyone how he did his stage tricks.
I take it you've seen the papers about Flay and Grimaud.
Sure he did.
Now, some sort of illusion must have been used to kill both men. You know a lot about stage magic. Can you think of any trick that might explain how it was done?
Oh, I'm no authority. And even if I was, I'd never talk about such things.
Why not?
Because people always get disappointed when they are let into the secret. They don't like to admit they have been fooled. And if it's a trick worked with a confederate, they say, oh, well, if you have to have someone to help. As if it made it unfair somehow.
Well, yes, but that is cheating.
That's what I mean. I will give you an example. On stage, you have got a troop of assistants in white uniforms, and on comes the magician in a blue uniform on a great white horse. They go round in a circle. Then two of the attendants hold up a couple of huge fans, which, just for a moment, hide the man on the horse. Down come the fans, and hey presto, there's the horse, but the ride has vanished. Do you want to know how?
Well, go on, tell us.
Well, sure he hasn't vanished at all. Only you don't see him because that grand blue uniform is made of paper over a white uniform. When the fans go up, he tears off the blue one and stuffs it into his white jacket. Then jumps down and runs off with the other attendants. Now, that's how it's done. You look at something without seeing it. And so you swear it wasn't there.
Yes, well, that's all very interesting, but it doesn't solve our problem. What's bothered me all along is why Flay sent his brother to do his dirty work. Flay was the conjurer. Flay was the man to do it, but he didn't.
Shh, keep quiet, all of you. There are two people approaching the house. A tall man, who might be Burnaby, and a young lady, Rosette Grimaud.
Sergeant, put the lights out. O'Rourke, nip down and keep that landlady talking until our visitors have let themselves in.
Sure, I'll do my best.
What did you think of O'Rourke?
I think he's the most stimulating, enlightening witness I've heard yet. Almost as enlightening as the church bells.
Church bells? What church bells?
Oh, any church bells. The thought of those bells has brought me light and wisdom at last.
Oh, yes. And did they tell you how the vanishing trick was done?
Unfortunately, no. They only told me the name of the murderer.
The name of the...
Shh, here they come.
You mean you lost the key I gave you? You didn't come here last night after all.
I never had any intention of coming here. I hope you passed a pleasant evening waiting for me.
No, I wasn't here. I changed my mind.
That's a lie, Jerome. You were here.
What makes you think that...
We'd like to hear the answer to that question, Mr. Burnaby.
What the devil? I warn you, I happen to have a sword stick.
You won't need it, Jerome. They're the police.
Please do carry on with your conversation. Miss Grimo says you were in this flat last night. Is that true?
No, I was not.
Well, Miss Grimo?
This has nothing to do with my father's death. Whatever else Jerome may be, he's not a murderer. All the same, he was in the flat last night.
And how do you know that, unless you were here yourself?
I wasn't here, but I saw a light in this room soon after 10.
You saw it? Where were you?
At the hospital, in the room where my father was dying. It's in the next street, and from the top floor you get a clear view of these houses, and I noticed a light in this room. I knew Jerome had taken this flat. He'd given me a key.
You must have been mistaken. It was probably the house next door.
I wasn't mistaken. I counted the houses. Anyway, since you'd invited me...
That's right. Lay it on with a trowel. Blacken my reputation.
I came here today because I wanted to find out the truth once and for all. I can't decide whether you're really a nice, sympathetic person, or just
Oh, for heaven's sake, don't call me a dear old friend of the family.
I was about to say, or just a sordid, low-down blackmailer.
Blackmail? I must ask you to explain that.
Oh, I don't mean blackmail for money. He's always dropping nasty little hints about some horrible secret in my father's past. Old Draymond's in on it, too. They both know something they're not telling me. Then, last night, Jerome tried to get me to come to this flat. He hinted that when we were alone, he'd tell me the truth. But I didn't trust him.
Well, Mr. Burnaby, what have you to say to that?
I wanted a chance to talk to Rosette privately. I've been a damn fool, haven't I? I don't live here. I have a studio in Chelsea and a housekeeper, an excellent woman from Aberdeen, but a strict Presbyterian. I could never invite guests there. Female guests. That's why I rented this flat. Poor lonely old fool. I imagined Rosette was fond of me. I realise now that I was just deluding myself.
Oh, that needn't concern us, Mr. Burnaby. But we must know the story of Professor Grimo's past. What can you tell us about that?
I can't tell you anything.
Do you know there are traces of bloodstains in this room? And that Pierre Flay was murdered outside this house last night?
Who?
Flay? Isn't that the man who barged into the pub last week and started threatening the professor?
Yes. Now, we believe he was the professor's brother, and that the same gun shot both men. What can you tell us about that, Mr. Burnaby? For a start, can you prove that you were not in this flat last night?
Yes, I can. I was with friends all the evening playing poker until 1 o'clock in the morning. They'll swear to that.
Miss Grimo, do you still maintain you saw a light here at 10:30?
Yes, but... Jerome, I never meant to stir up any trouble.
You also said he invited you to meet him here last night. It doesn't seem very likely, does it? Now we know he'd planned to go out and play cards with his friends.
Mr. Burnaby, would it be true to say that after you extended your invitation to the young lady, you changed your mind?
That's right. I was on my way out when I looked at myself in a mirror. And I realized she was never going to come here. That's why I went and joined the poker school instead.
But somebody was here. Somebody who left the lights on all night, which is why the meter ran out. Who else knew you were taking this flat?
Well, nobody knew, except...
Except me. And I certainly didn't tell anyone.
But he lent you a key. What happened to that?
I must have lost it. I kept it in my bag, but this morning I found it had gone. But what's all this nonsense about brothers? My father never had brothers.
Oh, yes, he did. You knew that, Mr. Burnaby. You painted the picture of the 3 graves.
That horrid picture in the study? But why?
What made you choose that particular subject?
I wish I'd never painted the wretched thing. Oh, here's how it happened. A year or 2 ago, I'd gone into a parish hall somewhere. It had come on to rain, and I hadn't got a coat with me. There was a chap lecturing on Hungary with lantern slides. One of them showed 3 graves on the mountains beyond. Somehow it caught my imagination. When I got home, I set to work. Some time later, Grimo dropped into my studio and saw it. It gave him quite a turn. He lost his temper. But when he realized I'd no idea what he was talking about, he told me. His story.
Having gone so far, Burnaby told us everything he could remember, just as Drayman had told it. The prison, the plague, the two brothers, Grimaud's escape. I expected Rosette to be horrified, but she seemed oddly relieved.
Is that what I've been worrying about? Some old story about graves and ghosts and vampires? This is the 20th century. Nobody takes that sort of thing seriously anymore.
Well, your father took it so seriously. He went back to Mr. Burnaby last week and bought the painting.
Yes, I was there when the van arrived. It was all wrapped up in sacking and so heavy it took 2 men to carry it upstairs.
Yes, a big picture and an important one. It was part of his plan to defend himself against something he was afraid might happen.
And yet, in the end, it did happen.
Hadley sent the girl back to Russell Square with Sergeant Betts, while we continued our investigation in Pierre Flay's bed-sitting room above the tobacconist's shop.
What are you expecting to find?
I never expect to find anything, but I'm hoping to discover some traces of Brother Henri.
Yes, goodness knows where he's hiding himself.
I don't think goodness has much to do with it. The mysterious Mr. Flay doesn't appear to have had much respect for Holy Writ, judging by that text hanging upside down over the washstand. Let's have it the right way up, shall we? Yeah, that's better.
Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. I will repay.
Yes, he respected vengeance, if nothing else. But it's not just the text that was upside down. Our whole case has been turned upside down. Or perhaps I should say the wrong way round. Hello, what have you got there?
He's left a note on the bedside table, addressed to the landlord. I'm leaving you my few belongings, such as they are, in lieu of a week's notice. I shall not need them again. I'm going back to my grave. Signed, Pierre Flay.
Still harping on about his grave.
It sounds as if it ought to mean something, but it doesn't. I'm beginning to wonder if there ever was a person called Pierre Flay.
He certainly didn't leave much impression on this room. There's nothing here to help us.
Then I suggest we go back to Russell Square, and let's hope we find a few answers there.
Hey, steady on. What's the hurry?
I'm impatient to get on with this damn case. The further we go, the more impossible it seems.
Now, rest assured, whatever the solution may be, I promise you it will not be impossible.
Why not?
Because that's impossible.
A masked man enters a room, shoots Grimaud, and vanishes. 15 minutes later, Pierre Flay is shot in an empty street, and you say that's not impossible?
Oh, that's the easy part. Now, I told you I got the explanation for that from the church bells.
Are you being deliberately infuriating? I didn't even hear any damn bells.
No, neither did I, but that's perfectly simple. It's the escape from the locked room that bothers me. Grimaud's secretary, what's his name?
Stuart Mills.
Yes. Mills saw the stranger enter that room.
So did the housekeeper.
They both saw Grimaud open the door. A stranger went in. The door was locked. Sometime later, a shot rang out. They're both prepared to swear that nobody came out again. And yet...
When I broke the door down, Grimaud was alone in there dying. Look here, you don't suppose it was some kind of optical illusion, do you?
No. Mills said that the housekeeper spoke to him. And he pushed past her when he went in. Oh, no, he was solid enough.
And there was no illusion about the bullet that killed Grimaud. But what became of the gun? Are you telling me it was somehow whisked up the chimney and over the rooftops to land in Cagliostro Street just in time to shoot Flay?
Up the chimney? I wonder.
Look here. If you're suggesting the stranger climbed up the chimney...
Oh, no, nothing like that, no. But I'd like to take another look at that chimney.
Well, now's your chance. Here's Russell Square, so you could... Hey, look at that.
An ambulance.
Outside Grimaud's house. Come on. And the front door's open. Don't tell me someone else has been...
Oh, thank goodness you're here.
Plain good, what is it?
Something's happened to Drayman. Kind of stroke, apparently.
He's not...
No, but he's in a bad way. The ambulance men are with him now.
Another casualty.
Yes, old Drayman. He's been talking wildly about somebody getting into his room. Something about fireworks. Let's go.
Boyd Mangan, the Canadian journalist and close friend of Rosette Grimaud, took us into the drawing room where we found the young lady with Stuart Mills and Madame Dumont, who sat by the fire staring into the flames.
Where is Mr. Draymond?
Downstairs, in his room. You cannot see him. They will take him to the hospital.
I can't stand it. Inspector, what is going on? For pity's sake, you must tell us something.
Take it easy, sweetheart.
Suppose you start by telling us what happened to Mr. Draymond. Is he in any serious danger?
It is possible. He collapsed. His heart is not strong. Whether he will ever recover, I do not know.
Mr. Mills, you were about to say something?
Well, if you have any idea that there's been foul play, you can put that right out of your mind. When it happened, Madame Dumont and I were upstairs in my office. Miss Grimaud and Mr. Mangan were here, in the drawing room.
That's right. We were on our own when old Draymond came in.
Forgive the intrusion. Can you tell me where I can find the inspector? What's his name?
Inspector Hadley. Why, what's wrong?
Oh, it's rather difficult to explain, but... Well, you see, something's missing from my bedroom down in the basement. Oh. I found it had disappeared, and then I remembered something that happened last night, something I'd forgotten. I'd taken a sleeping pill because I had a bad headache, and while I was asleep, I'm pretty sure someone came into my room.
Oh, who was it?
Oh, I'm not sure. It may not have happened. I might have dreamt it, but there's certainly something missing. I must go upstairs and make sure.
I thought you said this happened downstairs.
Yes, but it might be upstairs. I must find out.
I think I can continue the story from that point. Madame Dumont and I were in my office across the landing when Draymond came stumbling up the stairs. He seemed very confused. I thought perhaps he'd been drinking.
How dare you say such things? I know you do not like poor Draymond, but he is a good man. And if he dies, I shall pray for his soul.
May I have your permission to continue?
Yes, you may have my permission.
Thank you. Anyway, Draymond came upstairs and went into the professor's study. He closed the door. I couldn't see what he was doing. When he reappeared, he was dishevelled and breathless, as if he'd been taking violent exercise. Possibly that was what brought on the subsequent attack. And his hands and sleeves were covered in soot.
That damned chimney again. Dr. Fell, did you... Where is he?
No, he slipped out a few minutes ago.
I think he went upstairs.
Did he indeed? Excuse me, I'll just go and have a word with him. Doctor?
Who's that? Oh, Hadley.
So you came to have another look round?
Yes, I did.
And did you find anything?
Well, in a way, I think I did. I think I know the truth now, but the trouble is, I don't know what to do about it.
I don't understand.
Oh, it's the old question. And with each year that passes, I find it harder to answer. What is justice? I ask myself at the end of almost every case. Yes, well, shall we go downstairs?
No, wait a bit. Mills says when Draymond came out of this room, his hands were covered in soot. Could there be some kind of secret passage?
Good heavens, no, nothing like that. No, I told you, nobody got out that way.
Excuse me, sir.
Come in, Bits. What is it?
This message just came over from Scotland Yard in reply to your inquiry.
I got the yard to put a call through to Bucharest to check on Brother Henri. Thank you, Bets.
Sir.
Let's have a look. Dear God.
Well, what is it?
You were right when you said our case has been turned upside down. We're on the wrong track altogether. As to Brother Henri...
I think I can guess what you're going to say.
There is no Brother Henri. The third brother died over 30 years ago. They weren't political prisoners. They were sentenced to 20 years for bank robbery. The loot was never recovered. With the help of a corrupt doctor, they made an attempt to escape, being certified as dead and buried in plague ground. When Corelli Horvath's grave was found to be disturbed and his coffin empty, the warders opened the other graves, finding Pierre Horvath unconscious but still alive. He was returned to prison and served out the rest of his sentence.
And the third brother?
Suffocated inside his coffin. We've been chasing a ghost.
Yes, I was afraid of that.
But it makes no sense. All our theories about vengeance, the quarrel between Flay and Grimaud, that's all gone. There's nothing left.
Oh, not at all. Don't you see what we're left with?
What?
The only explanation for the two murders.
You mean someone else cooked up the whole thing to make it look like the work of an avenger? The murderer pretended to be Brother Henri?
Oh, no. Where's the motive? Oh, there could be any number of motives for killing Grimaud, or for killing Flay, but not by the same person. The people who knew Grimaud didn't know Flay, and vice versa. If the murders are the work of one person, that person must be the link between a respected professor in Bloomsbury and a shabby conjurer from the East End.
I can think of one person who could have known them both. Madame Dumont.
Possibly. But are you suggesting she dressed up as the masked man to impersonate Henri? Whatever else she may have done, she didn't do that. Mills saw Dumont arguing with the visitor.
We've only got his word for that. Damn it, a lot of our case depends on the evidence of Mills and Dumont. They could be in this together.
No, don't forget, that woman loved Grimaud. She loved him for 30 years or more. No, we must look elsewhere.
Really? And where do you suggest?
In the grate. Or rather, at the charred papers we found in the grate. Did you send them off for chemical testing?
Yes, I should have the result first thing in the morning. Whatever's on those papers, printing, typing, even handwriting, the experts should be able to give us some idea of what they contain.
Yes, well, come round at breakfast time. I'll be interested to hear the result.
Why, where are you off to?
I'm going home. It's been a long day. Hadley told me later that he'd sat up half the night trying to decide which of our possible suspects could have shot the two brothers. He considered them in turn: Mills, Drayman, Burnaby, our helpful Irishman O'Rourke, even young Mangan. But when dawn broke, he was no nearer a solution. I was tucking into my eggs and bacon when he arrived the next morning. I could see that he'd had a restless night. Come in, Hadley. Oh, you look terrible. Have some coffee and a piece of toast?
No, thanks. But I do have some news for you.
Good or bad?
Depends how you look at it. Good from Burnaby's point of view. We checked his alibi and the poker school all vouch for him. He's not our man. And all the rest were at Russell Square. By the by, the undertakers will return Grimaud's body to the house this morning. A sort of lying in state requested by Rosette and Madame Dumont.
How about the laboratory tests on the charred papers? What did they come up with?
Nothing. There was nothing on those papers. No printing, no writing, nothing at all. Apart from a few scraps of thicker paper or thin card with printing, but not enough to be legible. Why anyone should want to burn documents with nothing on them...
Because they weren't documents. Come on, Hadley. It's time to go back to Russell Square and clear up this unholy mess once and for all.
Clear it up?
But you want to meet the Invisible Man, don't you? The Hollow Man who's been giving us nightmares? Very well, I'll introduce you, and we'll see if we can extract a confession. All the blinds were drawn at the house in Russell Square. It looked more dead than ever. Hadley rang the bell, and after a moment, Mills answered the door.
Inspector.
Good morning, Mr. Mills. May we come in?
Yes, of course. Good morning, Dr. Fell.
Good morning. I'd like to see Madame Dumont. Where is she?
She's in the drawing room with the... you know.
Yes, we do know. The room was in a dim half-light, lost in shadows, apart from one object that dominated. Ringed with burning candles, an open coffin, lined with white satin. Grimaud's face had an oddly serene appearance, as if he had reached a kind of peace at last. But the woman turned on us fiercely.
Well, what do you want?
I think you know. And it will do you good to confess, madame. Believe me.
Confess? Oh, so, that is what you think, huh? You idiots. You want me to confess to murder?
No, you were not the murderer. But you were the accessory, the confederate.
To a murderer? To a hollow man?
A hollow man, indeed. But he told us the truth, Hadley, and we didn't understand it. Do you want to meet the man we've been searching for? There he is. Though God forbid that we should judge him now.
You know. Do you really know?
Oh, yes. I know.
Please, go upstairs. Go to his room. I will join you both in a moment. Do not worry. I shall not run away.
We entered Grimaud's study for the last time. Hadley made sure the door was closed, then turned to me for an explanation.
Are you trying to tell me Grimaud killed Flay?
Oh, yes, he did.
While he was unconscious, dying in that hospital, he went to Cagliostro Street and shot...
No, that's what I meant when I said the case was the wrong way round. Yesterday morning, when we went to Cagliostro Street, we were told that 3 witnesses, all truthful men, had said that the shooting happened at 10 o'clock. They were sure about that, because they'd all seen, as you yourself saw, the clock over the jeweller's shop. It wasn't until later that I understood. When I asked you the time, you said it was just gone 11. That puzzled me, and presently I realized what was wrong. The church bells.
Those damn bells again. What about them?
There weren't any. On Sundays, most churches have morning service at 11 and start calling the faithful 5 or 10 minutes before. Yet we heard nothing. When I checked it, I found that the clock above the shop was 40 minutes fast. So the shooting the night before couldn't have taken place at 10. It was 40 minutes earlier, say about 9:20. In other words, 25 minutes before the masked man entered this house.
But I still don't see. If you're saying Grimaud shot Flay in Cagliostro Street sometime before 9:20...
Now, let's go back to the beginning, to the night when Flay turned up at the pub and threatened Grimaud. In front of a group of strangers, he used his dead brother as a threat. He asked, "Shall I get him to call on you?" Then handed Grimaud a card with his name and address. What he was really saying was this: "You, my brother, are fat and rich on the proceeds of a robbery we both committed in our younger days, and I am poor. Now, will you do a deal with me, or shall I set the police onto you?"
Blackmail. But hang on. Then he said, "I also am in danger when I associate with my brother."
Oh, so he was. He ran the risk that Grimaud would try to silence him. Later he told O'Rourke, "I'm going to see my brother, but if anything goes wrong, you can find him in Cagliostro Street. Not at my address. He lives elsewhere. He's taken lodgings there."
I still don't see...
He was right to be cautious. Grimaud had no intention of doing a deal with him. He only had one plan. Flay must die. But since Flay had been shrewd enough to give his name and address to a group of strangers, if anything happened to him, it could be awkward for Grimaud. So he planned a very ingenious murder.
Go on.
The effect he intended to produce was this. The mysterious Flay must be seen calling on him on Saturday night. He'd be seen entering the study with Grimaud. They'd have a row. A shot would be fired, and when the door was opened, Grimaud would be found alone, slightly wounded, but not fatally. Next morning, Flay would be found dead in his own lodgings, with a gun in his hand, having killed himself in a fit of remorse. But as we know, the plan miscarried.
Flay was supposed to be found in his digs above the tobacconist.
That was the original idea. Grimaud arranged to meet him there, but he couldn't risk being seen going in or out. However, he had another way of getting in. Remember, Burnaby's love nest was on the same side as the tobacconist's. Grimaud, who had probably spied on his daughter, had borrowed the key to Burnaby's flat from her handbag. All he had to do was go to the flat, get out through the skylight, and walk back across the rooftops to Flay's digs, and let himself in the same way.
Well, what happened? Flay didn't keep the appointment?
Oh, yes, he did, though I expect his suspicions were aroused. He'd seen Grimaud hanging about a few days earlier. That's why Flay was under the impression that he'd rented the flat at number 18. No, the two men met as arranged. Grimaud promised him the earth, then agreed to patch up their lifelong enmity.
Because Grimaud had made off with the proceeds of the bank robbery all those years ago.
He'd done worse than that. He'd promised his brothers he'd help them escape from their graves. But he double-crossed them and left them there. One died in his coffin, and it was only by chance that Flay survived. Grimaud must have promised him a fortune to compensate for that. Still, he lulled his suspicion somehow. He even persuaded him to dictate the note to the landlord.
But how do you know all this?
My dear chap, Grimaud told us himself. At least he tried to. To continue, Flay writes the note. They're ready to depart, and Grimaud whips out the gun. Whether Flay was still on his guard, I don't know, but there was a struggle, and the gun went off. And Grimaud realized he'd made a bad mistake. Instead of shooting him through the heart, he'd shot him in the back. Impossible for a suicide. Flay collapsed, and Grimaud just had sense enough to jam the gun into his hand, then make his escape through the skylight. He scrambled back to number 18 and let himself into Burnaby's flat.
But what about Flay? He didn't die there.
No. He was badly wounded, but he wouldn't give in. He had to get help. He had to find...
A doctor.
Exactly. You remember the doctor was at the far end of the street? That's where Flay was going. At the same moment, in number 18, Grimaud has gone downstairs to look out and make sure the coast is clear. He opens the door, and there is the man he's just left for dead. Flay, still touching the gun, does not hesitate. He cries out, "The second bullet is for you," and fires. The effort is too much for his failing strength. He screams, tries to fling the empty gun at Grimaud, and falls to the ground. But the bullet hit Grimaud in the chest as he closed the door.
And nobody saw him?
When Flay collapsed, the witnesses all ran to help him. By the time they looked around, the door was shut and Grimaud had gone. He never stepped outside and never left any tracks in the snow.
So what happened to him?
In Burnaby's flat, he examines the wound. It's not too painful. He probably grins. After all, he's only got what he'd planned to give himself anyway, a wound. It's bleeding pretty badly. But he's determined to carry through his original scheme. So he cleans up as best he can, then sets off to go home.
Leaving the lights on all night?
Yes. They were still burning when Rosette saw them, 50 minutes later. Grimaud got back to Russell Square by 9:45 and entered his house by the back door. He couldn't risk leaving footprints on the front steps.
So who rang the front doorbell?
He did, but he opened the door from inside. Then he locked Mangan and Rosette in the drawing room and called out to them, pretending to be draymen. When he was dying, he said to us, "Don't blame poor." He was trying to say drayman. Then he followed Madame Dumont upstairs. They had to carry out the illusion.
Now we're coming to it. How was it done? And how did you work it out?
Well, I've been puzzled by the weight of that picture, Burnaby's painting of the graves. It's big, but a framed canvas isn't that heavy. Yet when it was brought into the house, wrapped up in sacking, it took 2 men to carry it. So it wasn't hard to work out that there must have been something else wrapped up with it. But what would be the same size and shape as a picture, only a damn sight heavier?
Tell me.
A mirror. Grimaud had a very large mirror, taller and wider than the door, propped up just inside the study.
You mean it was one of those damned theatrical illusions?
A new version of an old illusion. When he came upstairs and argued with Madame Dumont, for the benefit of their one-man audience, Stuart Mills, he only had to open the door, remove the mask, and Mills would see Professor Grimaud inside, coming towards him, dimly, because there was only one small light on the landing. It only took a moment before he stepped inside, and the show was over. But it had served its purpose.
But what became of the mirror? There's no hiding place in this room.
There is. Inside the fireplace. If you look up there, you'll find a ledge just above your head, wide enough and tall enough to take the mirror before it narrows into the chimney. No doubt the effort of lifting the mirror into its hiding place brought on his final hemorrhage.
Yes, but what about the clothes the masked man was wearing? The long black coat and cap and the mask itself.
Do you remember O'Rourke's tale of the vanishing horseman? Grimaud's cap and coat, like the mask, were made of paper. Madame Dumont was a costumier in her younger days. That's why your tests showed nothing except plain paper. Apart from the firework, of course.
What firework?
Grimaud slipped into Drayman's room and took one of the fireworks the old man collected. He didn't have the gun now, but Mills had to hear the sound of a shot. Any more questions?
Only one. What about the slashing of the picture? And one more question. What became of the knife?
Slashing the picture was an extra touch to add to the mystery, I imagine. But as for the knife, I have no idea. Unless it's somewhere inside the chimney, along with the mirror.
That is the one point on which you are wrong.
Madame.
I heard everything you said. Perhaps you would hang me, perhaps not. That is of no importance. After so many years, it is not worthwhile going on without Charles. I took the knife, gentlemen. I had another use for it.
I've done a terrible thing, Hadley. I've told the truth.
In Part 2 of The Hollow Man by John Dickson Carr, Dr. Gideon Fell was played by Donald Sinden and Detective Inspector Hadley by John Hartley. Ernestine Dumont, Gilly Mears, Rosette Grimaud, Amanda Gordon, Stuart Mills, Johan Meredith, Jerome Burnaby, Stephen Thorne, Michael O'Rourke, Steve Hodson, Pierre Flay, Sean Baker, Henry Drayman, Hugh Dixon, Boyd Mangan, Chris Pavlo, Sergeant Betts, Robert Harper. The Hollow Man was dramatized for radio by Peter Ling and directed by Enid Williams.
Very well, Mr. Markham. What is it you want to know?
I want to know what you've been saying to Miss Grant.
Miss who?
Miss Grant. Leslie Grant, the young lady who was in here just now, my fiancée.
Oh, I see. Tell me, has she lived in Six Ashes very long?
No, only since Christmas. Why?
And how long have you been engaged to her? Believe me, there is a serious reason for my question.
As it happens, we got engaged last night, but I felt...
Only last night. I see. How very awkward.
What's awkward about it?
Do you know who this so-called Leslie Grant really is?
Who she really is? What do you mean by that?
No, of course not. Well, I suppose I shall have to tell you the truth.
We present The House in Gallows Lane, based on the book Till Death Do Us Part, a Dr. Fell mystery by John Dickson Carr, dramatized for radio by Peter Ling, with Donald Sinden as Dr. Fell. Part 1, The Fortune Teller.
Some extracts from notes made by me, Gideon Fell, on the night of Monday, July the 15th, 1936. This morning, my breakfast was interrupted by an unexpected visitor, with news of some very mysterious events which had taken place at a little village not far from Hastings, where I was enjoying a short holiday. The news was so serious, I decided to telephone my friend, Detective Inspector Hadley of Scotland Yard, or as I must now get used to calling him, Superintendent Hadley. A few hours later, he met me in the garden of the village pub at Six Ashes, and I told him as much as I could.
Now, just a minute. Richard Markham. His name seems familiar somehow.
Well, perhaps you've seen one of his plays. He writes psychological thrillers, dealing with the minds and motives of criminals. Do you remember Poisonous Mistake? Rather an unfortunate title, as things turned out. But you must have seen Panic in the Family, surely.
I've got better things to do with my spare time.
Oh, my dear chap, I thought you'd be a regular first-nighter since your well-deserved promotion. Don't you enjoy the social whirl?
Can we please get back to Mr. Richard Markham?
Yes. Oh, it's a bad business, though it began pleasantly enough. A village fete was going on in the grounds of Ash Hall. A fortune-teller, rifle range, usual fun and games. It had been a glorious afternoon, but by the time Richard and his fiancée arrived, storm clouds were gathering. The sideshows are almost deserted. Most people were watching a cricket match in the long meadow.
Do you love me?
You know I did. Do you love me?
Of course. Only do we have to go and watch the cricket? It looks as if it might pour with rain soon, and I want to go and see the fortune teller. Miss Feathers in the post office says he's awfully good. He tells you absolutely everything about yourself.
But I know all about me already. I'm in love with you, and that's all.
Hello there! How's the happy couple?
Major Price. How on earth did he find out?
Oh, that's villagers for you. I dare say everyone knows by now. Come on, let's get it over.
Dick, Leslie, I've been looking out for you all the afternoon. And so has my wife. Now, put us out of our misery and tell me, is it true?
Is what true, Major?
Wedding bells and all that. Are you really going to tie the knot?
Yes, it's true, though I don't know how you...
My dear chap, many, many congratulations. I'm delighted. We all are. This calls for celebration. We must tell my wife. Lord and Lady Ash, Mrs. Minster, everybody. And may we know when is the great day?
We haven't quite decided yet, have we, darling?
No, but I'm going to see the fortune teller. Perhaps he'll be able to tell me.
The great Swami? That's his tent over there. But I won't let you go until you've patronised my little show. The rifles are already loaded. All you have to do is...
Guns? Oh, no, I couldn't possibly. I've never fired a gun in my life.
Well, now's your chance. First time lucky and all that. Do you know, Cynthia Drew had a go just now, and she turned out to be an absolute crack shot. Oh, I beg your pardon. Stupid of me. Look, I'll show you how to hold the rifle. You only have to squeeze this trigger.
No, really, I know it's silly, but I'm simply terrified of guns.
Good heavens, there's nothing to it. Just take the rifle and blaze away at the target.
Sorry and all that, but she'd rather not. Come on, darling, let's go and see this blessed fortune teller.
No, I have to go in by myself. They only take one at a time. You stay here and talk to the Major. I'll see you presently.
Oh, dear. I'm afraid I put my foot in it, didn't I? Mentioning Cynthia. Tactless of me. As soon as I said it,
Now, let's get this clear. There was never anything serious between Cynthia and me.
Well, if you say so, of course. Only some of the women seem to think my wife was talking to Lady Ash, and they both thought Cynthia
I know. For the past 2 years, the entire village has been trying to push Cynthia into my arms, whether we like it or not. I can't imagine why everyone's so interested.
Well, damn it. You're our local celebrity. Or perhaps I should say one of our two celebrities.
I'm sorry?
Hasn't anyone told you about the fortune teller?
No. I thought it would be Miss Feathers from the post office as usual, but I guess...
No, not this year. We had a spot of luck. I persuaded a newcomer to step in. He's rented a house in Gallows Lane this summer, and it might embarrass him if the word gets around. You see, the great Swami happens to be a leading authority on criminal investigation. Sir Harvey Gilman.
Gilman? The Home Office pathologist?
That's the fella. He may not be an expert on palmistry or crystal gazing, but he knows a lot about human nature, and he's been kept busy all the afternoon telling people about themselves. Heaven knows what he said to Lady Ash. She was almost speechless when she came out. And they say Dr. Minster was quite...
Hello? Someone taking my name in vain?
Ah, Doctor, I was just telling Dick. I hear you were very impressed by the great Swami.
Oh, good heavens, no. It was my wife who visited him. Not quite my cup of tea, I'm afraid.
So I see. You'd rather go off for a round of golf, I take it.
Oh, what makes you say? Oh, the bag of clubs. Oh, I wish I could. No, I'm doing my bit this afternoon, in charge of the pitch and putt. It's very simple. You're given a club and a ball, and at the end of the day, the lowest number of strokes into the cup gets a prize. Oh, I'm afraid business has slackened off now. So come on, Dick. You're a sportsman. Let's see the colour of your money.
Later on, perhaps. I'm waiting for Leslie. She's in there having her 6 penn'orth with the great Swami.
Is she indeed? Oh, talking of Leslie, I understand congratulations are in order.
It's worse than the Bush Telegraph. Who told you? Miss Feathers at the post office?
No, it was, oh, well, actually, it was Cynthia.
Cynthia? I suppose I should have realised.
Look out. Here comes the rain. Good Lord. What's going on over there?
Major Price was staring at the little tent opposite. A hanging lamp threw distorted shadows of the two people inside. Leslie Grant was seated at a small table. Facing her, a squat figure with a curiously bulbous head. The great Swami was wearing a turban. As the three men watched, Leslie jumped to her feet. The Swami also rose, trying to stop her. Then she turned and ran out of the tent, straight into Dick's arms.
Whatever is it? What's wrong?
Nothing. Just the thunder. It makes me rather nervous.
What's he been saying to you?
Oh, nothing. I don't think he's very good, really. It was just the usual rubbish, a happy life, a little illness, but nothing serious. A letter will bring some good news.
Then why were you so frightened?
I wasn't frightened. What do you mean?
You're still shaking. Look, you stay here with the Major while I go...
Where are you going?
I want to have a few words with the bloke myself.
No, you mustn't do that.
I won't be long.
By this time, it had started to rain. People began to hurry back from the cricket match to take shelter, while Dick made his way into the fortune-teller's booth.
I'm sorry. That was the last sitting for the day. I'm about to shut up shop.
That's all right, Sir Harvey. I didn't come here to get my fortune told.
Oh, so you know me?
Yes, sir. And what I want to know is...
I'm afraid you have the advantage of me, Mr...
My name is Markham. Richard Markham.
Oh, very well, Mr. Markham. What is it you want to know?
I want to know what you've been saying to Miss Grant.
Miss who?
Miss Grant. Leslie Grant, the young lady who was in here just now, my fiancée.
I see. Tell me, has she lived in Six Ashes very long?
No, only since Christmas. Why?
And how long have you been engaged to her? Believe me, there is a serious reason for my question.
As it happens, we got engaged last night, but I've...
Only last night? Oh, I see. Oh, pretty awkward.
What's awkward about it?
Do you know who this so-called Leslie Grant really is?
Who she really is? What do you mean by...
No, of course not. Well, I suppose I shall have to tell you the truth.
And with the sound of that rifle shot, Dick Markham's world turned into a nightmare. He saw the bullet hole jump up in the canvas wall. Sir Harvey was flung forward, as if by the blow of a giant hand, face down across the table. And at the same moment, he heard Leslie's terrified voice. He rushed out and saw her holding the rifle, with the rain streaming down her face.
I'm sorry, Major. I couldn't help it.
No, it was my fault. I was trying to help you overcome your fear of guns.
When you put the rifle into my hands, it just seemed to go off all by itself. I do hope I haven't hit anything.
At 9:30 that night, Dick was alone in his cottage, still trying to sort out the confused thoughts that whirled around in his brain. Sir Harvey Gilman's shadow had been clearly outlined on the canvas wall, a perfect target, if anyone wanted to shoot him. But why should anyone want to do such a thing? And why Leslie, of all people? The girl he loved, the girl he was going to marry. Of course it was an accident, it must have been. But he couldn't stop thinking about it. And then...
Hello?
Dick, Hugh Minster.
Yes, Doctor. How's Sir Harvey? Is he still...
Yes, he's alive, but...
But what? He's going to be all right, isn't he?
Oh, yes. In fact, he wants to see you. I'm with him now. Could you come over here? You know where he is? The house in Gallows Lane?
Yes, I know it, but are you sure he's fit enough to...
I'm quite sure. Can you come right away?
Of course. Give me a few minutes to ring Leslie and tell her he's all right. She's worried sick. She's been ringing me all evening.
Well, I can imagine, but don't ring her. He says you mustn't tell her anything. Don't bring anyone with you. And don't tell anyone about this phone call.
Oh. Well, all right, but why should...
He'll explain when you get here. Goodbye.
Dick was just replacing the receiver, but he nearly dropped it, because the door swung open.
Hello, Dick.
Cynthia! What are you doing here?
I'm sorry. Did I startle you? I did knock at the front door, but I couldn't make you hear, so as it was open, I just walked in. I hope you don't mind.
Of course not.
I had to come and tell you. I only heard the news today. I'm so glad for you and Leslie. I'm sure you'll both be terribly happy.
Thank you. We are very happy, except...
I know. This awful business about Sir Harvey Gilman.
Yes.
It is Sir Harvey Gilman, isn't it? I mean the man who moved into the house at Gallows Lane and kept himself so mysteriously in the background. But what exactly happened this afternoon?
Weren't you there?
No. But I did hear. They say he's been very badly hurt. He may be dying. Is that true?
Well, actually, I'm not sure.
Nobody really knows what's happening. But there are some ridiculous rumours going about. I'm so sorry for Leslie. She's a dear girl. Major Price should never have given her that rifle.
Look, Cynthia, I'm afraid I was just on my way out.
I haven't seen Lord Ashe, so I don't know what he thinks, but I was wondering, why does he always look at Leslie in such a strange way whenever he meets her? Sorry. What were you saying?
I said I've got to go out, right away.
To see Leslie, I suppose.
No, Dr. Minster just rang. He wants me to go round to Sir Harvey's cottage for some reason.
All right. Well, I'll come with you. There might be something I could do to help.
No! I'm sorry, I've got to go alone.
Oh, are all writers as temperamental as you? Oh, well, if I'm not wanted, I may as well go home.
No, listen, Cynthia, I didn't mean that.
It's all right. I understand. But remember, if you ever do need any help, you know you can always count on me. Good night.
When Dick reached the house in Gallows Lane, Dr. Minster opened the front door.
Come in, old man. Listen, I can't go on with this pretense. It's not fair asking me to, and I've told him so.
What pretense? You mean he isn't badly hurt?
He isn't hurt at all. He just fainted from shock. So, of course, everybody thought he was dying or dead. I couldn't be sure myself until I got him here and used the probe. But unless you get a direct head or heart wound, a bullet from a .22 target rifle isn't usually very dangerous. He didn't even lose much blood. His back will be sore for a day or two, but apart from that, he's as fit as he ever was.
I don't understand. You don't seem to realise Leslie's nearly out of her mind. She thinks she killed him.
My apologies, Mr. Barkham, but at present we must keep my recovery a secret. Come in, please.
After you.
Thank you.
You'll understand the reason presently.
Sit down, please.
I propose to conduct a little experiment, not in the cause of justice, but to satisfy my own curiosity. I'd like to solve one of the few problems that ever defeated my friend Gideon Fell, and I hope you'll agree to help me. It concerns the young woman who calls herself Leslie Grant.
Yes. This afternoon you were about to tell me something about Miss Grant.
You're in love with her, no doubt. Or you think you are.
I know I am.
That's rather unfortunate. Tell me, has she by any chance invited you to dinner at her house one day this week or next to celebrate the engagement?
As a matter of fact, she has, tomorrow night, but... Look here, I can't stand any more of this. What is all this nonsense? Are you trying to tell me her name isn't Leslie Grant?
I am. Her real name is Jordan, and she's a poisoner.
That's absurd.
You don't believe me yet, but I phoned Scotland Yard. There'll be a man down tomorrow who knows her well. He has photos and fingerprints.
But what's she supposed to have done?
She has poisoned 3 men. She married 2 of them. The first was an American lawyer named Foster. The second was a Liverpool cotton broker called Davis. Both wealthy men. But her third victim...
Stop. I don't want to hear any more of this. It's impossible. You're making it up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I understand how you must feel, but she's a cold, ruthless killer. And the sooner you understand that, the safer you'll be.
Safer?
She's devised a method of murder that baffles Gideon Fell as much as it baffles me.
Wait a minute. If what you say is true, if the police have her fingerprints, why didn't they arrest her?
Because they couldn't prove it. 3 murders, and they couldn't prove any of them. The American died at his house in Kensington. I went there with Detective Inspector Hadley, now Superintendent Hadley. It seemed to be a clear case of suicide. The deceased was found in his bedroom. The door and windows were securely locked on the inside. The cause of death was hydrocyanic acid injected into the forearm. The syringe was on the floor beside him. The stricken widow, who'd spent the evening alone at the opera, was prostrate with grief.
And you're saying the widow was...
The woman you know as Leslie Grant. Yes.
But it doesn't make...
Now, let me finish, please. A year later, I happened to be at the Liverpool Assizes. Hadley was there, too, on another matter. We ran into each other at the Sessions House. A man living near Prince's Park had killed himself with a syringe full of prussic acid. An elderly chap, but in good health, without any money worries. The inquest had just concluded. We saw a woman in black coming along the passage, supported by her friends. I'll never forget the look on Hadley's face as he turned to me and said, "My God, it's the same woman."
Are you saying it was Leslie again? My Leslie?
Your Leslie, yes. Hadley began an investigation, but the result was the same as before. Davis was found in his office, sprawled across his desk, and the room was locked on the inside.
What did what did the widow say about all this?
Oh, she was wide-eyed and horrified. She admitted she'd been the wife of Burton Foster, but said the whole thing was a terrible coincidence. The third stage in her progress can be summed up briefly. It happened last year in Paris. Someone sent me a cutting from a French newspaper. A young Englishman, Martin Belford, had just become engaged to a Mademoiselle Leslie something or other, the name escapes me now, and they dined together to celebrate the occasion. Next morning, he was found dead in his bedroom. Do I need to tell you the circumstances?
The same?
Absolutely.
But, wait a minute. The circumstances weren't the same. She wasn't married to what's-his-name Belford. She wouldn't have gained anything by his death. So where's the motive?
She didn't have a motive, don't you see? By this time, the girl can't help herself. The poisoner never stops. The poisoner can't stop. It's become a psychic disease. The power over life and death.
No, I can't believe that. I won't believe it. It must be another girl who looks like Leslie. There are lots of cases of mistaken identity.
When she walked into the tent this afternoon, I knew her at once. And she knew me. So I took the opportunity to put the fear of God into her. And a few minutes later, she took a pot shot at me. It's only by the grace of God it didn't do much damage. But for once she lost her head, because she was planning a little poisoning party for someone else. Tell me, you said Miss Grant hadn't been in the village very long. Do you know where she was before she came to Six Ashes?
She had a job teaching English in Paris.
Thank you. There's something else you may be able to confirm. Your Leslie doesn't much care for jewellery, does she?
No, she doesn't. She never wears any.
That's odd, because I remember that when she was Mrs. Foster, she had a small but efficient wall safe in the bedroom. When she married Davis, they had a wall safe too. And when she lived alone in Paris, she had one installed in her bedroom. Do you know if she has one now?
Yes. She had it put in specially. When I asked her why, she laughed and said she kept her diary in it.
Her diary? Well, I suppose she'd have to confide in someone or something. But that safe might contain something more important. Remember, no poison was ever traced to her. In fact, Gideon Fell once remarked...
Excuse me. May I say something?
Oh, of course, Doctor. I'm afraid we've been rather neglecting you. What is it?
Well, I heard the other day that Dr. Fell is spending the summer in Hastings. He's rented a cottage there. Perhaps if you talk to him...
Ah, by all means. Let's call the old boy in and ask his opinion. My opinion, for what it's worth, is this. It strikes me, Mr. Markham, that you've two choices. You can pick up that telephone and ask your fiancée if it's true, and no doubt she'll deny it. On the other hand, you can help me find out what kind of a person she really is. And perhaps we'll discover how she managed to commit 3 murders and get away with it. Think it over. And tomorrow morning, let me know...
Just a minute.
Oh, what is it now?
I thought I heard...
Dr. Minster walked quietly to the windows and drew back the curtains. It was a warm evening and the windows were open. He leaned out, looking left and right, then closed the curtains again.
No, it must have been my imagination. Sir Harvey, it's getting late. You've had a very taxing day. As your medical advisor, I suggest it's time you're in bed. I'll see you comfortably settled. Then I'll get back to my poor wife, who must be wondering what's become of me. And Dick, you better go home and get some sleep. If you can.
It took Dick a long time to get to sleep, and when he slept, he had bad dreams. He was woken at dawn by the telephone.
Hello?
You must come to Gallows Lane at once. If you don't, it will be too late.
What? Who is that?
Then the line went dead. Dick wasted no time. He pulled on his clothes and ran all the way, taking a shortcut which brought him out through a grove of birch trees behind Gilman's house. The sun was rising, but beyond the garden wall he could see the sitting-room windows where a lamp was burning. Then he heard a sound, the rasp of metal on stone. And further along the wall, as it followed the curve of the garden, Dick saw a rifle barrel sliding into position. Someone
was taking careful aim at those windows. A flock of startled birds rose from the trees. Glancing at the house, Dick saw a bullet hole in the window pane. When he looked back, the rifle had vanished.
Hey, you!
He heard somebody running away into the undergrowth among the trees. But the rising sun was in his eyes, and he couldn't see anyone. He began to run blindly along the path, and a few seconds later, he heard footsteps hurrying towards him.
Who's there? Who are you?
Cynthia, what are you doing here?
I was out for a walk. I woke early and couldn't get back to sleep. What's happened? I thought I heard...
Someone fired a shot at Sir Harvey's window. This is the second time I've seen it happen. Yesterday afternoon, I saw the bullet hole jump up in the wall of the tent. Today, the shot went through the window. I didn't see who fired it, but... Oh, no.
What is it?
There, in the long grass. A .22 Winchester.
Do you think it's the gun Leslie had yesterday?
For heaven's sake, what makes you say that?
Well, the rifles at the fete were all borrowed from the gun room at Ash Hall. But last night, when they took them back, the one Leslie used was missing. Dick! Don't touch it. There could be fingerprints.
If it was used at the fete, it will be covered in prints anyway. I better leave it where it is. We must make sure Sir Harvey's all right.
Opening the garden gate, they crossed the lawn and peered into the sitting room. Sir Harvey Gilman was sitting at his desk, facing the window with a bullet hole in it. He had lolled sideways and might have been dozing, but his eyes were open. And then they both noticed something else.
Dick, the bullet missed him.
It was true. The bullet must have passed over his shoulder, shattering the glass in a picture frame and burying itself in the wall.
Hang on.
What are you doing?
Looking for a sizable stone. Ah, this'll do. Now, if I reach inside, I can open the window catch. That's better. Here, let me give you a hand. Can you manage?
Yes. Oh, Dick, I can smell something. A bit like nail varnish, only stronger.
Much stronger. It's prussic acid.
You mean someone poisoned him?
No, that's impossible. Here's the syringe where he dropped it. And his sleeves rolled up. You can see the puncture mark.
There's something else. Drawing pins on the carpet. Someone spilled a box of drawing pins.
And he probably knocked it off the desk when he slumped over. Look, we both know the windows were fastened on the inside. I'd better check the doors as well, though I expect they're all locked.
Why? I don't understand.
Don't you see? It'll prove no one else tried to kill him.
But somebody did try to kill him. Someone shot at him with a rifle.
And the bullet missed. You can see for yourself. This is a case of suicide. He took a hypodermic full of prussic acid and injected it into his left arm. He killed himself. We know that.
This is something to do with Leslie, isn't it?
Leslie? No, of course not.
You're worried about her. I can tell.
It's nothing to do with Leslie. Gilman committed suicide and we must report it. Now, could you go round to Constable Miller at the police house while I phone Dr. Minster? He'll know what to do.
When Dr. Minster heard the news, he knew exactly what to do. By the time he reached Hastings, I was just finishing my breakfast.
I'm sorry to disturb you so early, Dr. Fell.
Not at all. No. May I offer you a cup of coffee? There's still some in the pot.
No, thank you. I'll come straight to the point, if I may. I believe you are acquainted with Sir Harvey Gilman.
Certainly. Our paths have crossed from time to time. Is he a friend of yours?
Not exactly. He took a house for the summer in my village, 19xx.
Ah, well, please give him my regards when you see him.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. I have to tell you, Sir Harvey died early this morning.
Good heavens. Well, surely that was very unexpected. Last time I met him, he was in excellent health.
It was not only unexpected. In my opinion, it's inexplicable.
Well, what exactly do you mean by that?
When you've heard the whole story, I think you will agree that the circumstances of his death are highly suspicious. That is why I came to find you. Dr. Fell, we need your help.
When he had given me the details, I made one telephone call, and then we returned to 19xx in his car. The first person I wanted to meet was the enigmatic Miss Grant. But when we called on her, she was not at home. I subsequently learned that she was at the office of her solicitor, Major Price.
Thank you for coming in so promptly, my dear. The fact is, Lord Ashe has asked me to make a few inquiries on his behalf.
Lord Ashe? I don't understand.
It's rather awkward, but... well, it's to do with one of the guns he lent me for the rifle range.
Oh, I wish I'd never touched the beastly thing. How is Sir Harvey this morning, do you know?
Well, yes. I'm afraid this will come as a shock to you,
He's
but...
not... dead? Oh, God, I didn't mean to do it. I didn't shoot him deliberately. It was an accident. I swear it was.
No, my dear young lady, don't misunderstand me. It isn't a question of his being shot. According to the constable on duty, Sir Harvey took his own life. An injection of poison.
Poison? I'm sorry to hear that. Did he leave a note? Any explanation?
No, nothing like that.
So why do you have to ask me about the rifle?
Last night, when we packed up the guns, one of them was missing. The one you used. You don't happen to remember what you did with it after...
No, everything happened so fast. I suppose I gave it back to you, didn't I?
I really don't remember. But this morning, when the old man was already dead, somebody stuck a rifle over the wall and fired a shot through his window. The gun was found in the undergrowth this morning by Dick Markham and Cynthia Drew.
Dick? And Cynthia? Well, what was she doing there?
They were out for an early morning walk, I gather. But Constable Miller is trying to discover how the gun came to be there.
But why... You're not suggesting I somehow smuggled the gun away and then took it round... Oh, that's ridiculous. Why on earth would I do such a thing?
I don't know. There are a lot of questions to be answered, and as your solicitor, I felt we should try and clear things up, if we can.
What sort of questions?
Well, I know so little about you, really. And since I want to help you...
Please, let's not beat about the bush. Tell me what you want to know.
Very well. What did Sir Harvey say to you when you were in the fortune-telling booth? And don't tell me it was the usual sort of thing, because it wasn't. Hang it all, I was there. I saw you when you came out. What was it that upset you so badly?
I can't tell you.
Perhaps it was something he knew about you. Something in your past.
Major Price, you must believe me. I never saw that man before in my life. I swear it.
Then what was it? Don't you see? The circumstances were unusual, to say the least. The fortune-teller says something that upsets you. Dick rushes in to find out what's wrong. A rifle goes off. Accidentally, of course. And the old chap is slightly wounded, though not really hurt.
Not really hurt? And Dick knew that? He knew that and he didn't tell me?
Well, no. What's the matter?
I'm sorry, I really can't tell you any more. I've got to go.
But...
I arranged to meet Dick at my house. I've got to see him.
And she walked out before the Major could stop her. When she got home, the front door was ajar, but Dick wasn't there. She went through to the kitchen, but there was no sign of him. Then she heard footsteps overhead. Puzzled, she hurried upstairs and opened her bedroom door.
Dick, why did you... Cynthia!
Hello, Leslie.
What are you doing here?
Oh, I should have thought that was pretty obvious.
I didn't realise you'd taken up burglary in your spare time. How did you know where to find the wall safe?
Oh, it wasn't difficult. I just looked behind all the pictures until I got the right one.
I meant, how did you know I had a safe? Did Dick tell you?
No. The man who installed it had a few drinks at the pub afterwards. Within the hour, half the village knew about it.
It was lucky I ordered such a reliable model. Did you really expect to open it with a hammer and chisel? Oh, don't be silly. Put it down.
Don't come any closer. I mean to find out what's inside that safe before I leave. Otherwise, I think I shall kill you.
At that moment, I was still on my way to Six Ashes in Minster's car, so I didn't learn of this encounter until some time later. At 6 a.m., Dick and Cynthia had left Constable Miller on duty in the house at Gallows Lane, and when Dick returned, he found the constable still guarding the body.
Oh, he's still here?
Yes, sir. I'm waiting for the ambulance to take him away, ready for the autopsy.
Of course. Not that there's much doubt about it. Dr. Minster said it was obviously prussic acid from the syringe.
Well, they don't know that yet, not for sure.
What else could it be? You can see the puncture in his arm, and that's... I suppose that is the mark of a needle. You don't think it could have been made with one of those drawing pins?
If you don't mind me saying so, sir, you've been writing too many mystery plays. Why would anyone go and do a thing like that?
Goodness only knows. Come to that, what did he want with all those drawing pins anyway?
I can tell you that, sir. This weather, he liked to keep the window open. But he had a lot of trouble with wasps. They kept flying in from the garden and pestering him. So he tried putting up some bits of gauze over the window frames to keep them out.
Ah, yes. In America they call them screens.
I dare say. Excuse me for asking, sir, but was there a special reason for you coming back here? Were you looking for something, perhaps?
No, nothing in particular. It's just... Well, the whole damn thing's so mysterious. I wanted to have another look around. Hello, that sounds like your ambulance.
Oh, no, sir. It's Dr. Minster. And he's got someone with him. A large gentleman. He's having a bit of a squeeze getting out.
Well, that will be Dr. Gideon Fell. Minster made good time. It's only just... Oh, Lord, I hadn't realized it was so late. I'm supposed to be meeting someone.
After you, Doctor. Straight ahead.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, sir. This is where the... Ah. Good day, gentlemen.
Dick, I'm glad you're here. Let me introduce Dr. Fell, Richard Markham, and Constable Miller.
How do you do?
Morning, sir.
Mr. Markham, I believe I may say I am the bearer of good tidings.
I beg your pardon?
We can soon settle this. As you see, Doctor, the deceased was found here at his desk. He hasn't been moved. There's only one question I have to ask you. Who is he?
What the...
Quite frankly, I haven't the slightest idea. But I can tell you this. He is not Sir Harvey Gilman.
Say that again?
As far as I know, Gilman is alive and well and in Cornwall.
What?
You have been the victim of a cruel and brutal hoax. Miss Grant is not a poisoner. She didn't murder Foster or Davis or Belford for the simple reason that they never existed. It was a pack of lies from start to finish. Dr. Minster suspected from the start that the man was an imposter.
But why didn't you say...
Well, I couldn't be certain until Dr. Fell confirmed my suspicions. But you see, when the Major first introduced him to us, Sir Harvey made us promise to keep his identity a secret.
Oh, Lord, oh, Bacchus. Didn't he just...
But I was interested in his work as a pathologist, and I asked him about some of his cases. There were a few details that puzzled me. For instance, he made some reference to the 2 chambers of the heart, and every medical student knows the heart has 4 chambers.
I don't know what to say. It's like waking up out of a nightmare. Leslie's completely innocent. The 3 victims never existed. There were never any poisonings or locked rooms.
Yeah, I beg your pardon. No, there was indeed a poisoning, and there was a locked room, and we are in it.
Yes, of course. But what does it all mean?
The imposter's story wasn't true, but somebody made it come true. That is why Superintendent Hadley is now on his way down from London. I asked him to meet me at the local pub, where I've booked a couple of rooms.
And that's all you can tell me?
And I'm hoping you may be able to tell me who the imposter really is. Or was. I never saw him before, in spite of the fact that he seems to have claimed acquaintance with me. But he was, I suspect, something of an evil genius.
Well, one thing's crystal clear.
Hello. The landlord said I'd find you in the garden.
Yes, they're still getting our rooms ready. Hadley, this is Richard Markham, the playwright.
How do you do?
Has everything been taken care of?
Yes, they've carted the body off to the mortuary, and I hope he burns in hell.
Oh, easy now. We've been discussing the situation. Hadley, I think you were about to say something.
I was going to say, one thing's clear. The centre of the plot was your fiancée, Miss Grant.
But that makes no sense.
It made sufficient sense to undermine your faith in her. That tissue of lies was, in its own way, a minor work of art. It was directed at every chink in your armour. The fortune-teller grafted a psychological plot onto Miss Grant, which had all the criminal subtleties that would appeal to you. You might say it was a case of the playwright hoist with his own petard.
Thank you very much. When he told his damn story, he made it sound so believable.
How many other people actually know the story?
Just the 2 of us, myself and Dr. Minster.
Could anyone else have overheard it?
No. Ah, wait a minute. The doctor thought he heard someone outside the window. I remember now, he opened the curtains and looked out.
And was anyone there?
No. Well, at least he couldn't see anyone.
So, apart from you and the doctor, the good people of Six Ashes still think the imposter was Gilman. Anything he said will be taken as gospel truth. Somebody believes Leslie Grant is a murderer.
And somebody committed a so-called impossible crime in the sublime belief that Leslie Grant would be blamed for it.
Are you saying someone hates Leslie enough to commit a murder in order to...
My dear chap, we can't make any guesses about the motive. All we know is that Leslie Grant provided a very convenient scapegoat.
And now Leslie... Oh, Lord, I completely forgot. I was supposed to be at her house about an hour ago. You'll have to excuse me.
If you've no objection, I'd rather like to come with you. I look forward to meeting the young lady myself. How about it, Hadley?
I think that it would be an excellent idea.
Don't understand it.
Well, she must have got tired of waiting and gone out.
Well, she wouldn't do that. She was going to make me some lunch. I'll just see it. Thought so. She must be in here somewhere. Come on in. It's probably in the kitchen. If she's got the wireless on, she might not have heard us.
Well, the house seems remarkably quiet.
I told you she's gone out.
No, she would have left me a note. She must be upstairs. I'll just slip up and see. Leslie? Where are you?
There's one remarkable feature of life in a small village. I've noticed it before. People leave the front doors open. They drop in and out of each other's houses. Everyone's amazingly trusting.
If you ask me, they're a downside too trusting.
Yes, I'm afraid I have to agree with you. In this particular case, a lot of trouble would have been saved if...
Dr. Fell! Superintendent! We've got to ring for an ambulance.
Have you found her?
What's happened?
I found her in the bedroom, lying on the floor at the foot of the bed. She's got a nasty bruise on her forehead and there's blood trickling down her face.
By thunder! Are you saying somebody came in and attacked Miss Grant while...
No, not Leslie. It's Cynthia. Cynthia Drew. Oh, and the wall safe is wide open and it's empty.
But where's Miss Grant?
I don't know. She seems to have disappeared.
In Part 1 of The House in Gallows Lane, based on the book Till Death Do Us Part by John Dickson Carr, Dr. Gideon Fell was played by Donald Sinden and Superintendent Hadley by John Hartley. Sir Harvey Gilman, Richard Todd, Dick Markham, Robert Portal, Leslie Grant, Alison Pettit, Major Price, John Woodnut, Cynthia Drew, Rachel Atkins, Dr. Minster, Christopher Wright, Police Constable Bert Miller, Brian Parr. The House in Gallows Lane was dramatized for radio by Peter Ling and directed by Enid Williams.
Extracts from notes made by me, Gideon Fell, on the night of Wednesday, August the 19th, 1936. After the village fete in the grounds of Ash Hall, Sir Harvey Gilman told young Dick Markham that his fiancée, Leslie Grant, was a murderer. Her name was Jordan, and she had poisoned 3 men, although the crimes could not be proved. Next morning, Gilman was found dead in his study, also poisoned, with the doors and windows fastened on the inside. Hugh Minster, the local doctor, had been uneasy about Gilman and had made his suspicions known to me. I called my friend, Superintendent Hadley of Scotland Yard, and when I reached the house in Gallows Lane, I was able to testify that the dead man was not Gilman, but an impostor. His tales about Leslie Grant were a pack of lies, and her so-called victims had never existed, to Markham's great relief. Meanwhile, his close friend, Cynthia Drew, confronted Miss Grant in her own house and insisted that she opened the wall safe she'd had installed in her bedroom to reveal its contents. When Hadley and I accompanied Dick Markham to Miss Grant's house, his fiancée was nowhere to be seen. So Dick went up to her room. There's one remarkable feature of life in a small village. I've noticed it before. People leave the front doors open. They drop in and out of each other's houses. Everyone's amazingly trusting.
If you ask me, there are downsides to trusting.
Yes, I'm afraid I have to agree with you. In this particular case, a lot of trouble would have been saved if...
Dr. Fell! Superintendent! We've got to ring for an ambulance.
Have you found her?
What's happened?
I found her in the bedroom, lying on the floor at the foot of the bed. She's got a nasty bruise on her forehead and there's blood trickling down her face.
By thunder! Are you saying somebody came in and attacked Miss Grant while...
No, not Leslie. It's Cynthia. Cynthia Drew. Oh, and the wall safe is wide open and it's empty.
But where's Miss Grant?
I don't know. She seems to have disappeared.
We present The House in Gallows Lane, based on the book Till Death Do Us Part, a Dr. Fell mystery by John Dickson Carr, dramatized for radio by Peter Ling, with Donald Sinden as Dr. Fell. Part 2, The Point of a Pin.
It's all right. She's coming around.
Do you think we should get her to hospital?
She's had a hard knock. The skin's broken, and she's going to have a spectacular bruise for a day or two. But it's nothing to worry about.
Well, if you really... She's opening her eyes.
Dick, is that you?
Yes. Don't try to sit up. Take it easy.
Oh, what happened?
Well, that's what we'd like to know. This is Dr. Fell and Superintendent Hadley from Scotland Yard.
I'm sorry. I don't understand.
No, don't worry, Miss Drew. You've just had a nasty bump on the head.
But you're going to be perfectly fine. And it would help us if you could tell us what had been going on before...
I'll try. This is her bedroom, isn't it? Leslie's room. She came in here and then she hit me. I know it sounds absurd,
but... She hit you? You don't mean with that hammer?
No. I brought that with me. I was trying to break open the safe. I suppose now you'll arrest me.
Perhaps if you could begin at the beginning, Miss Drew. Now take your time.
Well, I wanted to find out what she keeps in that. Oh, it's empty. The safe was locked, and I couldn't get it open. I asked her to unlock it, and that's when she hit me. With a mirror.
What?
The hand mirror on the dressing table. Leslie picked it up, and there was a bit of a struggle. That's all I can remember.
So where is she now?
Well, how on earth should I know?
Well, she isn't here. She isn't in the house. And as you pointed out, the safe is empty, so I thought perhaps...
What are you saying? You don't imagine I've done anything to her, surely?
Well, no, but...
But now you're beginning to realise she did have something to hide. Something that was kept in the safe, and she's taken it with her.
It doesn't make sense. I can't believe Leslie would do anything
Perhaps you don't want to believe it. Perhaps she isn't the spotless angel you think she is. There are some awful rumours going round the village. People think there's something very suspicious about her.
That's ridiculous.
Is it? Then why does Lord Ash give her such a funny look whenever he sees her? And why does Miss Feathers in the post office say that... If that's Leslie, I don't want to speak to her.
Come in.
Excuse me, sir. There was a message for you at the police house. You're to ring Scotland Yard right away.
Right. Thank you, Constable. Look, let's go, Doctor. This could be the information I've been waiting for.
You carry on, my dear chap. I still have one or two questions I'd like to ask.
Right. Well, lead the way, Constable.
Sir.
I'll see you later, Miss Drew.
Now, Miss Drew, there are a few details I'm hoping you might clarify. That is, if you're feeling sufficiently recovered.
Well, of course I'd be glad to help if I can. Oh dear. I'm afraid I do feel a little dizzy.
Yes, of course. You're still looking a bit groggy, old thing. Let me take you home and...
No, you'll do nothing of the kind. If you think I'm going to walk along the street with you looking as if... Please, just leave me alone.
Don't be such an idiot.
Oh, so now I'm an idiot, am I? Well, you don't have to bother about me anymore. You'd better go and look after Leslie, if you can find her. And don't pretend you're in the least concerned about me, because we all know you're not.
And don't forget your hammer and chisel.
Thank you. So glad to have met you, Dr. Fell. Goodbye.
Cynthia, Oh, Lord. We've always been such good friends. As a rule, she's a nice, sensible girl.
Yes, I'm sure she is. This situation is putting a great deal of strain on everyone.
Yes, I suppose so. I just wish I knew what's going on. I wish I knew what's happened to Leslie.
Miss Drew said something that interested me. No doubt you can tell me. Who is Lord Ash? And why has he been giving your fiancée funny looks?
Oh, he's the local bigwig. Very decent chap. He lives nearby at Ash Hall, where the village fete took place.
Oh, yes, I remember. Yeah, well, he provided the artillery for the rifle range, didn't he?
That's right.
Well, perhaps we should take a little stroll to Ash Hall. I'm rather keen to meet his lordship.
Come in, gentlemen. This is a great pleasure, Dr. Fell. Please, come and sit down. I don't know if you've met...
Leslie! Hello, Dick. Well, you have been having fun and games with my career as a murderess, haven't you?
My dear, this is Dr. Gideon Fell, who's been helping the police with their investigations.
I'm delighted to meet you, Miss Grant. I've heard so much about you.
I'm sure you have. And so has everyone in Six Ashes, apparently. Let me see. Was it 2 husbands I poisoned, or 3? I think perhaps I'll take a walk in the garden while Lord Ash explains. I'll see you presently, Dick.
She feels a little shy about all this, and I think you'll agree that's understandable when I show you these.
His lordship opened his bureau, taking out a large velvet bag, which he emptied onto the table. I've never seen anything like it. Jewels poured out, glittering and gleaming like 100 rainbows. A triple-tiered necklace, several bracelets, some dazzling earrings, and a matching choker.
You'll notice the emblem worked into all these pieces. This heraldic device is the Ash coat of arms. You probably saw it on the gates when you came in.
So they all belong to you and your family?
I wish I could say yes. In fact, they now belong to Miss Leslie Grant.
But that's absurd. Leslie doesn't have any jewellery. She hates it.
I beg your pardon. She hates jewellery, but she owns all these. Did you ever hear of a woman called Lily Jordan?
Jordan? Dr. Fell, did you hear that?
Yes, I heard. Please continue your story, sir.
Lily Jordan died the year before last. She was the mother of the young lady you know as Leslie Grant. 40-odd years ago, my elder brother George met Lily in Paris and became infatuated. He wanted to marry her, even though she was a famous courtesan with strings of wealthy lovers. But she refused him. In 1914, George gave her the jewels as a pledge of his love, then went off to join his regiment, swearing he would come back when the war was over and marry her. But he never came back. And I succeeded to the title. When Lily Jordan eventually died, her daughter hated these treasures and everything they stood for. She decided to leave Paris and move to England. She liked the look of Six Ashes and settled here. One day, she recognized the coat of arms on our gates and realized she had the Ash jewels in her possession. As she was afraid she might be charged with unlawful possession of such valuable objects. And what would her neighbors say if they knew her story?
But in fact, you had already recognized her.
Well, I had some photographs of George with the beautiful Lily Jordan. Every time I met Leslie, I saw the resemblance, and it troubled me.
Forgive me, gentlemen. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think you'll want to hear the news from Scotland Yard.
Yes, well, Lord Ash, this is Superintendent Hadley.
How do you do?
Sir, I found Miss Grant outside, and she told me her side of the story, and now I can add another piece to the jigsaw puzzle. Criminal records have identified the dead man who called himself Harvey Gilman.
Well?
He was Sam de Villa, a notorious confidence trickster wanted by police all over Europe.
Good Lord.
And, of course, it was that jewellery he was after. He couldn't get it by breaking into Miss Grant's safe. He was no cracksman, but he was a psychologist, and he could get at them another way, with the assistance of Mr. Markham.
Me?
He spun you that yarn about the 3 poison victims. If my guess is right, his next move would have been to persuade you to find the combination of the safe, just to prove the lady's guilt or innocence, of course. He had quite a sense of humour, our Sam.
God damn him and his sense of humour.
Well, you've got to admit it was a cunning little scheme, and it might even have come off, but...
But someone got in first and murdered him.
But how could it be murder? I understood the room was locked on the inside.
Yes. The whole plot appears to have been devised in order to incriminate Leslie Grant.
But this morning Leslie came here to give back the jewels. What made her suddenly decide...
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but perhaps I should answer that. I found Cynthia in my bedroom trying to open the safe.
Yes, we heard about that.
She accused me of murder. 3 murders at least. And ordered me to open the safe. She thought that was where I kept the poison. I'm afraid that's when I lost my temper.
So you hit her?
Hit her?
With the hand mirror from the dressing table?
Good gracious, no, nothing like that. She suddenly lunged at me. And she's bigger than me, so I stuck my foot out and tripped her up. She went down like a sack of coals and hit her head on the corner of the dressing table. When I saw she was knocked out, Well, I know it was callous of me, but I just let her stay there. And I thought, that's it. I can't stand any more of this. So I took the jewels out of the safe and came straight round to Lord Ashe.
Sit down, my dear.
Look, if you're going to lecture me...
No, I'm not going to lecture you. I'm going to ask you 2 questions. First, when you decided to leave Paris and settle in England, what made you choose this particular village?
I don't really know. I think I must have heard something about it, how pretty and quiet and peaceful it is. Or at least it used to be, before I arrived.
It's amazing that you should have come to this village of all places. Almost as if the jewels had found their own way home. Quite a coincidence.
If it was a coincidence. Huh? Could someone have told you about Six Ashes, do you think? A friend in Paris, perhaps?
Not sure. Let me... Oh, yes. I know. It was Madame Fontaine. She was an old friend of my mother's. She was very good to me after Mother died.
Ah, so that's it. It's all falling into place now.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Louise Fontaine was also very good to Sam de Villa. She'd been his mistress for years. He must have started laying his plans before you even left Paris.
I'm afraid so. A dangerous man. Which brings me to my second question. I want to ask if you have another dangerous enemy in this village.
No, I don't think so. Unless you mean Cynthia. Except, now I come to think of it, somebody must have told her all that rubbish about me being a murderer. It wasn't you, was it, Dick?
Of course not.
But who else knew about it apart from you?
Well, only Dr. Minster. And I'm quite sure he wouldn't spread it around. Anyway, he was there when Dr. Fell told us it was all nonsense.
But remember, somebody in this village still believes that yarn. Somebody killed Sam de Villa and arranged everything to incriminate Leslie. Which leads us to one inevitable conclusion. Having provided us with this interesting problem, what must the real murderer do next? Huh? Well?
I've no idea.
Archons of Athens, don't you see? He must now provide us with a solution.
What?
Sam de Villa's corpse is found in a locked room, and Leslie Grant, the murderer presumes, will take the blame. But how could she have done it? If we are to arrest her, we must be shown how the trick was done. Unless we're given a clue to the locked room mystery, the whole scheme collapses. Do you follow me?
I see. So you think that...
I think we'll receive some kind of communication to point us in the right direction.
Was that why you asked me to...
Do you mind? Let me finish, please, Hadley. By some means or other, I believe we shall get a message from a well-wisher to provide a clue. I can't say what form the message will take.
Well, how about a telephone call? Don't forget, I had a mysterious phone call this morning, summoning me to the house in Gallows Lane, when I met Cynthia and we discovered the body.
Are you saying that someone hates me so much they're ready to see me hanged for murder?
Oh, surely not, my dear. I really can't believe that.
Dick, why did you go and meet Cynthia this morning? What did she tell you about me?
Nothing. We ran into each other by chance.
Tell me honestly. You don't believe all those lies, do you? That I poisoned 3...
Of course I don't. It's just a load of morbid nonsense. I love you. And I believe in you. Surely you must know that.
Thank you. But let me ask you one question. Before these horrors began, we'd arranged to have a cosy little supper to celebrate our engagement. Remember?
Yes. And as soon as all this is cleared up, I'll take you to the best restaurant.
No. I want to celebrate now, tonight. I want to cook supper for you at my house. Just the 2 of us. How about that?
I can't think of anything nicer. What time?
8 o'clock.
I'll be there.
It was late in the afternoon when Hadley and I accompanied Dick Markham to the house in Gallows Lane for the last time. We found the worthy Constable Miller still there, guarding the scene of the crime.
Has the post-mortem result come through yet?
No, sir. They'll ring us as soon as they can.
Right. Any luck with tracing that phone call?
What phone call, sir?
Mr. Markham had a phone call early this morning asking him to come to this house right away.
Oh, that phone call. Yes, sir. It was put through from here. The telephone in the hall at 5:02.
Was it indeed? Now, tell me, Mr. Markham, could it have been de Villa who spoke to you?
It might have been. I couldn't recognise the voice. It was a sort of whisper.
Well, it's not likely to have been de Villa, is it? He would hardly have invited you here to witness his own demise.
Well, then who?
Perhaps the call was made by whoever took a potshot at him through the window.
Possibly. I understand you actually saw the rifle poking over the garden wall. You saw the shot being fired.
Yes, I did.
If you're thinking there was any trickery about that shot, you can forget it. Everything's been checked. The angle of fire, the hole in the glass. They even checked the bullet they dug out of the wall. It came from the Winchester .22 that was found in the bushes, without any shadow of doubt.
Would you please allow me to question the witness in my own way? May I ask my own questions, or may I not?
I beg your pardon. Sorry if I stepped on your toes. Carry on.
Oh, never mind my toes. Mind you don't step on those confounded drawing pins all over the carpet. I take it they're still where you found them, Mr. Markham?
Yes. De Villa must have knocked them off the desk. Anyway, that's not important.
Forgive me if I contradict you. Those drawing pins may be of the utmost importance. This entire case could hang on a drawing pin. After all, learned theologians used to spend hours debating how many angels could dance on the point of a pin. Never underestimate a drawing pin. Even if you don't see the point of it.
I do, sir. Like I told Mr. Markham, the gentleman was trying to pin some gore screens across the windows to keep the wasps out.
That's as may be. But more to the point, we have no idea how Mr. de Villa spent the last night of his life. He was alive when you left him here at 11 o'clock, Mr. Markham, and you found him dead at 5:20 this morning. What did he do during his final hours?
He was still in some pain. He asked Dr. Minster to give him something to help him get to sleep.
Well, he can't have slept for long. He got up some time before 5. Now, why did he do that, I wonder?
Perhaps he came down to make that telephone call. It could have been his voice I heard. You don't suppose... You did say someone would try to send a message.
All right, Constable. See who it is.
Very good, sir.
Still a lot we don't know about Mr. de Villa. Apart from his rather surprising taste in reading matter.
Reading matter?
Yeah, this book. Open on the desk. Hazlitt's Essays.
Ah, yes. He wasn't your usual flashy con man by any means. Sam's academic manner was worth $5,000 a year to him. His father was a West Country clergyman. He studied medicine at Oxford, and I'm told he even... Yes, Miller, what is it?
That was the constable from Oxton, sir, with the results of the post-mortem.
Thank you. And let's have a look.
And Dr. Minster's car just pulled up outside. He's brought Miss Drew with him. They're coming in now.
But does no one lock the front door in this village? Ah, Dr. Minster. Come in, my dear chap. And Miss Drew, how very nice.
Cynthia has some information that might be useful. I said she should tell you right away.
Well, certainly. Do sit down, my dear.
Thank you.
How are you feeling? Quite recovered from the accident, I hope?
Oh, it wasn't an accident. Leslie struck me quite deliberately with a hand mirror.
Now, I must tell you, she denies that, absolutely. She says you tripped and fell, hitting your head on the dressing table.
That's not true.
You did say you couldn't remember exactly what happened.
Of course you would try to defend her.
Never mind all that. Dr. Minster, I'm very glad to see you. I believe you were the last person to see the deceased alive, and he asked you to give him something to help him to sleep?
Well, that's correct. His back was very uncomfortable. I gave him a 1/4 grain of luminol as a painkiller.
Only a 1/4 grain? He couldn't have taken more than that?
No, I gave it to him myself. Why?
I've just had the report on the post-mortem.
No, you're not going to tell us that he wasn't killed by prussic acid.
Oh, no, the prussic acid killed him. But sometime before his death, he'd also swallowed 3 or 4 grains of luminol.
But that's impossible. I would never have given him such an overdose.
I'm sure you didn't. But who did? Who got him out of bed and lugged him down here? After that dose of luminol, there's no way he could have come downstairs under his own steam.
You and leaving the other side for the moment. I believe you had something to tell us, Miss Drew.
Yes. Last night, or early this morning, when I was in Gallows Lane, Oh, everything seems so confused, but later I tried to remember, and I had a mental picture of this house, and there was someone running away from it.
Someone you knew?
I don't even know if it was a man or a woman. They were in the shadows, under the trees, but I'm certain someone was leaving in a hurry.
That's right. I didn't see him either, but I heard him running off into the bushes after he put a bullet through the window.
No, that's the point. It can't have been the same person, because this was before I heard the shot. After that, I'm afraid everything else went out of my head.
By Jupiter! So there were two visitors. One who fired the rifle, and another who left the house earlier, having just murdered him.
Excuse me, sir. Can I say something?
Not now, Miller. We're all very...
It's important, sir. I mean, I'd have mentioned it before. Only up to now, I thought the gentleman had committed suicide. Nobody said nothing to me about it being murder.
All right. Go on.
But the thing is, I was on late duty last night. I was cycling back along Gallows Lane on my way to the police house, and I went right past here about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well, what about it?
That's when I saw someone standing outside this front door, as if they were waiting to go inside. It was real dark, of course, but she was wearing a white blouse, so I couldn't help noticing...
She? Who are you talking about?
Well, sir, it was Miss Leslie Grant.
It was late when Dick Markham left Gallows Lane, and too many questions were chasing one another through his brain.
I know Bert Miller's telling the truth, but somebody must be lying. Cynthia? Or Leslie? I know them both so well. I can't believe either of them would... I mean, Cynthia's a little jealous, but that doesn't mean she'd... No, of course not. As for Leslie, she must be cursing me now. It's past 8 already, and she'll be there waiting, with the supper getting cold. She was so desperate to cook something special for me. But first I'd better go home and tidy up. If only I could stop asking myself all these damn fool questions.
When he reached home and opened the front door, he saw a light in his study. A visitor was waiting for him.
Oh, Lord Ash.
I'm sorry if I startled you. I dropped in on the off chance that I might find Dr. Fell with you, or the superintendent. I already tried the pub, but they weren't there.
No, I left them at Gallows Lane. Why, is there something wrong?
Yes, I'm afraid there might be. You see, I was going through my gun room half an hour ago, and I discovered one of them was missing.
Oh, you mean the Winchester rifle? Yes, they're putting it in for forensic testing because it was used to fire the bullet that smashed...
Yes, I know that. No, I'm not talking about the Winchester. It's my old service revolver that's disappeared. And some ammunition with it. I thought I should let the police know.
And you've no idea who might have taken it?
No. So many people have been in and out this weekend, borrowing the rifles and bringing them back, helping to clean them and put them away. It could be almost anyone.
I see. Well, if you want to try Gallows Lane, you might find the superintendent still there.
Right.
I'm sorry not to be more helpful, but I'm rather pushed for time. I was supposed to be having supper with Leslie at 8 o'clock, and now it's getting on for 9.
The question is, will you still find her waiting when you get there?
What do you mean?
I had a long talk with her earlier today, and she's rather upset about your, friendship with Cynthia. If I were you, I'd get round there as soon as you can and try to patch things up.
Following Lord Ash's advice, he set off at once, and by now it was getting dark, and the eerie twilight only added to his confusion.
Does she love me, or does she hate me? If she hates me, what's the good of going to see her? What sort of supper will she have prepared, I wonder? The supper she cooked specially for me. No, I mustn't think that. It's impossible. I know she'd never do anything so. Oh, nearly there now. There's her house, silhouetted against the night sky, and a light in the window. So she must be there, waiting. I've only got to walk past the post office, open the garden gate, and then everything will be all right. There'll be nothing to worry about. I must believe that. Nothing at all. God, what's that?
But the shot had not come from Leslie's house. It had come from inside the post office. The door was closed and the blind was down, but Dick could see a line of light beneath it. He hammered on the door.
Hello? Who's there? Hello?
To his surprise, the door swung open. A single light bulb burned dimly over the counter. Below it, a canvas sack had been ripped open. The floor was strewn with envelopes of all shapes and sizes. Behind the counter, Miss Feathers tried to hold herself upright, clawing at the wire mesh with one hand and clutching a torn fragment of paper in the other. as a stain of blood spread slowly across her blouse.
Miss Feathers, what's happened? Who was it?
I wouldn't give her up the letter.
What letter? That scrap of paper?
Here, you take it.
She thrust it into his hands. The torn corner of an envelope, and a small fragment from the sheet of paper which had been inside it. And on that paper, a few typewritten words, all that remained of the original letter. Dick read the words in blank disbelief.
Why be such fools? If you want to know how Leslie Grant did it...
He recognized the cranky capital G, which always printed unevenly, and the lowercase w, which was always too faint. The letter had been typed on his own machine. And then he heard running footsteps from the kitchen at the back of the shop.
Who the hell?
He flung open the counterflap and ran through the kitchen into the backyard.
Hey, you! Stop!
Beyond the waist-high wall, he could see Leslie's garden, and a moving shadow that disappeared into the darkness, running towards her house. Then a glimmer of light as her kitchen door opened and then closed. Someone had gone inside. Inside Leslie's house. And she was there, alone. Without stopping to think, Dick scrambled over the wall and collided with someone on the other side.
Oh, grab that!
Bert, what are you doing
Markham! I was with Dr. Fell on my way to see Miss Grant. Then we heard a gun go off.
Miss Feathers has been shot. Go and fetch help right away.
But where's the gunman?
Inside Leslie's house. Don't worry, he won't get far. You look after the old lady.
Dick raced across the garden and into Leslie's house. The kitchen was empty, but he found her in the dining room, sitting at the table laid for two. The tall candles were still unlit. Seeing Dick, she rose to her feet, then turned away, unable to face him directly.
Your supper's in the kitchen. I'm afraid it's cold, but that's hardly my fault. I suppose when it came to the point, you couldn't bear to eat with the daughter of Lily Jordan.
Don't talk rot. Just tell me this. Who came into this house just now?
Into this house? Nobody.
Through the back door, not half a minute ago.
Nobody came in except you. I've been here all the time.
I suppose he could have gone the other way, through the scullery in the breakfast room. He or she, whoever it is, could get into the hall that way without your knowing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, I don't want to alarm you, but somebody broke into the post office and tried to kill Miss Feathers. Obviously the same person who killed de Villa, and now he's in this house. It's all right, I'll answer the door, but you're coming with me.
Take your hands off me!
I'm not letting you out of my sight until I know who that is at the door.
Don't trouble yourself. I need hardly add that the front door was, of course, open as usual. And why are you manhandling this young lady?
Will you let go of me? Or is this the way you carry on with Cynthia?
Forget about Cynthia. Doctor, I've just come from the post office where Miss Feathers has...
I know. Hadler's there now.
And the gunman is somewhere in this house. We'll have to search the whole place.
All in good time. First, I suggest we sit down and have a little talk.
Talk? For heaven's sake! Let me get Leslie away from here before...
It would be far better if she remains here, I assure you.
Even with a murderer in the house?
Oh, yes, even with a murderer in the house. I notice you're still clutching some scraps of paper. I take it you understand what has taken place at the post office?
I think I've got a rough idea, yes.
Very well. Suppose you tell us about it.
You said that we could expect a communication from the murderer, and I suggested it might be a phone call, and Superintendent Hadley began to say something like, "Was that why you asked me to? But you shut him up quickly." I only tumbled to it just now. It's the old poison pen trick, isn't it?
But what's that got to do with
It's what they do when there's a poison pen outbreak. With the help of the post office, all the stamps sold to a suspected person have a secret mark, so they can prove who sent them. Dr. Fell guessed that our murderer wouldn't risk another phone call, which could easily be traced, but he might send an anonymous letter. So with the cooperation of Miss Feathers...
Who is now on her way to the hospital, where, I trust, she'll soon make a good recovery.
Then the murderer did write a letter.
Oh, yes. To be on the safe side, he nipped into my cottage and wrote the blasted thing on my typewriter and posted it. Then he had second thoughts. That's why he broke into the post office and tried to get it back. Right, Doctor?
Absolutely right.
So everything happened just as you said. You told us Leslie would be accused by an anonymous message. You said de Villa's murder was a deliberate attempt to incriminate Leslie, and you were right again.
Well, no, I'm afraid I wasn't. In fact, I think I said at the time that it was hard to believe.
I don't follow.
We were all so busy concentrating on the mystery man who filled de Villa up with prussic acid and slipped out of a house that was locked on the inside, we overlooked his accomplice, who fired a rifle through the window.
Well, whoever he was a rotten shot. He missed his target by a mile.
I fear I must contradict you again. He didn't miss the target. He hit it. Whang in the gold.
But the bullet never even touched de Villa.
De Villa wasn't the target. He was already dead by then. The target was the window pane, and the marksman and the poisoner were one and the same person. Ah, that'll be Hadley. He's far too well mannered to walk in without permission. I wonder if you'd mind...
No, you stay here. I'll go.
This is my house. I'll go.
Let's get this straight. You say the window...
The murderer poisoned de Villa, then prepared to leave the house.
With the doors and windows locked on the inside?
Ah, yes. And on the way out, the murderer made a phone call to you, telling you to come at once. Then this mysterious figure ran out of the house, along the lane, and round the back of the garden, in time to hide behind the wall and fire his rifle through the window.
Hey, what the dickens are you playing at, fella? Are you out of your mind?
No more than usual, and please don't interrupt me now. I'm just getting to the interesting part, by which I mean the windows. Now, let me just open these curtains in order to illustrate my theory.
That's enough. Don't say any more.
You can't stop now. What about the windows?
They are, you see, ordinary sash windows. Very like the ones at Gallows Lane. To open the window, I push the metal catch back so it lies flat. So. And now I can slide the window up. And to close it, the catch is pulled forward until it's at right angles to the frame.
Do you want the whole village to hear you?
Just a minute. Where's Leslie? She didn't come back when the superintendent walked in.
Not the whole village, just a small, select audience.
Dr. Fell, where is Leslie?
Of course, it only takes a slight pressure to move the catch into the closed position. That's what I was waiting for.
You bloody fool, you let this happen.
Yes, God help me. So I did. There was no other way, you see.
That shot came from upstairs. The room above. Leslie's room.
Dick ran to the door, across the hall and up the stairs, racing to Leslie's bedroom.
Dick, who fired that gun?
Leslie.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I don't understand. I thought...
My room's locked. Someone's in there.
Stand back. Out of the way, please.
Don't go in, either of you.
But who is it? Not Cynthia?
Good heavens, no. The only person with the means and the motive. Dr. Hugh Minster. At the end of that dreadful evening, Hadley and I were having a much-needed drink in the back room at the pub, together with Dick and Leslie.
I still can't get over it. Dr. Minster, of all people, trying to put the blame on me.
No, my dear, no, that's where we were all misled. There was never any intention to put the blame on you. We were meant to assume that the murder was committed by someone who believed every word of de Villa's lies. So the one person we couldn't possibly suspect was the man who doubted him right from the start, and even called me in to confirm his suspicions.
What was it that put you on the right track?
A couple of things puzzled me. One, why did the fake Harvey Gilman tell those lies, which were solely intended to convince you and no one else, in the presence of a third party, the local GP? He had no reason to tell Dr. Minster. In fact, he hardly seemed to notice he was there. And that made me wonder whether the good doctor might be somehow involved in the scheme.
And two, the mystery of the vanishing rifle.
Yes. In all the confusion when it started to rain, almost anyone could have taken it.
But how? I mean, you can't stick a rifle in your pocket or inside your coat.
You could hide it in a golf bag. And Dr. Minster, from the pitch and putt stall, carried a bag of golf clubs. You told me so yourself.
Yeah. And then there was de Villa's background. Minster said his suspicions were aroused when de Villa referred to the 2 chambers of the heart instead of 4.
Yeah, whereas your account of de Villa's career told me he'd studied medicine at Oxford. No medical man could possibly commit such a howler.
No.
So, do you think de Villa had some sort of hold over Minster? Some secret from his past, perhaps?
Oh, Dick, that sounds almost like the plot of one of your plays.
Strange, but true, unfortunately. The doctor's story wasn't a pretty one, but all too human. Years ago, when he was hard up and desperate, he took a post in a squalid London nursing home, where he performed illegal operations. De Villa found out. So when he came over here with designs on the jewellery, he roped the doctor into his plan. Imagine the poor chap's feelings. He thought his past was dead and buried, but it had come back to haunt him.
I know how he must have felt.
Yes. So he decided de Villa must die. And when he heard the so-called secrets of your past, the scheme was handed to him on a plate. Do you remember, Dick, during that first evening, he thought he heard someone outside the window?
Yes. He went and opened the curtains to look out. Was there really someone out there?
Oh, yes. It was Cynthia. A good girl, though perhaps a little erratic. But Minster was more interested in the window itself. He saw the pinholes in the frame, where the gauze screens had been pinned up, and realized that one pinhole, more or less, would never be noticed. That's when the whole idea fell into his head.
First of all, he'd need a bullet hole through the glass.
Right, and a length of stout thread doubled over into a loop, which he could push through the hole with a drawing pin in the frame to act as a pulley. He only had to slip the looped end over the metal catch.
And a few hours later, in the middle of the night, after he drugged and poisoned de Villa, that was precisely what he did. He locked the doors, climbed out of the window, pulled the sash down after him, and very carefully pulled on the double thread to draw the catch forward and lock the window.
Yeah, and then he pulled on one end of the thread until it was all out. And hey presto, the room was locked on the inside.
No, I'm sorry, that's not possible. I was there when the shot was fired, remember? The bullet hole wasn't there in the middle of the night.
Oh, yes, it was. That was when the real shot was fired. The one you witnessed at dawn was a blank cartridge. For your special benefit.
It was a neat little dodge, and he thought he'd got away with it, until he made his mistake over the anonymous letter and lost his head.
Then everything went wrong. He took refuge in Miss Grant's house, hoping to escape, until I raised my voice to let him know we were on to him. No. That's when he put an end to it all. Poor devil.
There's one thing I still don't understand.
You're going to ask me why I was in Gallows Lane at 3 a.m. You really thought I might be the guilty party, didn't you?
Well, yes. Well, no, not really. I mean...
I don't blame you. The fact is, I suffer from insomnia, and when I'm worried about something, it's particularly bad. That night, I hardly slept a wink. I kept thinking about de Villa and the things he'd said. So I decided to go and see him to try and set my mind at rest. I rang the doorbell, but there was no reply. So at last, I gave up and went home. I should have told you, but when I heard he was dead, I was too scared. I'm sorry, Dick. I'm not much good to you, am I? Nervous tantrums, chronic insomnia.
I can promise you one thing. When we're married, you'll never be troubled by insomnia again. I'll see to that.
Last orders, gentlemen, please.
Oh, a toast to the happy couple. Same again, all round.
In Part 2 of The House in Gallows Lane, based on the book Till Death Do Us Part by John Dickson Carr, Dr. Gideon Fell was played by Donald Sinden and Superintendent Hadley by John Hartley. Dick Markham, Robert Portal, Leslie Grant, Alison Pettit, Dr. Minster, Christopher Wright, Lord Ashe, Michael Cochrane, Cynthia Drew, Rachel Atkins, Police Constable Bert Miller, Brian Parr. The House in Gallows Lane was dramatized for radio by Peter Ling and directed by Enid Williams.
Forgive me. Am I addressing Dr. Fell?
Dr. Livingston, I presume? No, I'm sorry. Sir William Batten. I'm delighted to meet you.
How do you do? We have a mutual acquaintance in Chief Superintendent Hadley. Oh, perhaps he's been delayed.
No, he's here. But the landlord just called him away to the telephone. Yeah, do sit down. Let me move that newspaper.
Ah, lunchtime edition. The Mad Hatter Strikes Again by our special correspondent, Philip Driscoll. You'd think they'd find something better for the front page.
Yes, well, I've been out of town for a few weeks, so I've rather lost touch. But Hadley's put me in the picture. I gather Mr. Driscoll is your nephew.
Unfortunately, yes. He started writing about some lunatic who goes on snatching hats from the heads of law-abiding citizens. Seems to have become the latest sensation.
A policeman's helmet found on a costermonger's donkey, a judge's wig on a lamppost. A series of practical jokes, obviously.
I'm afraid I don't see the funny side of it. Last Saturday, this maniac stole my top hat as I was on my way to a meeting in the city. And this morning, as I was getting into my car, he stole my grey Homburg as well.
And such inclement weather, too. You might get a nasty head cold. But I understand you also suffered a more serious loss.
Ah, the stolen manuscript. Well, that's unique. Irreplaceable. An unpublished story by Edgar Allan Poe, in the great man's own handwriting.
Sorry to have kept you waiting. I see you've introduced yourselves. Sir William, let me get you a drink. A whiskey, perhaps?
No, nothing, thank you.
Are you sure? I don't know quite how to tell you this, but...
What's wrong?
Sir William, you must prepare yourself for a shock. It's about your nephew.
Oh, I knew it. It's those damn practical jokes.
What began as a joke is no longer a laughing matter. The boy is dead. We have reason to believe that he was murdered.
Oh, no. Surely not.
His body has been found at the Tower of London at the foot of the steps by the Traitor's Gate. And on his head, someone had placed your stolen top hat.
We present Donald Sinden as Dr. Gideon Fell in The Mad Hatter Mystery by John Dickson Carr.
Notes made by me, Gideon Fell, on October the 10th, 1936, concerning the murder at the Tower of London. The news of the tragedy was bad enough, but that finishing touch made it particularly hideous. Hadley drove us to the tower, not as fast as he would have liked, for a thick mist was rolling in off the river and visibility was poor. I encouraged Sir William to talk. I thought it might help. Perhaps you could tell me about the missing manuscript. An unpublished tale by Edgar Allan Poe must be quite a rarity. May I ask how you acquired it?
I was in Philadelphia, and I wanted to visit the house where Poe had lived as a young man. When I got there, I discovered the building was being demolished, but the workmen let me in to look round, and as they pulled out an old cupboard, they found a flimsy packet of papers behind it. One glance at the handwriting was enough. The men weren't interested, so I said I'd like to have it as a souvenir, and I gave them $10. Well, they were quite happy with that.
What did you do with your acquisition?
I had it authenticated by Craig Roberts, one of the world's leading authorities on Poe. I told him I'd no intention of selling it, and brought it back to London, and kept it in my dressing room. Why, I thought it'd be perfectly safe.
But it wasn't. When did it disappear?
Sometime between Saturday afternoon and Sunday morning. There was no sign of anybody breaking in.
Did any members of your family know about the manuscript?
Well, yes, but naturally I couldn't possibly suspect any of them.
Oh, naturally. But all the same, just to clear them of any possible suspicion.
At present, the household consists of my daughter Sheila, my brother Lester, and Laura, his wife. Philip had his own flat in Tavistock Court. It's a modern block off Tavistock Square, though he usually joined us for Sunday lunch. Well, that's all. Apart from an American guest who was staying with us, Mr. Julius Arbor. He's a collector, like myself, with a special interest in Poe First Edition.
What, did you tell Mr. Arbor about the manuscript?
Well, no. I intended to show it to him, but Somehow the opportunity never presented itself.
And there was no one else in the household who might have shared your interest in Poe?
Oh, certainly not. When I discovered the manuscript had gone, at first I admit I was a little suspicious of my manservant, Henry Marsh.
Oh, why was that?
Well, he's only been with me a few months. When I questioned him, he became nervous and flustered, but I put that down to his natural stupidity. He'd never even heard of Edgar Allan Poe.
Damn fool! Stepping off the pavement without looking and in a fog like this.
Sure. It was fairly murky this morning when I came out of the house, which is why I didn't get a proper look at the brute who took my Homburg.
Ah, the Homburg, yes. Now, how did that happen exactly?
Well, I thought it was a sneak thief trying to break into my car. But when I went up to him, he just grabbed my hat and ran off before I could stop him. Oh, well, never mind that. I keep thinking about Philip. I was fond of the boy, but perhaps I was too strict with him. I kept him on a tight allowance. He had no idea of the value of money. I paid the rent for his flat, and I made a point of going round there regularly, on the first Tuesday of every month, just to keep an eye on the place and make sure he wasn't getting into mischief. Well, now I shan't have to do that anymore.
Here we are, Tower Hill, and the gate's open.
We passed through the gateway and were stopped by the guards on duty. When we got out of the car, a human warder was waiting for us.
Superintendent Hadley?
Yes. Who's in charge here?
The Deputy Governor, General Mason. He discovered the body.
Mason? Thank God. He's a friend of mine.
If I might have your name, sir?
This is Sir William Batten and my colleague, Dr. Fell.
Very good, sir. Come this way, please, General.
He led us through the precincts of the tower, over a stone bridge across the moat. Beneath an archway, opposite the stone steps leading down to Traitor's Gate, General Mason met us.
Good God, Batten, but how on earth... I was going to ring you and break the news as soon as I'd spoken to the superintendent, but...
Never mind. This is Superintendent Hadley, yes. Dr. Gideon Fell, General Mason. So, where's the boy? I want to see him.
Where I found him. We couldn't disturb the body until the police arrived.
Just tell me, what killed him?
It appears to be the bolt of a crossbow. It's about 4 inches sticking out of his chest. Straight through the heart. Instant death. No pain whatever.
Were there many people here today?
No, not many. That's on account of the weather. If you'd just come down the steps with me, Superintendent, I've got a flashlight. Perhaps you'd wait here, gentlemen. If you look over the rail, I think you'll be able to see for yourselves.
Philip Driscoll lay at the bottom of the steps, as if he had rolled down them. In the torchlight, we saw the gleam of steel projecting from his chest. The top hat on his head was much too large, coming down almost to his eyes and flattening his ears. It was a grotesque spectacle, and obviously distressing for Sir William, so General Mason escorted the old man into the building before rejoining us under the archway.
Sorry to keep you waiting. No doubt you'll need me to answer some questions.
Yes, sir. When exactly did Driscoll arrive? Do we know?
Somewhere about 1:20, I gather. I wasn't here. Dalry, my secretary, picked me up from the middle of town in my car, and we got back here at 2:30. We came in this way, along Water Lane. Dalry let me out at the gate of the bloody tower, and then he drove back to put the car away. I was going into my own quarters when I remembered something that I had to do. So I came back here, and as I passed these steps, I glanced down. I couldn't see very clearly, but I could tell something was wrong, so I went down and found him. Minutes later, Dalry returned from the garage, and I called him. I told him who it was. Well, he and Driscoll were old friends. In fact, Dalry is unofficially engaged to Sheila Batten, Sir William's daughter. You'll hear about that. I told him to fetch the doctor, but of course it was useless.
And when the doctor examined the body?
He said that Driscoll had been dead at least 3/4 of an hour. Possibly longer.
Forgive me, but you appear to have identified the young man immediately. How was that?
Well, as I say, he and Dalry were close friends. Driscoll was always popping in and out. We all knew him.
I see. One more question. About the crossbow bolt. They're not exactly common or garden weapons. Did it come from the collection here?
I can't tell you, but the armory will know.
It was pretty bleak under that archway, so the General suggested that we should go into the Warder's Hall at the Bywood Tower to join Sir William. We sat and warmed ourselves by the log fire for some time, until his secretary came and found us.
Superintendent Hadley?
Yes?
The General asked me to tell you that... Oh, Sir William. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, that's all right, Robert. Thank you.
Now, what was I... Oh, yes. The armoury could see at a glance the crossbow bolt isn't a genuine weapon. It's a modern copy. But they'll be able to tell us more once the police surgeon has... Well, you know.
Yes, of course.
Oh, and another thing. There weren't many visitors here because of the fog. After they'd been questioned and their details had been taken, most of them were sent home. But there are still 2 people the General thought you might want to see. One is Mrs. Lester Batten.
What the devil is my sister-in-law doing here? Does she know about Philip?
Yes, I told her. She was very upset. And I told her you'd arrived, Sir William.
And the other visitor?
An American gentleman, Mr. Julius Barber.
Now, that's interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah. Mr. Dullery, I understand you and Mr. Driscoll were close friends.
Ever since our school days. In a way, he seemed to rely on me. He often turned to me when he had problems.
What sort of problems?
Financial, mostly. Nothing serious. But he sometimes ran up bills he couldn't pay.
Oh, he did he?
Sorry, I shouldn't have said.
But nothing serious, nothing that might be considered a motive for murder.
Oh, no, nothing like that. I mean, only this morning
Yes. What brought him here this morning?
He rang up very early. I live in, you see. I've got a room upstairs. But this morning I was a bit late coming down, and when I walked into the office, Parker, one of the warders, was on the phone.
Hang on, sir. He's here now. Just come in this minute. Mr. Driscoll for you.
Hello, Phil. You're bright and early. Oh. What's wrong? Well, if you think I can help, can't you tell me what it's about? All right, then. Yes, I'll be here at lunchtime. Drop in about 1 o'clock and we'll see if we can sort it out, whatever it is. See you later.
Will you be here at lunchtime, sir? Wasn't there something about the General's car?
Oh, yes, damn it. The electric horn isn't working. I've got to take it along to Holborn and get it fixed. But I can leave that till after lunch.
Did you say Holborn? I mean, there must be a garage nearer than that, surely.
Yes, but this particular garage is run by an ex-soldier from the General's old regiment. Anyway, I didn't think much more about it until about 1:45, when I was waiting for Phil to arrive. And then...
Oh, sorry to disturb you, Mr. Dullery, but... Oh, I thought you were on the phone.
I was. I only just rang off.
Well, there's a call for you on the other line. Mr. Driscoll wants to speak to you.
I thought he was coming here at 1 o'clock.
Seems like there's been a change of plan. Anyway, he's holding on.
Oh, well, I'd better see what he wants.
And what did he want?
He sounded rather strange. He said he couldn't come to the tower, so I'd got to go to the flat and meet him there. He said it was a matter of life and death.
Didn't he give you any sort of explanation?
No. I said, I thought you were doing so well, following up the Mad Hatter story. And he said, I've followed it too far, and now it's got me.
What did you do?
Well, I had to take the car to Holborn anyway, so I drove there and left it at the garage, saying I'd pick it up later. It's only a short walk to the flat. I rang the bell a couple of times, and then I walked in.
Wait, he left the door open?
No, I've got a spare key. You see, the gates here close at 10 sharp every night. Nobody goes in or out after that. So if I'm out for the evening, Phil lets me doss down in his sitting room. I mean, he used to. Anyway, I went in, but he wasn't there, so I sat down and waited. Now we come to the strange part. I still can't explain this.
Oh, go on.
According to Parker, about 10 minutes after I left, Phil turned up and asked for me. When he told him I'd gone to the flat, Parker said he went white as a sheet. He said he'd rung first thing and arranged to meet me at 1, but he never changed the appointment. He didn't make the second phone call.
But you spoke to him yourself.
Well, yes. At least I thought so. Oh, Parker, the very man.
Beg pardon, sir, but...
I was telling them about the second phone call. You thought it was Mr. Driscoll, too, didn't you?
To the best of my knowledge, it was. But since he turned up later, I suppose it can't have been.
And you told him about the second phone call?
Yes. He used some very strong language. Very put out he was. When I suggested he should go back to the flat, he said, no, when he finds no one there, he'll come back. I'll stay here and wait for him. But he was a bundle of nerves.
How do you mean?
Well, he couldn't sit still. Presently he said, I'm going for a walk. And out he went. And by then it was nearly 1:30, so I thought I'd better phone Mr. Dowry. I had the number of the flat, so I rang and told him what had happened, and he said he'd come back right away. And I looked out of the window. I wanted to tell Mr. Driscoll, but he was walking towards the Traitor's Gate. He went under the archway, and that's when this other person reached out and touched his arm.
What other person?
Male or female?
I couldn't tell you. They were in the shadows. But someone reached out, and he turned towards whoever it was. Then they sort of disappeared in the fog.
I see. Well, thank you. You've been very helpful.
Yeah, before you go, I had the impression that you originally came in to tell us something.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. The General's compliments. He asked if you're ready to see Mrs. Batten and Mr. Arbor.
Well, Mrs. Batten, certainly. I think we'll keep Mr. Arbor waiting a little longer.
Excellent. That won't do him any harm.
Very well, sir. I'll fetch the lady right away.
The police surgeon sent us the murder weapon. Along the side of the bolt, a single word was engraved, and the word, horribly apt, was carcass. We were still examining it when General Mason brought in Laura Batten. Hadley tried to cover it up, but it was too late.
Superintendent, this is Mrs. Batten.
Oh, goodness. How on earth did that get here?
You mean you recognize it?
Of course, it belongs to me. My husband and I bought it when we were on a walking holiday in France. They sell them as souvenirs. Well, you can see it says Carcassonne on the... Oh, somebody's been tampering with it.
Yes, the pointed end has been filed down. Was it always as sharp as this?
Oh, my God. Is that how he...
My dear, we must try to deal with this calmly and sensibly. This is Chief Superintendent Hadley and his colleague, Dr. Gideon Fell.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Please, sit down, Mrs. Batten.
Oh, thank you.
Now, let me get one thing clear, Sir William. If this souvenir was kept in your house, I presume you've seen it before.
Not that I remember. Wait, Laura, you went to France while I was in America. I suppose that must be... That's why I
Dear chap, are you all right?
Yes, it's just suddenly I feel rather tired. So much has happened.
Of course. I think it would be better if you went home and tried to get some rest.
Let me take you up to my quarters. I'll give you a brandy. I have a fascinating collection of letters on my desk concerning Walter Raleigh's imprisonment. I'm sure they'll interest you.
As the two men left, I saw a look of horror on Laura Batten's face, as if she'd suddenly thought of something that terrified her. But she pulled herself together as she turned to face Hadley.
So, it's true then. Even when Rob told me he was dead, I couldn't believe it.
Rob?
Rob Dowry. It's been a terrible shock for him, for all of us. But I don't understand why I had to be questioned, as if... Well, you don't imagine I had anything to do with Phil's death, do you?
I have to question anyone who might have been in the vicinity at the time of his death.
And when did it happen, exactly?
Well, according to the surgeon's report, sometime between 1:30 and 1:45. Can you tell us where you were then?
Oh, I'd been wandering around. I was probably admiring the crown jewels. I often come here. Not so much for the history as the exercise. Walking is so good for the figure. You should try it, Doctor.
Thank you. Yes, I'll bear it in mind. And did you happen to see Mr. Driscoll during your walk?
Of course not. I didn't even know he was here.
I see. Well, I don't think we need to detain you any longer. I'm sure you're anxious to get home. And as Mr. Arbor is waiting...
Yes, I saw him. What's he doing here? I wish William had never invited him to the house. He's a ghastly creature and a terrible liar. You can't believe a word he says. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, what did you make of her?
She is an old hand at evading questions, very frightened. I saw her face just before the General left. Something he said terrified her. I don't know why.
Damn, I missed that. Look, I've got to go and check the statements from the other visitors. I think I'll leave you to deal with the devious Mr. Barber. You can pretend to be me.
What? Now,
he's probably a complete waste of time, but you might as well put him through the ringer.
I'll do nothing of the sort. I refuse to participate in such...
Listen here, I don't know what's going on, but I've been put to a whole lot of inconvenience this afternoon.
I'm sorry, Mr. Barber. The Chief Superintendent will see you now. Carry on, Chief.
Apparently, you're in charge of this investigation.
Yes, apparently I am. Yes. Please, sit down.
Oh, thanks. Of course, I'll be happy to assist if I can. What do you want to ask me?
How about, have you read any good Edgar Allan Poe manuscripts lately?
What? I thought you were here to investigate some sort of murder.
Yes, also a missing document. Perhaps you might find that more interesting.
If you're referring to the theft of a certain manuscript taken from Sir William Batten...
Ah, so you know about that. I thought you might.
And he thinks I'm the guilty party. Believe me, I'm not insulted, but I thought it wiser to move out of Sir William's house this morning. I've made arrangements to stay with an acquaintance in Golders Green. I'm sure you'll understand.
So what I don't understand is how you knew that manuscript existed. Sir William told me he never mentioned it to you.
Oh, that is true, but he's like a child. He couldn't resist dropping hints. So I took the precaution of checking with an old friend back home, Craig Roberts, who told me he had seen it, and it was undoubtedly authentic. So I decided to buy it.
But Sir William had no intention of selling it.
Oh, he had no right to it. Okay, he paid a few dollars to some workman, but it wasn't theirs to sell. In law, it belonged to the owner of the derelict property, so I called that guy and offered him $10,000, and he agreed. The whole transaction was perfectly legal.
Not if it involved murder.
Murder? But there's no connection. I mean, I know a man's been killed, but that's got nothing to do with the manuscript.
You mean you don't know who the man was? He was Sir William Batten's nephew, Philip Driscoll.
Oh, my God. I had no idea.
I expect you met him at Sir William's house.
Yes, I did, briefly. He came to lunch the Sunday before that. Oh, that's just terrible.
Terrible, indeed. But perhaps you could explain what brought you here to the Tower at lunchtime today.
Well, I'd heard they had some interesting letters about Walter Raleigh, and I was hoping to see them, but they weren't on show. Well, I was just on my way out when I almost ran into a young couple in the fog, a man and a woman. I thought his voice was vaguely familiar. You mean that was Driscoll?
Can you remember what he said?
Just let me think. He said that they were in a real mess, and something about his uncle getting to hear of it. Then he suddenly said, "Oh, hell, I forgot." There was something he had to do. He said he'd be as quick as he could, and he told her to go take a look at the crown jewels, and that he'd catch up with her later. Then he dashed off, and she walked past me. I couldn't see her face because she had her head down, but I remember the coat she was wearing. Do you know, I saw it again just now, coming through that door. Laura Batten was wearing it.
What time would this have been?
About 1:15.
Thank you. One last question, if I may. Your valuable manuscript has vanished, but you don't seem interested in finding it. Since you claim it's your property, why haven't you reported it to the police?
Oh, I didn't want to trouble the police, but I've not been idle, I promise you. Let's just say I've been following up certain leads which are, forgive me, not open to you. Good day. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Don't mention it. Well, how did it go, Chief Superintendent?
Don't give me any more witnesses like Mr. Barber. But it knocked him for 6 when he found out who the murder victim was.
He didn't know?
Not until I told him. I'm sure he didn't steal that manuscript. He's still desperate to get his paws on it. but he might have hired someone else to steal it for him.
Of course, Driscoll. We know he was often strapped for cash, so if Barber was prepared to pay him enough...
No. You can accuse anyone else, but I beg you, do not for one moment accuse Driscoll.
Why not?
I don't imagine he made much as a freelance reporter. He practically lived on his uncle's charity, and I dare say he figures handsomely in the old boy's will. Do you really believe he'd have risked all that to steal his uncle's prized possession? Now, look here. I refuse to discuss this wretched business anymore. It's nearly 6. I need a drink. But I'll leave you with a couple of hints.
What sort of hints?
1. Driscoll was last seen alive at the Traitor's Gate at 1:15. He rushed off to another part of the building and returned to the same spot, where he died between 1:30 and 1:45. So where did he go during those missing minutes? And my other hint, since Driscoll's head was more or less the same size as his uncle's, why was Sir William's hat far too big for him? Think on these things, my dear chap. See you later.
Thank you very much. I thought I might find you here.
What's happened? Not another fatality, I trust?
No, but a couple of interesting developments. I sent a man round to Tavistock Court, and he arrived just in time to see someone, possibly a woman, leaving Driscoll's flat. The front door had been forced open, probably with a chisel. Someone had turned the flat over, searching for heaven knows what. He put in a report, but it doesn't tell us much, though he mentions one rather curious detail. 2 cheap plaster figures on the mantelpiece, labelled Philip II and Mary Tudor.
I know 2 things about Queen Mary. 1, she was passionately in love with Philip II of Spain, and 2, she's generally known as Bloody Mary.
So if Philip represents Philip Driscoll, who the devil is Mary?
Did you notice the initials on Laura Batten's handbag? L.M.B. I wonder what the M stood for. Oh, well. Now, what was the other interesting development?
When our friend Barber left the tower, he picked up a cab. But his behaviour was so strange that after the cabby dropped him at Golders Green, he went straight on to Scotland Yard. He said Barber was in a terrible state, shaking with fear and mumbling something about a voice.
That voice. His voice. He's still here, coming after me.
Beg pardon, sir?
It was his voice, you see. Now tell me something. Do you carry a revolver?
Why would I want a thing like that?
We're not safe. It was his voice. Are we being followed?
No, sir. The road behind is perfectly clear.
Oh, good. Good. But he can still find us. Hey, listen. That address I gave you in Golders Green, I want you to drop me off before that, a couple of streets away, to be on the safe side. So the voice will never know.
The cabbie obeyed orders, but he remembered the original address. I had the house checked. It's rented by an American couple. I've sent a man there to stay out of sight and keep watch.
I think you should tell your man to make himself as conspicuous as possible.
Eh? Well, what's the point of that?
If Barber sees he's being watched, he'll be so terrified he might even tell us what he knows. But before that, if I may, I'd rather like to take a look at Philip Driscoll's flat.
That's the one, the last door on the left. You see that crack of light? It's still ajar. My chap must have left it switched on.
Not necessarily.
What the... Come on!
We found a man, tall and heavily built, standing before the fireplace. On the mantelpiece was a gaudy statuette, a woman in mock Tudor dress, and the grate was littered with fragments of plaster, the remains of a companion piece. As the man looked up, we saw his face in the mirror.
Good evening, Mr. Lester Batten.
Yes? Who the hell are you?
My name is Hadley. I'm from Scotland Yard. This is Dr. Gideon Fell. We had to question your wife earlier in connection with the death of your nephew.
Yes, the young swine's dead. She told me when I got home.
I'd intended to call on you later this evening. I'm afraid we have to ask you some questions, too.
Perhaps you could carry on without me. There are a couple of things I'm looking for. In another room, I expect. As a journalist, Mr. Driscoll must have had a desk and a typewriter somewhere. Will you excuse me?
Mr. Batten, I'm not interested in your marital problems, except insofar as they concern our investigations. We know that your nephew met Mrs. Batten today at the Tower, and I have to ask, is it possible that they were having an affair?
That's a damned lie. How dare you
I'm not insinuating, I'm asking a question. Or had Philip already broken off the affair?
It's none of your business.
When they met today, he was a very worried man. Perhaps he was afraid Sir William might find out what was going on. Had he told your wife the affair was over? Is that why she followed him to the Tower? In a desperate attempt to make him change his mind? And if that failed, we also know he was stabbed with a weapon that belonged to your wife. Can you imagine what a clever lawyer could make of that?
I'm not staying here to listen to any more of this. Get out of my way.
Leaving already, Mr. Batten?
I suppose you heard all that.
Oh, yes. Though I have to say I don't agree with your theory. Laura Batten might have killed Driscoll, but you would never have stuck that top hat on his head.
Of course not, I realise that. But I was hoping that by casting suspicion on his wife, I might persuade Mr. Batten to come clean and tell us what he'd been up to.
I congratulate you. Very convincing performance. Pity it didn't work.
What have you got there?
A tool bag. I found it in the kitchen.
So that's what you were looking for? The chisel that was used to force open the front door?
Oh, hardly. You don't suppose somebody came in, found the chisel, and went out again in order to break the door down, do you? No, I was looking for the...
Hang on, this could be news of Mr. Barber. Hadley? No, I am not the constable on duty. He left some time ago. I happen to be Chief Superintendent Hadley. Who is this? Sheila. Oh, Sheila Batten. Sir William's daughter. I beg your pardon? Oh, I see. Well, I suppose you could. When do you want to come? Tonight?
But she's coming here tonight?
Her father's asked her to pick up some of Philip's belongings. Is there anyone there who could come with you? It's getting late and... Sorry? Uh-oh. She says Dowry's with her. He'll drive her over.
Well, let me speak to her.
No.
Yes, hello, Miss Batten. Gideon Fell here. Fell. Yes. Please remind Mr. Dullery that he has a 10 o'clock curfew at the Tower. Perhaps you should bring someone else to see you home. How about Sir William's manservant? What's his name? Marsh. Of course, yes. Please bring him as well. I'd like to meet him. And I look forward to meeting you. Goodbye.
Well, what's brought this on? You're very keen on meeting people all of a sudden?
I've always enjoyed meeting people. I love the human race. Hadn't you noticed?
No.
I'm sorry. May I, may I come in?
Ah, Mr. Batten.
I've changed my mind. I want to make a confession.
A confession? You mean you...
No, wait. Let him finish.
It's true. I did suspect that my wife and Philip were involved with one another. I've been employing a private detective to follow my wife and report on the meetings. So I have a witness who was shadowing Laura today at the Tower, someone who can swear that when she left Philip, he was alive and well. I'm not proud of my part in this, but I had to tell you. Where do we go from here?
I think you should go home. You've done things you're ashamed of, like the rest of us, but tonight you only smashed one plaster figure, then you could have smashed two. You spoke up on your wife's behalf when you might have disowned her. So, go home, Mr. Batten.
Well, I'm still very fond of her, you see. Thank you, gentlemen. Good night.
And since there was no reason to doubt an independent witness, we removed Laura Batten from our list of suspects. But that still left us with many unanswered questions. Where did Driscoll go when he left her? Where did Julius Barber fit in? And whose was the voice that terrified him out of his wits?
I'll tell you something we overlooked.
May I tell you what you're thinking at this moment? You're saying to yourself, murderer, big man, very disturbed emotionally, man with access to crossbow bolt, man not even questioned about his whereabouts at the time of the murder.
Lester Batten. That's exactly what
Hello? Oh, the lock on the front door seems to be broken, so I let myself in. Rob, Mr. Dowry, is parking the car. I'm Sheila. Superintendent Hadley?
That's me. And this is Dr. Fell.
How did you... Oh, what's happened to Mary Tudor? That was one of the things I wanted to take back with me.
You've seen these figures before, then?
Oh, yes. I was there when they got them at the fair on Hampstead Heath.
When who got them?
Phil and Laura and Uncle Lester. We all had to go on the rifle range. Uncle Lester's a very good shot.
Oh, really?
When he asked Laura to choose a prize, she picked out those figures. Uncle got quite cross and said he wouldn't have such rubbish in the house, so Phil said he'd like them. That's why I wanted them, to remind me of him. I'd even phoned Rob to ask him to persuade Phil to give them to me, but...
when did you telephone Mr. Dowry?
Well, it was ages ago. I can't remember exactly, because I talk to Rob every morning. Either I ring him or he rings me. Phil used to tease me about it. Sometimes he'd ring me up pretending to be Rob and say silly things.
So, did you speak to Mr. Dowry this morning?
Of course.
Did he tell you Philip was going to meet him at the tower at lunchtime?
Yes, he said Phil had got himself into some sort of mess again.
Was this at breakfast time by any chance, with the rest of the family sitting there listening?
Yes. When I rang off, Uncle Lester said he wanted to see Phil today as well. I don't know why. That's all it was. Nothing interesting.
Nothing interesting?
Sorry to keep you waiting. I was just parking the car, and what's wrong?
I was telling them about this morning. Uncle said he wanted to speak to Phil today, so if Phil was going to be at the tower at 1, he'd go round to the flat during the morning. And he asked Daddy to let him have the key in case he was out and he could sit and wait for him.
Your father has a key to this flat?
Yes. He treats us like children. He paid Phil's rent and dropped in once a month to see what he was up to. So, Daddy gave Uncle the key and that was all. Anyway, I'm going to start packing up Phil's things.
Yeah, but before you go, my dear, you said you'd bring your father's manservant with you. Is he...
Henry? Oh, yes, he's waiting in the car.
He wasn't sure if you wanted him right away. Shall I go and fetch him?
Yes, please.
Oh, Rob, you are a dear. And when you get back, you can come and give me a hand with the packing.
A few minutes later, we were joined by Henry Marsh, who perched nervously on the edge of a chair.
My previous employer, sir? Oh, yes, certainly. I had the honour to work for Lord Sandyville.
Really? Until you left under a cloud, I suppose?
Oh, no, sir. I only left after his lordship passed away.
Another mysterious murder, perhaps?
Good gracious, no, sir. You ask Sir William. I'm sure he'd give me a very good reference.
Not if he knew what I know. Mr. Marsh, your sins have found you out.
Steady on, old man.
Confess now. You stole Sir William's manuscript.
Oh, sir, I didn't mean to. I didn't know what it was. And when I found out, it was too late.
Shall I tell you what you did? Sir William had purchased 2 new hats recently. A Homburg and a topper. No doubt he'd tried them on in the shop and ordered them to be sent. But on Saturday night, when you were laying out his evening clothes, you found they'd sent him a top hat that was much too big.
But that's right. How did you find out?
You knew Sir William had a quick temper. He might blame you for the mistake, so you stuffed the hat bag with paper. A flimsy packet of papers you found in his desk. And next day you discovered what you'd done. That little bundle was worth a cool $10,000.
So the hat fitted him snugly that night, but when someone shoved it on Driscoll's head, it was much too big, because the papers had gone. Presumably whoever killed Driscoll stole them. Unless, of course...
Very well, yes, very well, Mr. Marsh. We won't keep you. I'm sure you'll feel better now you've made your confession.
Yes, but when you tell Sir William, he'll be very...
I don't think we need bother Sir William about it. He's got enough troubles already. Off you go, Mr. Marsh. I'm sure you'll sleep soundly tonight.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
As I was about to say, before I was so rudely interrupted...
You were about to say, unless, of course, Philip Driscoll stole the manuscript himself. But as I keep telling you, Driscoll would never have upset his uncle like that. So you can imagine how he felt when he discovered he'd done the one thing in the world he didn't want to do.
I don't follow. I thought the Mad Hatter...
Don't you see? Philip Driscoll was the Mad Hatter. He was a struggling freelance, keen to make his name. He needed a front-page scoop, so he decided to create one. A policeman's helmet, a judge's wig, they all made good headlines, and I suspect his next little triumph would have been to steal the headgear of a yeoman warder and nail it to a door with a crossbow bolt to give it a neat historical touch.
Do you mean to say that...
Yes. He stole that bolt himself, probably during Sunday lunch. This is what I was looking for. The file he used to sharpen the point. And 24 hours later, it killed him.
But why did he steal 2 of Sir William's hats? It would hardly have been front-page news the second time.
No, of course not. When he found the manuscript inside the top hat, he was appalled. And when Sir William told us about a thief breaking into his car, it was really Philip trying to return the manuscript. So he created a diversion by snatching the Homburg and running off into the fog.
Quick thinking. I'll say one thing for him. He was full of surprises.
While our young friends were busy, I took Hadley into the study. There was a heap of burnt paper in the grate. From the fragments we pieced together, it was clear that they were letters from Laura to Philip. That was why she looked so alarmed when General Mason mentioned some fascinating letters on his desk, and why she broke into the flat to destroy them. But underneath those letters, there were some very different fragments. Only a few words in faded sepia ink were legible, but I had no doubt whose hand had written them.
Edgar Allan Poe.
Another mystery story, and one which will never be solved, alas.
Now, that's got to be about Barber. Hello? Yes, speaking. What? Oh. Right, I'll be there as soon as I can.
What's happened?
It's all over. I blame myself. I should have realized what a state he was in.
Oh, sorry. I thought it might have been for me. I didn't mean to barge in.
No, come in. Shut the door. I'm afraid there's some more bad news.
Lester Batten?
Yes. He went home and put a bullet through his brain.
Dear God.
Do you want to break it to Miss Batten, or would you like me to do it?
No, don't bother. I'll tell her. But I'd better not take her back there. She'll be terribly upset. Oh, wait. I know her best friend, a girl who lives in Park Lane. I'll get Margaret to put her up for the night, if that's all right.
As we were about to leave the flat, the telephone rang again. Hadley was informed that Mr. Julius Arbour wished to see him as soon as possible. We arranged to meet him at Sir William's house. When we arrived at Bloomsbury Square, Hadley rang the doorbell.
I'm not much good at quotations, but there's one that always stays in my mind. There's no refuge from confession but suicide. And suicide is confession.
A well-turned phrase, but not invariably true. Ah, somebody's coming. So we meet again, Mr. Marsh.
Yes, sir. Please come in, gentlemen. In this situation, sir, perhaps I should have called a doctor, but since Mr. Batten was dead...
No, you did the right thing. I take it you informed Sir William.
Well, sir, he was still very upset after what happened this morning. He'd taken a sleeping draught, and I didn't like to awaken him. I thought it might be better to let him sleep.
I see. When you heard the shot, you went up to Mr. Batten's room.
Oh, yes, sir. I found him, as you'll see, lying on his bed, fully dressed.
Where was Mrs. Batten?
In the next room. There's a communicating door. She came in a moment later.
All right. Let's go upstairs.
Lester Batten was still holding the Webley Scott service automatic in his right hand, but his face was curiously peaceful. I left Hadley to do what had to be done and knocked on the communicating door.
Come in, Dr. Fell.
You know all about it, don't you? About Phil and me. I knew you'd find out.
You shouldn't have broken into his flat. You were seen.
I didn't break in. Phil had given me a key. But I took a chisel from his tool bag and broke the lock to make it look like a burglary.
Never mind it. Doesn't matter now.
No. Did you see what Lester had in his hand?
The gun?
No, the other hand. It was a snapshot. A photo of me. When I saw that, I stood there for a long time looking at him. And now, sitting by this window, looking into the darkness, I can see 1,000 images. And they're all his. I cried today when Phil died, but I can't cry anymore. Because I know now I loved my husband. Just tell me, he killed Philip, didn't he?
Mrs. Batten, your husband loved you very much. Hold on to that thought.
It was only... his ideas were so different from mine, and I kept hurting him. If I sleep tonight, perhaps tomorrow I'll be able to cry.
I went down to the library, where Mr. Barber was waiting. I was about to explain that the superintendent was otherwise engaged, but I didn't get the chance.
Superintendent Hadley, am I glad to see you?
Quite, yes. Good evening, Mr. Barber.
I decided I've got to tell you the whole truth.
Yes, I think that might be a very wise move.
Yeah, well, just tell me, is Sir William around?
He's gone to bed, having an early night.
Did you tell him about my purchasing the rights to the manuscript legally?
No, I didn't. Well, there wasn't much point, since the manuscript no longer exists. It's just a pile of ashes. Look here, I've brought you one little scrap as a souvenir.
What? This is an outrage. This was my property.
If I were you, I'd put that piece of paper away and say no more about it. You're in enough trouble as it is.
What do you mean by that?
Let's be frank. You wanted to get hold of that manuscript by fair means or foul, but you were afraid of Sir William. So you offered someone money to steal it on your behalf.
That is not true. I admit the idea did cross my mind, but that's as far as it went, until last Sunday night when I received a phone call from an unknown person. He wouldn't give his name, but even though I'd only met him once, I knew right away it was Philip Driscoll. He asked me how much I'd pay if he got hold of the manuscript and handed it over, no questions asked. So I named a rather large sum, and he agreed.
And what happened next?
And what happened next was he got killed. Well, I was in a quandary. I guessed he must have been murdered on account of stealing the manuscript, and I thought maybe I'd be involved as some kind of accessory.
But there was worse to come. When you left us this afternoon, you had a terrible fright and dashed back to Gallows Green in a blind panic. Why was that?
Oh, when I left, I heard a voice speaking inside the tower, and it was the same voice. It was Driscoll's voice. Well, you just told me he was dead, and somehow he'd returned to haunt me. You're laughing at me.
I'm not laughing, merely smiling. If that's all that's worrying you, let me assure you, you have no need to fear. The voice can't hurt you now. But if I were you, I'd return to America as soon as possible, before you landed any more trouble.
And then you packed him off with a flea in his ear. Good work, Chief Superintendent.
And the pleasure was all mine, believe me. And meanwhile, have you come to any conclusions?
Yes and no. Lester killed Driscoll. No one else had the means and the motive. He went to the tower, where he witnessed Philip and Laura's last rendezvous, and when Philip left, he followed and...
Excuse me. May I speak to you for a moment?
No, go away. Don't say anything.
I'm sorry. I really must...
Oh, don't backslap. Keep your mouth shut, for heaven's sake.
It's no good. I'm here to give myself up, Superintendent. I killed Philip Driscoll.
What? But
I didn't mean to. It was an accident. I wasn't going to say anything, only you suspected Lester Batten. And then he killed himself, so I had to tell you the truth.
You young idiot. I've been trying to cover up for you all the evening.
Now, just a moment. Are you telling me you actually killed...
Not on purpose. He jumped at me, and in the fight... God knows, I didn't want to hurt him. I only wanted to steal that damn manuscript.
Wait, right there. Would you mind telling me how you managed to be in the flat in Holborn at 1:30 and kill Driscoll at the Tower a few minutes later?
No. That's where we went wrong. Driscoll wasn't killed at the Tower. He died in his own flat.
But that's impossible.
No, it's true. Why Phil came back to the flat, I still don't know. I was certain he'd be at the Tower. He told me he'd hidden the manuscript in his flat. That's why I thought it would be safe to steal it.
You mean you knew he was the Mad Hatter?
Of course. He always asked me to help him. We'd even discussed his next trick. He was going to snaffle a hat from one of the yeoman warders.
Yes, well, never mind that. You also knew about the manuscript.
I told him to hang on to it, because I had a plan of my own. On Sunday night, I phoned Barber and asked him how much he'd pay me if I stole the manuscript for him. I know it was rotten of me, but I was pretty desperate.
But Barber said it was Driscoll who phoned him.
You overlooked something that Sheila Batten told us. She said Driscoll sometimes played jokes on her, ringing up and pretending to be Dullery. Their voices must have been very similar.
Which is why I was able to ring Parker, pretending I was Philip.
The mysterious second phone call. Yeah, remember? You'd called the other line on your phone and spoken to Parker, telling him that you were Driscoll, and asking to speak to yourself. As you told him, you just hung up when he walked in. It was an ingenious plan, and at first it all went like clockwork.
You see, I had to have money. Real money. Sheila and I want to get married, but Sir William's a very wealthy man, and I'm only a jumped-up clerk with no prospects. I knew he'd never accept me as a son-in-law unless I had cash in the bank. I realise now it was a crazy idea, but at the time... Well, like I said, I was desperate. I only had to leave the General's car at the Holborn garage, nip across to the flat, and get the manuscript. It took me quite a while to find it, and while I was searching, the phone rang, and I picked it up automatically. It was silly of me. But actually, it gave me an alibi. It was Parker saying that Phil was at the Tower, so I knew I had all the time in the world. Eventually, I ran the damn thing to earth, in the wardrobe, inside the pocket of one of his suits, and then...
And then?
I had it in my hands. Suddenly, I heard a sound. I turned round, and Phil was standing in the doorway, looking at me. He realised what I was going to do, and he went berserk. You never saw him in one of his rages. He was like a maniac. The crossbow bolt was on the table, and he snatched it up and charged at me. I tried to dodge, but I don't know how it happened. A chair overturned. We hit the floor together, and I was on top of him. There was a sort of dull crunch. And then...
Go on.
I heard the sound of his breath, hissing and gurgling out of him, as the point of the bolt was driven into his chest. And then... nothing. I knew he was dead. I never meant it to happen. I still don't know why he came back.
Perhaps I can tell you. A little earlier, when Philip was talking to Laura at the Traitor's Gate, he remembered something. He suddenly remembered his uncle's monthly visit to inspect Tavistock Court. The old boy would arrive at the flat, let himself in, and no doubt he'd find his stolen headgear. If he searched long enough, he might even have found the manuscript. Philip had to get back there as fast as possible to head him off. He told Laura to wait for him. Do you know, you can get from the Tower to Holborn on the Underground in 15 minutes. Sometimes less.
But the body was found at the Traitor's Gate. Would you mind explaining that, Mr. Dowry?
First, I was too paralysed with fear to think straight. I killed him. Nobody would believe it was an accident. My only hope was to take his body and dump it somewhere else. And I still had to collect the General's car. So I dashed round to the garage and picked it up, drove to the yard at the back of the flats, which isn't overlooked, carried Phil out and put him in the back seat, under a rug. I took Sir William's top hat as well. I thought if I put it on his head, everyone would assume the Mad Hatter had killed him.
And the manuscript?
Do you imagine, after what had happened, I still wanted to make blood money out of it? Before I left the flat, I chucked it into the grate and put a match to it.
By a strange coincidence, a little later, someone else followed your example. Yet, but that's neither here nor there.
Anyway, I jumped into the car and drove off. And at the next crossroads, the lights changed to red, and I had to brake. And what do you think happened then?
Well, as far as I remember, you met your employer.
Oh, no. General!
Well, this is a godsend. What a stroke of luck. I've been standing on that corner for 10 minutes waiting for a cab. You can drive me back to the tower.
It was like a nightmare. I tried to think. It was only 2:10. If I could dump Phil's body somewhere without being seen, I'd have a perfect alibi. When we got there, I had to pull up at the bloody tower to let the General out. When he'd gone, I opened the back door, whipped off the rug and hauled the body out. Then I tipped over the rail and down the steps. It was still very foggy and there was no one in sight. After that, I parked the car and went indoors. And, well, you know the rest.
Yes. Mr. Dowry, will you do something for me?
Of course.
I want you to go into the hall and sit and wait for a few minutes. Don't speak to anyone until I ask you to come back in, all right?
But...
Please, don't argue. Just do as you're told.
Very well. Go ahead. Send for your Black Maria, or whatever it's called. I'll wait.
Now what?
I think I must be getting old. I'm sworn to uphold the law. And yet, no jury would ever believe that boy's testimony. But I do.
Yes, so do I. I'd say this case could remain unsolved. What do you think, Hadley?
You know what I think. Are we agreed?
Let me have those notes you've been scribbling. I'll look after them.
Better still, let me throw them into the fire. There you are. Case unsolved.
Case unsolved.
In The Mad Hatter Mystery by John Dickson Carr, Dr. Gideon Fell was played by Donald Sinden. Chief Superintendent Hadley, John Hartley. Sir William Batten, Edward Dewsbury. General Mason, Peter Howell. Robert Dalry, Roger Moss. Julius Arbour, Roger Hammond. Yeoman Warder Parker, John Baddeley. Henry Marsh, Anthony Jackson. Laura Batten, Sabina Franklin. Lester Batten, Don McCorkindale. Sheila Batten, Prianga Elan. The Mad Hatter Mystery was dramatized for radio by Peter Ling and directed by Enid Williams.